we're using Scott's Miracle Grow seed for the lawn. And he goes, go figure that out. It's like, come on, man. It's got to the point now to where, you know, he just throwing this stuff right in your face like that. And then he said it again like a commercial. He goes, Scott's Miracle Grow. Look right in the camera like he's doing a freaking commercial. So it's all you can do. I called, I'm from Ohio myself, and Scott's Miracle Grow is based in Marysville, Ohio. So I called corporate headquarters, and of course I'm not going to be able to speak to the CEO, but I spoke to one of his assistants and voiced my displeasure at that and asked them if they were proud to work for a company that, you know, where this kind of grift is going on like that. And then I called my state rep and the senator for that district, and well, it's not mine because I live in a different district, but anyway, I called and I was able to talk to at least a couple interns there in their office, you know, because I'd much rather speak to someone in person and leave a message. So that's all you can do, really. So I encourage anyone out there, if they have a problem in their own district, their own neighborhood, go to your township, go to township level first, talk to a trustee, and go to the county, go to the state, because you can't make a big change on a federal level at all. You got to start where you live. Like I said, with it, if you have a township council, trustees, whatever, start there.
All right, Rod.
All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We actually have a guest today.
Go to your township and ask for Scott Miracle Grow.
Scott Miracle Grow. Yep. We have the pleasure of talking to C-SPAN's longtime communications director, Howard Mortman. Nice guy. I've known him for a while. Got to meet him at the DNC in 2024. Was connected to him by my buddy Justin R. Young, Jury, who is a podcaster, and mentioned me to Howard when he was featured on a C-SPAN program. And I just, kept in touch. Howard's just a cool dude, and I figured, good to know people at C-SPAN, right? And he turns out just to be a nice guy and easy to talk to. And reached out to him recently and said, hey, man, want to come by the channel? And I got some questions. So he said yes. So at 7 p.m., about an hour, we'll talk to C-SPAN's communications director. Pretty cool. I've got some questions, and I told him if you can stick around for some questions from the chat, I'm sure these lovely people will have some questions for you. So that's going to be fun. He's a great guy. So you guys can think of some questions if you want. I can't promise I'll get to all of them or a bunch of them, but I'll try to get a couple of them in here. But I wrote down questions that I think you guys will be interested in as well. Just talking about what's going on with C-SPAN and some of their latest endeavors and what's in the future and why they do certain things and stuff like that. I think C-SPAN can be a monster. I mean, they're a giant. They're like 4 million followers on TikTok, 2 million on X. Their clips get shared all the time. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious what the future is for C-SPAN. I just think there's a lot of opportunity there. But we'll see what Howard says. So that's about an hour from now. Before that, let's take a look at a couple of things here. Ken Martin was on CNN, and you can see the title here says, I'm not going anywhere. Base department, hello? I'm not going anywhere.
Hold on, before you get there, because while certainly there's been flipping from red to blue, the DNC is still in the red. There's more debt than cash in the bank, while the RNC is on 128 million with no debt. It's a big issue for your critics, which includes the former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg.
He's laughing. I like that attitude. Yeah, I got debt. So what? I think it's the right attitude. It's like, dude, did they hire me to be an accountant and have a bunch of money or to win elections? Because I'm winning elections. So who cares how I'm doing it? If I'm in debt, if we don't have any money, what does it matter? I'm winning. So whatever he's doing is working, and people will fight you tooth and nail, and they'll say, no, that's just because of Trump, or that's not the Democrats, that's not the DNC, that's not Ken Martin, and they'll just fight you on it, like as if Ken Martin and DNC play no role in these wins. It's wild. Can you imagine? It's like saying the CEO of Walmart isn't responsible for what happens at Walmart. Just no, it's because Target's been doing stuff. It's because Amazon Prime Day got moved. That's why Walmart did this or that. It's like, okay, I mean, I guess if you want to completely discount the head of the organization, but I think that's silly. I mean, we're kicking ass, and Ken Martin is at the helm, so I think he deserves some credit.
Who actually told me this last month? I want you to listen.
We need a DNC chair who can actually go out there and raise money. That person is not Ken Martin, and we don't need another 18 months to figure that out. That is a decision that can be made now by Ken by resigning himself, which he needs to do if you're watching this, Ken.
All right, you've now watched it. I want to give you a chance to respond. What do you say?
Well, I'm not going anywhere. And the facts speak something completely different, Laura. We've raised close to, actually over $207 million. And just by historical context, Tom Perez, who was chair in a similar environment, apples to apples, he was the last record holder for a DNC chair without the White House. He raised, at this point in the cycle, about $107 million. We have raised $100 million more. We actually, this chairmanship and this DNC has raised more money than any party chair on our side in the 198-year history of the Democratic Party. But
So God forbid these facts get in the way of people's feelings. The reason why people ignore this or don't even know about this is because the RNC has a bunch of money. Well, I hope he explains that. I doubt he will, but the reason why the RNC has so much money is, number one, Trump won the election. So kind of hard to raise money when you lose, right? People aren't exactly excited to give money to you. Plus, there's a lot of controversy around the Democratic Party with what happened with Biden and Kamala's truncated campaign. Second, Trump uses his PACs as a grift. People donate to curry favor with Trump. So it's like, that's the pot that they donate to, these MAGA Inc. or whatever these PACs are, the RNC. They're giving money to bribe Trump. Democrats don't run a corrupt PAC to be bought off. So this is just Trump hoarding money and not even spending any of it, which here we are less than 80 days from the midterms. And people are wondering, when is Trump going to open his wallet and help these Republicans? So I just, there's two sides to this story that nobody wants to talk about either side. They just want to point to the Democratic Party being in the red. I don't get it, man. Like, nobody wants to explain what's going on here. Nobody wants to talk about what's going on here. It just came up with this weird thing to rate the Democratic Party on. Like, you're in debt. Okay, so what? We're achieving our goals. Does it matter? I don't care if they go $100 million in debt if they're winning elections and doing what we want. I don't get it. Thought there was evidence that individual Democratic candidates were seeing either more donations or more money than DNC. There is. You can go Google Tallarico, Ossoff, Roy Cooper. I mean, these guys are setting quarter fundraising records, smashing them, absolutely annihilating their Republican opponents. So money is flowing. It's the one thing that isn't happening from what I read is big donors giving to the DNC. Those wallets have remained closed. But I think the gamble that Ken is making here, and I think he's right to do so, is when we win the midterms, which all signs point to us winning the midterms, even this week, we have evidence of us doing very well, like that Pennsylvania House race that is a Trump plus 18 that we flipped for the first time since like the 90s. I mean, we just keep seeing evidence that Democrats will do well in midterms. So if the Democrats do well in the midterms, I think the floodgates will open of funding and people will be thrilled to donate to the Democratic Party. But right now, they feel like the Democrats are weak and don't know who they are and are incapable of winning. So some of those big donors are holding back, but I think that's temporary.
What we're doing is we're spending it. Yes, we're raising more, we're investing more than ever before, but we need more. And that's because we have a guy in the White House who is auctioning off the federal government to the highest bidder. Of course their coffers are filled. Of course.
Thank you. Finally, I don't recall him saying this in previous interviews, like when he fought with the Pod Save America guys. Of course their coffers are filled. Trump is running it as his personal piggy bank. That's not what the Democratic Party's doing. I got to hear that again. That's good.
Than any party chair on our side in the 198-year history of the Democratic Party. But what we're doing is we're spending it. Yes, we're raising more, we're investing more than ever before, but we need more. And that's because we have a guy in the White House who is auctioning off the federal government to the highest bidder. Of course their coffers are filled. Of course they have more money because they're selling the government to the highest bidder. And, you know, look, I have said this very clearly. We need more to compete. But as I said earlier, we don't need to outraise the Republicans to win. In fact, we haven't been outraising the Republicans over the last 18 months, and we've been winning election after election after election. And last thing I'll say is this. You know, I've been doing this work for a long time, and I don't mind the critics. But the reality is there are two measures by which you should actually measure a party chair at any level, whether it's a state party chair or a national party chair. Are they winning? And are they raising money? And on both of those metrics, this DNC is raising more money than ever before and winning more elections than ever before. Look, the proof will be in the pudding over these next 76 days. And while I'm confident, I'm not complacent. There's going to be plenty of critics to go around. But anyone who knows me and has watched my record of success over these last many years now in politics, including in our great home state of Minnesota, I don't lose elections. I didn't come here to lose. I'm not going to lose over these next 76 days. And we're going to do everything we can to win.
Damn. I just like the confidence, man. Like, there's nothing to point to demand that he leave or change, right? Like, this was the case months ago when people were talking about the autopsy report as if it was some damning thing. I thought that he kept the autopsy report from people. Actually, I don't even have to say I thought. His explanation for not releasing the autopsy report is that it was garbage that would just divide us. And we're doing so well. Why release something that's divisive? And he said we also already learned lessons from the autopsy report and the work we've done since. And we've made that public. And he did release a report that talked about what the Democratic Party is going to do moving forward. So it was a nothing burger. And yes, he said that when he was running to be DNC chair, he would release the report. Things change. Biden said he wouldn't pardon his son, Hunter. And then Trump won. He said, I got to pardon my son. And I think everybody understands. I wish he didn't. I wish he didn't have to, but I understand why he did. So things change. And I have to trust that the leader of the Democratic Party knows what's best. He got elected. He deserves a chance to lead. It's crazy how many people just think they know better sitting from the comfort of their home, you know. I never met so many Democratic Party experts in my life, you know. I had to go Google some of the talking points to see that people were criticizing the money being sent to states and territories because he came up with a plan that we're going to invest everywhere. We are not just going to send money to places we know we can win. We're going to send money everywhere. And that includes crazy places like Guam, where you could argue there's no point. But I would say learning how to fight in some of the reddest and least winnable places is probably a good experiment and learning experience for Democrats, right? Because if we can change some minds in some state where we don't have a chance, then Lord knows we can move people in a purple state. So I'm all for it. I'm all for him getting to try out stuff, and so far the results have been great. So I have no complaints, sir. Thank you, Ken, for your service. And yeah, I was told he was inevitably on his way out, and he's still there and not going anywhere. Where's the new poll? Let me see something. I think Cook Political Report updated some races. Let me see. Cook Political. Yeah. Let's take a look here. So Cook Political Report is one of the top firms analyzing the races. And they said today we're shifting 4 key statewide race ratings. Texas Senate, lean R to toss up. What an incredible turn of events in Texas, man. What is going on in Texas? Are we finally going to do it? Texas Senate going from lean R to toss up. It's a jump ball in a state that is super red. That's incredible. James Tallarico just on fire right now. And there also was that Fox News poll about a week ago that showed Tallarico up a couple of points on Ken Paxton. I mean, Ken Paxton is just that bad of a candidate. It really has a lot to do with that. Iowa Senate race. This is Josh Turek, the 2-time gold medalist Paralympian. Lean R to toss up as well. Incredible. Incredible. Or my background line. Do I like that? No, I'll leave that off. I've been talking about this race, trying to get people excited about it, man. Let's shift some of our resources from Texas, from Maine, wherever. Let's focus on some of these races, because what happens is we get real close to winning these races, and like we lose by like 2-3 points, and everybody's like, oh shucks, maybe we shouldn't have spent $750 million on Texas and put another $20 million into Iowa, and we could have won. So now's the time to start learning about these races and get excited, because this is the path to winning the Senate even without Michigan. And I'm sorry, but you know, with all this positive news, the news in Michigan keeps getting worse and worse, not better. I know that there's a mix of polls there, but like that same Fox News poll last week had 5 flips for Democrats, and sadly had El Sayed losing by 4. So more polls can come out that changes that, but El Sayed refuses to move. I don't know what he's doing, man. I'm just hoping for the best and expecting the worst there, but there is still a path to victory without Michigan. So it is what it is. Texas governor moved from solid R to likely R. Nobody talking about Texas governor. And Iowa governor going from a toss-up to lean D. That is huge. Lean D. So there's a guy named Rob Sand who is really resonating with people. He's the Democratic Party's nominee. He may be able to get Josh Turek over the finish line because he's such a rock star. Nobody's talking about him at all. I don't know anything about him, but he is doing quite well. And look at this. Now it's a lean D. So I can't imagine that we win governor and we lose Senate. That would be pretty remarkable if that happened. Yeah, Rob Sand coattails looking good right now. And Josh Turek carrying his own weight. It's not like he's a liability and needs to be dragged across the finish line or anything. He seems like he's doing just fine for himself, but definitely helps to have a little more wind in your sails from the governor nominee doing even better. What a tag team, these two. We could just get more races like the PA 12 one that went from R plus 18 to a D win. That'd be great. I mean, it's a wonderful sign. That race, you know, is just a great sign of things to come. Now, in all fairness, special elections are a small slice of the electorate. It is a different group of people that come out to vote. So I listened to an article about that race, and it was about, I think, 17,000 votes total that were cast in Pennsylvania 12, the special House race in Pennsylvania that includes Butler, Pennsylvania, where Trump had his rally. Think about that. That Trump is not going to hold a rally in 2024, right before the election, the summer before the election, in an unfriendly place or even a swing district. He's going to go to where he's doing very well so he can get a huge crowd of passionate people. So he went to that House district, Butler, Pennsylvania, and we flipped it on Tuesday, which is incredible. But my understanding is in the general, they're expecting about 40,000 people. So they had about 17,000 people come out, I believe, for the special election on Tuesday. And you're going to see more than double that in November. So it is a different group of people, maybe a little less active, a little less excited, a little less informed, maybe more loyal to Republicans. But it'll be shocking if it goes from, Democrat winning R plus 18 to a Republican winning. And it's the same two guys on the ballot in November, by the way, too, for that House race. So this is great news, man. Exciting stuff. Every day it seems like we get more and more good news. Now, somebody mentioned El Sayed had some good polls, and I did see that, but the polling for El Sayed has been atrocious, showing like too much support for him and overestimating his support. Remember, there were polls that showed him like winning by 17 in the primary, and he won by less than 1. So, but let me look at the latest polls there. Let's see, New York Times latest Michigan Senate poll. All right, let's see. So we've got a El Sayed +7, El Sayed +1, El Sayed +3, El Sayed +6, Rogers +4. I don't know, man. Like, I don't even know. Fabrizio Ward Impact Research. Don't know that one. Susquehanna Polling and Research. Don't know that one. TIPP Insights. Don't know that one. Don't know these polling orgs. You know what I mean? Don't know. No clue. Never heard of them. Here's the Fox News one that had Rogers +4. That also had Ossoff +13 and 5 flips. So I don't have any faith in these polls, man. I really think El Sayed needs to make some moves here, man. And I'm not seeing it.
Adam Hamilton is a serious dark horse.
Who the hell's Adam Hamilton? What race is that? Thank you, Joe, man. I voted in the primary. Even I can't name the Texas governor candidate. He refuses to toss Hassan aside. Yeah. I'm not telling anybody how to run a campaign. Obviously, he won his primary, so he knows what he's doing. But I do think when you get less than half the votes in your primary, you got to change some things, right? Like, I would not tell David Crowley to stick to the plan. I would tell him to adapt. He's going to have to win over some people. So I think that I'm shocked that El Sayed doesn't think he has to do anything. And so we'll see what happens, but I shouldn't say I'm not very confident. I still think he has a very good chance of winning, but it just feels like he's making it harder for himself, man. Like, there's this clip going around. And by the way, somebody tried to, Jola wanted me to respond. So let me just do that right now. What are my notifications? Yeah. Let me just respond to this now. By the way, Jola, if you see this, what are you doing with this post, man? Tagging all these people. That's crazy, bro. Come on. This is crazy behavior. And Jola, a nice guy. I don't know. I think he's just kind of new to using X or something, but tagging all these people is insane, dude. Come on. He said, at Wick TV, please delete your post and offer an apology for sharing DSA Watch's MAGA propaganda. And then he tagged me at I'm Really Important. I hope you call out anyone who shared this clip, considering the discussion we had with the Soy Pill and Pisco about Crystal Ball and her anti-Crowley post last week. And he quote tweeted candidly Tiff, some account that said, so RNC Research clipped this video at just the right spot and that DSA Watch account reposted it. Here's the full video. I hope you watch it. Many of you fell for the new ops narrative, and that's very worrisome. Let me see. I thought, okay, so I guess there's an account called DSA Watch. Yeah, this account. I don't know what this account is. DSA Watch, 179,000 followers. I'm guessing this is an account that talks shit on DSA people. Now, let me see if I can find the thing. Okay, so here it is. This is what they tweeted. I guess Wick quote tweeted this or something. It says, Abdul El Sayed responds to black voters who do not support him. I am African. And it's from RNC Research, which is like the RNC's account, 700,000 followers. So let's see the clip now. And I will comment on this. Don't worry.
I mean, why don't you just make it just happen there? The guy saying you're an Arab, you don't care about black folks. You know, I hate to say this, but I continue to hear it from older black folks, people like some of Denzel's colleagues telling me that they're uncommitted for you.
You know, there's been an effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that the consequence of that, to tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage.
This is bad. I'm sorry. This is bad. So this is in response to somebody asking about black voters who do not support him. He says, I'm African. Okay, yes, Egypt is technically on the African continent. Yes, so South America or South Africa. So it's like Elon Musk claiming he's African. But also, what do black people in America have to do with Africa, man? Like, that is crazy. Imagine if a white person said something like that. People would be screaming. You know, like, what do you mean Africa? What the fuck do I care about Africa? I'm a black American, man. I don't like, what are you on about? So this is just a horrific response. Now, is it going to hurt his campaign in any way? No, not at all. But this is an example of Abdul El Sayed not getting the memo and just not, it's hubris, or I don't know what it is, man. It's just ridiculous. Why would you say something like this? Like, how about saying, you know what? I'm working hard to represent all Michiganders, and I know some communities haven't heard enough from me yet, and I hear you, and I'm doing X, Y, and Z to go to those communities and talk to them, and I think they're valid in their criticism. I mean, you just got to bend the knee to stuff like that and say, I think people are valid in their concern, you know? Are you saying black people don't care or relate to Africa because we do? Yes, I am. I am. Most black people do not think about Africa. Are you kidding me, man? What the hell are you on about? This is like saying white people care about Europe. White people in America care about Europe. Like, oh yeah, I have a connection to Europe. I really think about it. Like, come on, man. Let's just be realistic here. I'm trying to have a normal conversation. Don't be weird. Come on. This is not anything crazy what I'm saying here. And it's actually, I think, insulting to black Americans to say, well, here's my connection to Africa, so obviously I understand the black American experience. That's crazy. Okay, that's good for you, Travi, but you're not the norm, buddy.
By Saeed logic, we're all Africans, as humanity originated from Africa. Hell yeah, what's up, my brother?
Hell yeah. We all got them African roots, man. Awesome. So anyways, this isn't the point of this. So I guess Wick tweeted this clip from the RNC Research account. So let me respond to Jola now. Jola's point was that Wick should not be quote tweeting a Republican account talking shit on Democrats. And I agree. I'm sorry, Wick, but you should not be quote tweeting accounts that are using videos from RNC accounts. And I'll tell you why. It legitimizes that RNC Research Twitter account. Just like Crystal Ball quote tweeting Tom Tiffany, even though it was deceptively edited, and this one wasn't. Crystal Ball quote tweeting Tom Tiffany legitimizes his account to her audience. And
I'm sorry, maybe it's the white in me, but I don't feel like that sound clip is that weird when his parents grew up in Alexandria and he's a first-gen American. Also, go Zaddykus Finch, Daddy Ossoff.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. So you don't want to legitimize these people. We don't want to legitimize Tom Tiffany because these people, they will say things that are correct. So this clip, there's nothing wrong with this clip except that it attacks our Democratic candidate, which sucks. So I don't think people should be spreading shit talking about El Sayed anyways, unless you're saying, look, here's what you're saying, and I'd like you to say something else. But let's not quote tweet Republican accounts because even if they're right, that's part of the strategy, to be right a couple of times and then they sneak in their bullshit, right? So now your audience is going to think, okay, RNC Research tells the truth at least some of the time, at least once in a while, at least this one time. I don't think we should promote that. These are scumbags, RNC Research. They are bad actors, Tom Tiffany, and we should not quote tweet them. If you want to put this video out, I disagree with doing that as well, but at least do it from a different account so that you don't legitimize that account tacitly in the process. So that's it. That's what my response is. So, but the other difference is Wick doesn't have a history of bashing the Democrats. In fact, he has the opposite. He has a reputation for standing up for the Democrats. Crystal Ball, on the other hand, has a long history of shitting on the Democrats and causing problems. And her quote tweet was going back to her old ways of being petty and attacking the Democratic nominee over data centers. It was a deceptively edited clip that she promoted from Tom Tiffany's account, who is the Republican nominee for governor in Wisconsin. And shame on Crystal Ball, like I said on Monday on Live and Learn, for quote tweeting that, putting it out there. It doesn't help David Crowley win. And I would like to think that Crystal Ball doesn't want to hurt David Crowley's chances of winning because Tom Tiffany is an election denier. He will play along with the Republican-controlled state legislature to further gerrymander and make the lives of people in Wisconsin worse. And by her doing retweeting that, quote tweeting that video, she's lowering his chances of winning. At the very least, she's not helping. So I hope people understand the difference here. But yes, I would say to Wick, please do not quote tweet RNC Research and accounts like that, because even if they're correct in their video and they're not deceptively editing and they're not doing anything but showing the video unedited that makes El Sayed look bad, you're still legitimizing them as a source, and they're full of shit. I can go on their page and see post after post of them playing games. These are the kind of accounts that would say Biden wandered off, and they'd show a deceptively edited video of Biden walking into the background, say Biden shaking hands with nobody. Those were the accounts doing that, accounts like RNC Research. So that would be my only criticism for Wick. So I hope, Jola, you're happy with your response there. But in the future, don't tag a million people if you want me to respond. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Let me respond here. In a second. Yes or no, do you condemn Wick? No. Wick doesn't have a history of doing this, so I know.
Hot take. No one should have a Twitter account.
Yeah. We're shutting down Twitter till we figure this out. Hold on. I got to respond to an email. Give me a second. Hold on. Nationalize Twitter. Yeah. Nationalize Twitter. Hold on. We might be going early with our interview here, so give me a second. Audio. I want to make sure my settings are okay. It looks fine to me. Cool. And I would say the same to all you guys as well. Please, when you're quote tweeting, when you're posting videos, note the source, because you can tacitly be giving approval to that account by quote tweeting them, even if it's, you think it's innocuous or it's innocent. You are legitimizing that account, and that can be harmful in the future. And I don't think Wick wants to hurt El Sayed. I don't know what Wick's opinion is on El Sayed. I know he was really against Hong, but I never heard him saying anything terrible about or bad about El Sayed. So I doubt he wants to hurt El Sayed's chances of winning. Sure. All right, so we're going to go a little early with Howard. Again, I'll be talking to the communications director of C-SPAN here in a moment, so can't really do much else here. Just got to kill a little time, but he's a great guy, and I've got some questions lined up for him, and I want to try to get some of your guys' questions in as well. We get the inside scoop on C-SPAN. I thought we were talking about Wick, W-I-C, tweeting this whole time. No, there's a content creator named Wick TV. Now, I'll put this out there too. If Wick wants to talk to me about this, or Jola, I'm happy to talk about it. It's up to them. I know people in this space like to talk things out, and I should probably engage in that more. I've seen Pisco doing the rounds, and it's been very good for business. So I should just engage in that more in order to explain my position instead of just a few minutes on my stream. And it's good to talk this stuff out. I think it's entertaining. Hutch had huge numbers today for his talk with Pisco, and I'm so happy for him. I think that's great. But it just makes me think I should probably be doing stuff like that too. I'm a mod for Jola. Oh, cool. Can just let him know, Vandred, to check out what I said today on the stream. If you could, that'd be awesome. Is it possible Wick doesn't realize their propaganda? I don't know. I don't know what that DSA Watch account is either. I didn't even get into that. I don't know who that account is. I wouldn't be posting that either. I don't like that. I don't know. This is a different story, DSA Watch. I don't know what they do. What does this account do? Does it just talk smack on DSA candidates? First of all, El Sayed is not DSA, so I don't know why they're going after him. But I'm leaning towards not. Actually, I don't know. Some of my friends think DSA is a very big problem, and these democratic socialists are a threat. So it's hard for me to say don't go after the DSA people. I choose not to, but I don't know about that account. But that account did share the RNC research video. And again, I think it would, but it showed RNC research on the video, right? So that's my problem. That's my issue. I do not want to legitimize these crazy accounts. You'll rebut their stupidity when it's problematic. Yes, of course, I will criticize the DSA when I feel it's necessary, but I'm leaning towards, and I've had this position for a while, that, you know, that's where the energy is. It's like you're hearing a lot about resist. So how can I say this? The resist movement is pretty much dead. And this is what came out of the first Trump administration. It was liberals like me and the Women's March, and we had a little bit of that here with the No Kings protest, but that movement, that energy is kind of done. It's kind of stale. And the new exciting energy to push back and fight back is DSA. And I believe 99% of people that are rocking with DSA, minus the electeds, are just there because they want to see some progressive policy and they're tired of not being able to fight back, and they're not inspired by the resist movement that has carried over from Trump's first administration. That's what I believe. So that's why it's hard for me to be angry at them or to get upset or to be bothered by them at all. In fact, you know, if they're doing it just in a cooler way to the people showing up. I didn't see that at all. The last No Kings got like 9 million. Yes, I agree, Sorrow, but it's not as big. It's not carrying the torch like the resist movement did in the first term, right? Like that, there was a protest every weekend with like that. This now it's like once every few months, you know, and there's just no sustained energy. Whereas I feel like the DSA is kind of tapping into that. So it is what it is. Okay, let me check something out here. Give me a second here, guys. I got to get into my meeting. Custom microphone. Start.
Recording in progress.
Oh, you guys are being recorded. Just so you know, guys. This is on the permanent record. Oh no, what did I do? I've got my teleprompter back, so I get to stare into the camera at you guys. All right, let me make sure there's no alerts or anything here. I think we're good. So I'm just going to sit here waiting for Howard to join us. Oh. Hey, Howard.
Hey, 1 second. Can you hear me, Guy? Can you hear me okay?
I can't. You're a little low. I can try to turn you up on my end.
All right, let me fix my. I have so many stories to tell you. I'll shout at my computer for a bit. The reason why I'm by my younger daughter who set me up down in my basement is we just dropped her off in college, and that explains why I'm on earlier. Let me explain. Okay. We're now empty nesters. We have 2 daughters. Oh. Both are now in school, and my wife and I are just each other now. And so like our timing is off. So now I have way more time than I thought I would, and that's why I can spend more time with you and your wonderful followers. So
heck yeah,
so that's that deal.
So this is bonus time from what we were going to do.
Exactly. This is the stoppage time, like in the World Cup. Exactly.
Okay.
On the front end. Right.
Well, let me introduce you here, Howard. And if I look over here, it's because my monitor's here with my stream and my questions and stuff. But I got my teleprompter to stare at you too. So I'm listening. So guys, This is Howard Mortman. He is the longtime communications director of C-SPAN. I read, Howard, you've been there since February 2009. Is that correct? In that position?
I've been there, yeah, exactly. In this position since 2009, 17 years, which is a long time. Yeah, it's a lot of people at C-SPAN have been there much longer. I'm blessed. I mean, me, as you know, Guy, like you're a disruptor, you're an innovator, so you know how different the media world is. But I'm just very fortunate to be in a job this long, in a job that I love and passionate about.
Yeah.
And there's some stability to it. So yeah, no, I've been there a long time. Yeah.
I tell people, Howard, you are C-SPAN's biggest cheerleader. I thought I was a super fan. You are literally the biggest cheerleader for C-SPAN. I think that's awesome because I have a community of C-SPAN fans. We call them C-Stans. You're the king of it. You're the head of the fan club.
Well, I appreciate that. The difference is I get health insurance from C-SPAN and you don't. So my thumbs are on the scale a little bit. So you're like pure. You're a pure fan. I get a salary, so a little bit going on there. But thank you. Look, you are huge, and I remember you were with us in the 2024 convention and came up to the Skybox, and you blew everyone away by just seeing the future and everything you said that we should be doing. We're slowly catching up on, slowly doing. We're like, a big ship. But I have to tell you this, Guy. I have to tell you this. Of all the things I've done in my career in the media and at C-SPAN, only one thing has ever impressed my kids, and that is appearing with you.
Really?
2 years ago. Nothing else has ever penetrated their world because they got messages from their friends saying, "Hey, was that your dad on with Guy on Twitch and all that?"
Wow.
And that, for me, that boy, Guy just has nailed it. So I'm an old man. I'm 84, 85 years old. I know I look great for that. But,
wait, really? You're 84?
No.
Okay, let's say. Come on now. What's the secret?
I have neuroses older than that. But no, anyways. So I still appreciate you inviting me on today. 2 years ago, it penetrated my kids. And so I just thank you. Thank you to your followers for watching us and being in our audience. It's really, really important to us. So thank you for that. That's
awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I just want to plug your podcast because you host a weekly podcast called Extreme Mortman behind you there. And it's going through the C-SPAN vaults and it involves humor and interviewing other podcasters and stuff like that. So can you talk about that briefly just so these guys can check it out and know where to find it and what you do?
Thank you. Yes. In fact, I think a friend of yours, Jennifer Briney, who is part of the world of Justin Robert Young, has been on, and all these people. I need to get you on to talk about what you do. There's a couple things happening. We have about 16 or 17 podcasts that we do out of C-SPAN, and many of them are showcasts, meaning that it's programming from TV that's stripped and just the audio is taken out. What I do is an original. We have a couple original podcasts, and my goal is to go through our video archives, our video library, and try to connect all the programs we have over 40 years and try to connect it with what's happening in the news now. And this is a dream because they've given me a lot of, I'm a product of the 80s. All right. So my sense of political history, mid 70s, late 70s, definitely the 80s and on. It's like everything I remember growing up lives in the C-SPAN archives. And so it's a great shot of nostalgia for me to go through and find old moments or new moments. But more important, it's not about me. It's about sharing with younger people, you and your audience, and helping educate them and saying, look, here's, what's happening now. We've seen things like this in the past, or here's a great story that to round it out now in pure C-SPAN fashion. There's no opinion from me. I've had an opinionectomy. I just you'll never hear an editorial thought from me.
Sure.
My hope is to share and inform people who are true political junkies, historians, and demonstrate it through the video. So yeah, every week it comes out. It's the first program ever in C-SPAN's history to have the person's name Mortman attached to it. So that's kind of really pushing the C-SPAN envelope a little bit. But
I love that you bring those clips from the past up because there have been some memorable plenty of memorable things that nobody would know about if you didn't highlight them. And you do it in a fun, entertaining way, and bringing in the new podcasters to talk about it. Don't tell anybody, Howard, but we watch a lot of C-SPAN here as well. And one thing I do is I give a treat to my audience. If we hit a certain number of subscriptions per day, like people can pay to subscribe, I go back into the vault of Washington Journal. I say, we'll go back in time to today's day between 1996 and 2025. So we would go today, August 20th, and we'll see what was going on, because I want to show people that that was the worst day in the world for those people. And they survived, and the callers are still similar, and it's fun to see the fashion and the hosts and some of the names. Oh, I remember growing up and hearing about this person, but now that I'm more plugged in, it makes more sense. So I do that, and I go to 1996 or so because I noticed that's when the Washington Journal videos are pretty consistent. So we do that for fun too here and try to show some vintage stuff, and it's a lot of fun. We go back to 1999, 2000, you name it. It's a lot of fun.
You know, it's really funny you say that, because as serious-minded as we are and policy-oriented, so many quote-unquote serious journalists go back to the old stuff and they look at their hair, or they look at their ties, or their glasses, and that's like as high-minded and highfalutin a reporter is, you show them an old picture of them from 30 years ago. First thing they say is, "Wow, I had hair, or I had dark hair, or I look at that tie." It's really amazing phenomenon. Yep. That's everybody's reaction. Let me ask you, Guy, or to your audience, are there any favorite moments that come to mind, or anything any eureka moments, or things that really gel with you?
Nothing. You know what's funny though, Howard? Every time we do it, a lot of time, not every time, but a lot of times, they're talking about the same stuff, even the same countries and same issues. It may be the timing because it's around the same time of the year, midterms, presidential election. But boy, sometimes like Trump will be talking about the border on the day we're streaming, and then we go back to like 2003, and lo and behold, that's the big story of the day is immigration or the border. So it's wild how things connect like that.
You know, one of the most popular clips that we have in the video library is from President Clinton's State of the Union address. I forget if it was 95 or 96, where he uses the term illegal aliens, and he basically says we can't allow illegal aliens in. He doesn't say wall, but he comes pretty close to saying we need to build a barrier and beef up Border Patrol and all that. And it is a mirror image of language that you hear now. And so much of this, and this is why, I don't have an opinion on it, but I love the political history of when politics rhymes, something we're saying now. You go back, here's an example, a phrase that's very in vogue now, America First. Now, you can go through and hear Democrats use that phrase, America First, and when they ran for president. Doug Wilder, Virginia governor, ran for president in 1992 on an American First platform. So my number one thing I love talking to young people, and you're like 50 years younger than me, guys. So that's why I love talking to you. But never use the word unprecedented. Take that out of your lexicon. Everything has happened before. Maybe to different degrees, maybe the circumstances, the surroundings are different, but so much of this there are parallels to almost everything in politics and political history. So you just got to find it. My problem with a lot of the young reporters is that they treat everything like it's the first time, and it's all happened before in some fashion. So
one thing I like to show people too is that, a lot of young people have only grown up with a lot of chaos, since September 11th. I mean, it's just been one tragedy after another, one crisis after another, especially with social media, everything gets blown up. And so I show them a simpler time and say, it doesn't have to be like this. Look how politics were before. And I think we can get back here. So I think that's reassuring for some people that may think that we're spiraling out of control and it's all downhill.
You look at, here's a great example. I love what you're saying. If you look at presidential debates from like 2008, 2012, a lot of them were very policy oriented. A lot of them, there was not the personal attacks from both sides. You dealt with issues. Now, the funny thing is, you go back, you also hear them talking about the debt. And, we are a country that's $40 trillion in debt now, which is one of the things that keeps C-SPAN going, is that there is, like you and your audience, there is that sliver of the American people who take this stuff seriously, who want to see their politicians spending their money. That's why for us, the hearings are so important, the budget hearings, appropriations, because there are, as much as everybody says young people, want to be entertained, don't care. I know this just from our audience surveys. A lot of young people look at the future saying, my God, what is ahead of us? Who's going to pay for these bills that old people like me, incurred on young people? And they want to see how the politicians spend their money. That's why the hearings are so important. But that's why when you go back and you see they never solve it, but every politician says you can't have a debt. Okay, well, it was, 40 years ago, the debt was $1 trillion. So they haven't really solved that. Ross Perot was serious about it, and others. And you go through and hear his rhetoric. It's an amazing. It's all been one rhetorical journey, but yet on this drive, this escalation toward a $40 trillion debt. That's at the core. That's what we're about, is showing the government spending the taxpayers' money. If you don't care about this, that's fine. Don't watch. We don't care. But if you do care about this, then you watch C-SPAN.
See, C-SPAN is so unique in that there are very few places that bring everybody together on a regular basis. There are silos that people have for their news, for the events, but only like a presidential debate brings everyone together to watch something. Whereas C-SPAN, every day, people are together, much to their chagrin. Nowadays, you hear a lot of grumbling on the Washington Journal phone lines, but they're together and they're listening. And I mean, that is amazing. And that's why I say Washington Journal is a national treasure, because it brings everybody together. And there's not many things like that nowadays.
We have taken, I'm so happy to say this. This is a really important point. That we have a staff of about 160 people, and you'll never hear us offer opinions. Yet we are a network that's full of opinions, and that's of the people we cover and the callers. And we are the only place where the callers have no other show other than Washington Journal can the American people call up and express an opinion in a civilized, structured fashion without the pundits talking over you. You can talk to a congressman. The place you can talk to a congressman and have the congressman, he or she, respond. And for 45 minutes to answer questions, I admire both parties, the members of Congress and the senators who come on and take questions. There are many members who don't come on, are not trained or comfortable talking to talking to a human being, a citizen, for 45 minutes and talking what's on their mind. The ones that do are great. So yeah, it's a forum for people. And that is, there's a lot of things we'll never give up. We don't have government money. We're not the government. We never want government money. We also never want to get rid of the phone calls and the audience participation, because that's the opinions. That's the American people talking.
Well, I echo everything you said. I have some questions, Howard, since you have the inside scoop. I want to ask you about some things that are going on at C-SPAN and hear your thoughts and what we can look forward to. So let me fire off a couple of these. So I wanted to ask you about the 120th Congress coming up in January. Do you think we will get the C-SPAN cameras freed? There was a bill by Mark Pocan, I have it written down here, Leave the Cameras On resolution, and it had 26 co-sponsors, all Democrats. I noticed Hakeem Jeffries was mum on it, but do you think this is finally the year that we get those cameras unleashed? Because you guys are like, you're like sports cameramen where you know where the action is, the C-SPAN staff, they know exactly where to look. And so I just think it would blow C-SPAN up because you guys know how to sell the drama and where to look. It would be fantastic. But what do you think? Is it going to happen?
Love the question, and I'm gonna spend 15 seconds going to a bit of the history, the background of what you're talking about. C-SPAN started in 1979, March 1979. That's when the U.S. House went on TV. The Senate followed in 1986 on C-SPAN 2. Their cameras went on. What happened was the senators. What happened was members of Congress were getting, representatives were getting recognized in airports, and senators were not getting recognized in airports. So the solution is easy: turn on the cameras. All right. So here's where it's a distinction. When you are watching the floor of the House, and you know this guy, but for the audience,
sure.
When you're watching the floor of the House and watching the floor of the Senate, you're watching on C-SPAN, but you're not watching our cameras. You are watching the government-directed, government-fed cameras, the video and the audio. They control what you see. And again, it's very important. We are not the government. We cover the government, but we don't get any of their money. It's all privately funded through television providers, but we get the feed from the government. They will not allow our cameras in, and never have, unless it's an extraordinary situation. Example is the rare occasions, and we'll get into what you're talking about in a second. State of the Union addresses, we are allowed in. When there is a foreign leader, a State of the Union address is a joint session of Congress. A joint meeting of Congress is when a foreign leader addresses. The great famous example is a speaker, first day of Congress, speaker elections. We get in for that. Those take the approval of the speaker, and when I say we, it's not just C-SPAN. Independent media gets in. We are the pool. We supply our video. But
can I ask you, Howard? So the reason why you're able to do whatever you want during the speaker vote is because there's no rules yet, right? Like nobody's stopping you, right? Am I wrong?
You are wrong, Guy. Okay. I hate saying this, and I want to clear this up.
Please.
A lot of people incorrectly. Okay, the famous example, and you're alluding to the Speaker McCarthy, the vote, 15 votes, 5 nights. People think that the reason why we stayed on the floor was because there was no rules package. That is incorrect. It actually had nothing to do with. It is correct that there was no rules package passed yet. What it was is that we C-SPAN is allowed in to cover the speaker elections every time there is one. We still have to ask permission, but nearly always granted. So for us, it was an ordinary shoot. It was an ordinary occasion for us sending cameras. What was extraordinary about it is that it lasted 5 days. But that was what was different about it. But for us, what we do, it has nothing to do with the rules package. Just the fact that they lasted so long.
But who gives you permission? Because it's like the clerks that are running the House before the speaker's elected, right? So you're getting permission from the House staff?
We're getting permission from the outgoing speaker at that point. So so whoever the current, now let's say, just to play out what you're asking, let's say the Democrats win, they get majority of the House, and Hakeem Jeffries, let's keep on hypothetically, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the next speaker. We would ask the current majority for access to the floor, and that would be the Republicans. So I mean, they
gave it to you last time.
They gave it to us last time because yes, they did, right? So every time we've asked for it, Pelosi before, they've all said yes, but it's not a given. It's not always automatic. We do have to ask permission. They nearly always say yes. The minute, so they vote on the elections, they swear them in, and then soon as the gavel hits for the pure legislative session, we get kicked out, and that's when the government cameras go back on, and we're done. And so for those glorious few minutes, you can see, Guy, you've been inside the House chamber, right? Have you been?
No, I've never been there.
Okay, so it's beautiful inside.
Yeah.
You would never know this because there's a beautiful ceiling. You would never, the gallery. It's even someone as cynical, as jaded as I am, having done this for so long, it's still an amazing sight to go into the Congress. You can't see that. You cannot see that on the fixed, static government cameras. And
isn't there like a scoreboard of all the names and how they voted? Why didn't they show that? We want to see that. We have to rely on reporters to tweet who voted what, who hasn't voted. What a joke.
There have been people, Guy, who say, just show that scoreboard. It sits behind the rostrum. The press gallery is right above the speaker, and then the public gallery surrounds and so on. So you really can't see any of that unless the independent cameras are in there. Here is a great example. I'm going to use the word ludicrous, which is, I normally don't use adjectives to describe things, but sometimes there are distinguished people sitting in the gallery who get recognized, like, somebody's wife or husband, something, and they say, oh, up there is my wife, and I will, hello. You can't see that. You can't see who they're talking to because the cameras don't go up there.
No, I feel like we miss a lot of moments. And the reason why I bring it up and say it's so exciting is, as you said, we had like 4 or 5 days of drama, and that was the first time we'd gone beyond one ballot in like 100 years. So it was unprecedented and it was exciting. And I just knew the C-SPAN camera operators, they knew exactly where to look. They would show shots of AOC talking to Matt Gaetz because they knew people who, were high profile and maybe the public didn't think they get along. And I thought like that moment was great because it showed two very loud, well-known people from different parties getting along. We don't see a lot of moments like that. We don't see our lawmakers getting along. We do see it on one of your new programs, which I want to talk about as well today. But I thought, so there's just so much opportunity for you guys to bring the American people into the process and tell the real story beyond just having a static camera staring at something, right? Like there's actual narration going on without saying a thing.
I want to hug you right now. You're saying so many great things, but I can't because there's a screen here. Here's one very important point I want to make. Our camera guys know what they're doing, meaning they know the storylines. They know our camera guys know who the people are. When AOC talks to a Republican on the floor, they know who to be watching. Now, you would not want C-SPAN camera guys to cover football or baseball. Right. It would be terrible. We wouldn't know anything. I mean, I'd like baseball. We'd have no idea where the ball is and all that. You don't want that. Right. But you do want us inside the House of Representatives in a hearing. And that's where I want to just explain as well. When you're watching hearings, you're watching the C-SPAN. Those are our individual cameras covering a hearing. And so like that's what we do. But, and we just have very trained, very good people who cover this, who are political junkies who know the history. But again, you don't want them doing anything else. But just, sticking in Congress, they're fine. Yeah.
So if you had to give 1 out of 10, 10 being very likely it's going to happen 100%, how likely do you think it is that if the Democrats win, I don't think the Republicans will do it because Mike Johnson has already turned down the idea. If the Democrats win, do you think this is finally the year that we could unleash the C-SPAN cameras?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's a 10 that I am not going to answer your question because that involves a prediction, and that gets me on uncomfortable grounds. But I will tell you, this is an era of more transparency. Here's an example, another example as the country moves toward, This is not my argument. Others say we have police cameras everywhere, flock and all that. Why can't we have a camera in the Supreme Court, for instance? Right. That's something we've been battling. We actually are publicly advocating cameras in the Supreme Court. That may never. I feel bolder and make a prediction that likely won't happen, at least in my lifetime. But there are people. But the court is allowing more transparency, meaning they provide live audio of their arguments, which is good.
That's
really,
huge.
It's better than
big step forward.
Huge.
Yeah,
a big step forward. So incremental, good steps in the right direction for transparency. If that ends up independent cameras, great. But that's something that Congress, that's a Congress thing. We'll be there. We'll be there the next day with a camera. We'll bring you aboard and have you come with a camera.
Oh my God. Don't tease me with a good time. So do you guys have the resources to do that? If you had, would you be able to scale up like that and be able to handle that?
We'll take care of it. Yeah.
Oh my God. I love it. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm hopeful. Okay. I'll just say I'm putting it out there.
How about a GoPro on my head? How about a GoPro on my head inside the chamber? How about that on my helmet there?
Okay. So that was my thing. Let's see. Okay, now this actually segues into Ceasefire. So this is an exciting new show you guys launched in October of last year, and it's bringing people together to debate on C-SPAN. I just want to ask in general, how's the show going? And, how's the show going? How has it been successful? What are your thoughts on it?
The concept has been a lot of fun. The concept comes from our new CEO, Sam Feist, who's been around for about 1.5 years now. He was with CNN for 30 years. And his vision is to create a space where people who want to talk policy in a friendly way and our friends have a chance. Let me step back for a second. We don't advocate, we don't, if the both parties hate each other and yell at each other all day long, that doesn't bother us, meaning we'll cover that. We are showing what politicians do. If all they do is hurl invectives at each other and insult each other all day long, that's what we'll show that because that is what our politicians are doing. That said, there's not really a space for the politicians who are friends and who want to go on TV as friends and still disagree, but disagree on policy. We have created that safe space for them to be able to express those opinions. we're not advocating. This is kind of it's a little trickier thing here because we in the end we'll show politics raw as it is, but this is an opportunity that didn't exist elsewhere.
Yeah.
To give them a chance to go on and have a thoughtful civil discussion where we don't have ratings at C-SPAN. We don't have ratings because we are a nonprofit, and we're a nonprofit. We don't have advertising. So like a lot of the, if what you ask, is the show going well? It's going great in terms of getting good guests on who have really solid civil friendly discussions. I can't tell you ratings because we don't have ratings for the shows. So the normal, I would predict if this were a regular, quote unquote, regular cable TV network, an hour of friendly conversation would probably tank. It probably, we get yanked in a week and a half.
Yeah.
Where we have the fortune of not having to be slaves to the ratings advertising game, where we have the opportunity to really experiment and try things out. And like anything else, if it doesn't work, I think it's working. If it doesn't work, we'll move on. But so far, we definitely think it's working really well. And
I appreciate that. It's a service. You're not going for, you're not farming clips, as we say. You're going to show people a different side of politics. And I think it's achieved that for sure. I didn't know that it was like people that are friendly with each other. That's interesting. Is that true? Like everybody, are they coming together as a team, or are you guys pitching it to different people? Like, hey, it'd be interesting to see you talk to this person. How's that work?
It's both. It's both friendly. It's both pairing up a Democrat and Republican in a friendly setting, but also we've had on members of Congress who are truly friends on the outside. A great example, Florida Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz came on with Tennessee Republican Tim Burchett, who are polar opposites ideologically, but are truly friends in person.
Wow.
And they came on and they brought their friends and they explained why they're friends. Our first show had Rahm Emanuel and Mike Pence.
Are they friends?
They are friends in person. They were both in Congress together, and they both had their offices close by back in the early knots kind of era. But so some of the pairings have been truly friends from both sides, and others just want to engage in a friendly conversation. So
yeah, I saw Fetterman and Britt. Those two are known as friends, so that makes sense.
Those are honest to God friends, absolutely, yeah. So,
I was wondering, can we expect actual debates? I mean, it seems like a perfect format to bring people in to have an hour-long one-on-one debate close to a general election. I mean, can we expect moving into that territory at any point?
You're asking such great questions. Let me back up a second. Debates are so important for us. I want to move beyond the ceasefire and go to a true candidates debate. With the midterms coming up, one thing that's very important for us every election cycle is to bring in debates from around the country, from all the key congressional, Senate, and governor debates. We always try to get like 100 debates that we can expose our audience to of all the key races and everywhere. We're doing that again this year. We're also getting.
But Howard, these are like local TV debates that you guys are rebroadcasting, essentially, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's trickier now because less and less we have the rights. Many of the debates, more of the debates we don't get the rights to, but many of the stations still share their video with us, and we're able to show it. It's phenomenal. I mean, I as a fellow junkie like you, I love watching these debates because you learn these issues. So that's a feature of the congressional races, and then as you mentioned, the presidential debates are coming up. We don't get in the business ourselves of hosting a debate. And the reason is because I don't want to say we're not good at it, but that is a very newsmaking. Like you are inserting yourself into the story when you host a debate. We're comfortable getting the feed. Like we want to show what others are doing. We definitely want to show the debates, but in terms of us hosting and all that, that's just not been part of our DNA to host our own. Not that we can't, but we want to provide the service of showing the feed. Now, everyth's changed. They used to be the Commission on Presidential Debates provided all the feeds, and we would go into that. But now it's all, the networks drive the debate train, and so they share their video with us, and we show that.
Well, that's interesting to hear. I was hoping there would be a way moving forward that C-SPAN, who's well respected and known as a neutral platform, could maybe even bring in a third party to host a debate or something and not have the regular Washington Journal host or something. But I understand what you're saying. You don't even want to go there, because you're right. The moderators sometimes become part of the story, whether they like it or not, no matter how hard they try to avoid it.
Exactly right. Right. I mean, and you could cherry pick examples from history where the moderator, the questioner, became the story the next day. And we're not the story. We want the answers. So, I won't go down the road, but we all know some examples of reporters who were accused of going beyond the line of like instant fact checking. Like, we don't fact check. That's not. Fact checking is important, but that's not what we were set up to do. There are groups that set up to fact check, and in the debate, then the pressure is, well, this candidate's lying. How come you're not calling him out? And all that. So it becomes, which is a legitimate journalism journey, but that's not our mission. That's not what we do. Our mission is to give people a seat, and like you are there. It's not to insert ourselves into the story like that.
So then we can't expect any like Friday. What about just like Friday night fights? Like, not two candidates, but hey, let's bring in a Republican and a Democrat to duke it out over an issue for an hour. Like, we can't. That's not going to happen either.
Well, we didn't get the rights to the UFC fight at the White House, so that was I think that was on a Friday night. That was privately produced. If they want to duke it out, we'll cover it. Sure. If they open it to cameras and you get like a Democrat and Republican in the boxing ring and it's open to cameras, sure.
Well, I don't mean literally a fight. I just meant, let's bring some people who've been making noise and get them in a room and have them have a normal conversation for an extended period of time in front of the American people and keep it civil. But I guess it bleeds into that territory where the moderation could hurt your reputation or something.
Yeah, here's an example. You go through, if you dig through our archives, you'll find, I think it was 1994, 93, when Newt Gingrich, not yet speaker, and Dick Gephardt, who was the majority leader, if I'm getting my history right, they engaged in Oxford-style debates on the House floor. And it was like during a normal session, but they carved out time, said, okay, now we're going to debate. And they used the Oxford-style rules on the House floor in the House chamber on issues. And it was civil, it was fascinating, it was historical, it was policy. So they can do this. I mean, they have it in them. They are able to have adult professional debates that you can learn from. And if they do that, we will show that.
Okay. And then last question about ceasefire is, can we see it expand maybe in the future to more guests, like 2v2? Is there anything in the works like that?
I don't explain more your question. What would
so
you
instead of just two guests, why not have like a CNN roundtable where you have like 4 or 5 guests?
Interesting. I don't know. Let me ask. Let me bump this up to Sam Feist, our CEO, and see guy wants to know this. Kind of like doubles in tennis, almost. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's working over on CNN. Hey man, why not tap into that? I like the 1v1, but it's always interesting to get more personalities around the table.
It is. Yeah, it is. And the goal is always getting more voices, just hearing from people. An example is we assume we're going to announce our plans for covering the Republican convention, the midterm convention in Dallas, mid-September. And it's an example where we are going to show it in its entirety and not talk over it, just show every speech, every candidate. We'll also show Democrats too, who are doing campaign events not maybe on C-SPAN too. We'll work all that out, but we're going to commit ourselves to showing that convention in its entirety, classic C-SPAN style of nobody talking over the speeches and just letting people hear for themselves. So,
all right, that's cool. That kind of leads me to my next question about how can we get more C-SPAN streams on YouTube? It seems very selective. Why is that? Because first of all, it's HD, right? I can go up to 1080p, whereas the player on the website only goes to like 570. Number two, I can pause it and I can talk, and then you can scrub forward and backwards. Can't do that on the C-SPAN player. But also, what about enabling the chat? Talk about bringing the community together. Imagine if you had a live stream with chat like we have here. Oh my God. I feel like there's nowhere for people watching C-SPAN to go hang out except my channel, but I'm very biased, so I'm not going to be a neutral place, but I can only imagine if you had live chat and you showed on YouTube, you'd have like 100,000 people watching some of this stuff, you know? But why is that? Why do we not have everything on YouTube?
So two things. First of all, at the end of this, I need you to write up a 20-point bullet point to-do list for us. And so far, you've thrown out 4 things we need to work on, and I want you to add this to the list, and I appreciate that. No, but seriously, it's interesting. YouTube, since we last talked, we're now on YouTube TV. So we're on, we are just like we're on Hulu Plus Live TV, which is great. These are 10 million Americans who previously were denied the opportunity to see their congressman, and both streaming networks have now brought us on, and it's great. It's good for us, obviously, but it's more important. It's better for the country just to be able to see more politics, more government, more policy being developed.
Well, and just to clarify, that's because people have cut the cord, and C-SPAN's only available on cable. And if you don't have cable, there was no way to watch it until like October of last year. Now that it's available on YouTube TV, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So thanks to those streaming companies that are now carrying us, exactly right. Those people who left cable or satellite and went to streaming, and for whatever reason, but now have access to see us, which is great. So that's the YouTube TV. We're very fortunate to be on there now, and we hope we're proving our worth to them. As far as the regular YouTube classic channels you're talking about, we are trying our best to put more and more of our content on there. We really are. Not everything goes on there yet. We know, everybody knows the importance of YouTube, the on-demand video archives version of YouTube, the classic kind. And yeah, we are trying to put more video. Now, the point that you're saying, I'm unaware of the. Explain this one more time, the pausing and the quality of.
So if I watch C-SPAN on your website, not on YouTube TV, but if I go to cspan.org to watch, let's say, a hearing.
On the website. Okay.
Yeah, because I can't, I don't know. I guess I could subscribe to YouTube TV and show it on my stream or something. But I'm just saying, even as a viewer, there's no real good way to scrub back. Let's say you want to go back 2 minutes and watch what someone said, or you missed the first half of the hearing. Unless it's on YouTube, there's no way for you to like scrub back unless you go to like that hearing's YouTube page. But if C-SPAN just showed everything they show on the website on their YouTube channel, I think people would enjoy that experience. Also, I can only go up to like 570p. I can't go to HD 1080p high def on your player online.
All right, I'm gonna have to talk to our technical people because it might be. I don't know if it's a policy thing or it's a technical thing. I mean, it could be a bandwidth expensive.
Yeah.
To get the higher. It could be that. But here's one thing. It's funny because I'm about to say something, but it doesn't help in the example you're citing. I was about to say, well, everything is on demand after it airs, and you can go backwards there easily. But you are talking about in your show an environment where it's all live, like an on-demand archived version of us. It does you no good because you're live and you're commenting live on programming is what you're talking about.
Like when you guys stream on YouTube, you do live events on YouTube. I just wonder, it's not that often. So I was wondering, it seems like it's somebody just clicking a couple of buttons, It's not like you have to pay YouTube. I don't know, maybe there is some sort of licensing or something that has to be done. But when you guys stream on YouTube, it's wonderful because like I said, now it's in HD. I can scrub backwards. I can pause. If I pause the live player and talk about what's going on and then hit play, it'll like jump forward, like it won't cache that much. So it's just kind of a weird thing, but I can imagine people watching at home wishing they could put it in HD on your website and, being able to go back a few minutes if they miss something, not wait for the VOD afterwards.
So Guy, do me a favor. Tell me specifically what it is I should be asking our technical people?
I,
What would
I
make Guy happy? And so I can go back to them and tell them this.
Number one, how can we get? Is it possible to get everything that C-SPAN streams to be streamed on the YouTube page, or at least all the big stuff, like more than what's done now? So, C-SPAN will have like a special event, like State of the Union. You guys will stream that on YouTube. My question is, why? Why is that get on YouTube, on your YouTube channel, and not other big things too, like a hearing or something?
Okay, so this is a partial answer. We don't have the bandwidth to do many events simultaneously. That's a bandwidth thing. We can do one or two, I believe, but more than that. And I don't know if it's a problem on our end or on there. I'm not sure of that. But you're not even advocate. You're advocating for like at least one a day, perhaps.
Yeah, like the big ones. Almost every day there's something exciting that you could stream. I think like with the speaker vote, I don't know if that was live on YouTube. I think it was only on your website and obviously YouTube on cable, if you had a cable subscription at the time.
Well, let me say two things. First of all, we really are trying to put more live events, live stream big events on YouTube. So we are moving in the direction you're suggesting. The speaker vote, I think predates our going live on YouTube capability. I think that was earlier. It wasn't earlier than that technology existed, but our adopting of that technology, I think, predated that. But but now moving forward, we are under a mandate to put more stuff live streaming on the YouTube page. So hopefully,
okay. I hope so. I do see an increase in stuff being put on there, but I did want to ask you like why that is. But yeah, hopefully they just put more on there because it's just more convenient.
More. Guy says more is what you want, right?
But also there's an algorithm that will push you guys, like unless people go to C-SPAN, they're not going to find it. If it's on YouTube, it'll put it in people's recommendations and search, and it'll just, it'll bring more people in. So I'm also kind of selfish in that regard that I want to see you guys get promoted to more people. And, there's people who, you've seen the stats, more people watch YouTube than regular TV and any streaming service. Like YouTube is huge.
Yeah. Yeah. And you have to really put your head in the sand like an ostrich and not see the reality of just what YouTube has done in the media environment. It's amazing. I mean, it's the biggest media television company ever right now. And it's staggering what they have accomplished. So you're right. I mean, that we want to be part of the search. We want to be part of the algorithm. And we're working hard on that. We are still a humble nonprofit with 150 person staff. So we're doing our best, Guy. I can promise you that.
I'm sure you are. No, you guys are great at social media. Your Twitter and TikTok channels have millions of followers and get clipped and shared all the time. So you're doing something right. The last thing I'll say about YouTube is I know this is dicey and you're probably going to say no, but if there's a way to enable chat, can you imagine? Like it's a way to bring the C-SPAN community together. They have nowhere to go. Imagine all the people just watching by themselves at home and they'd love to chat with people and see the same names, I don't know. Yeah. It would be tough. You'd have to moderate it, but
I think you're right about that. It's the moderation is really sticky because then you start that gets out of our comfort zone of like who can and can't say something, and then it becomes a resource thing, a staffing issue because then you get challenges and like but like we have to be productive constantly, and if all you're doing is responding to angry people pointing their finger at others, that's just we're not giving you more great content for Guy's audience. Now, I actually do want to mention I appreciate you mentioning TikTok. This is actually an interesting phenomenon for us. This is one of the most surprising things is that we do really well on TikTok and social media platforms because of this. People incorrectly, I think that young, active, engaged people don't want long form, serious video. That I think the assumption is everybody just wants to get sillied up and slopped up and so on. We have found through the popularity of our TikTok channel that the longer videos are better, and we get billions of views for our TikToks. And that's because because the media, because so much is tribal. If you share a clip that comes from Fox, people, let me leave names. If you share a clip that comes from a conservative right-leaning media organization, you'll be discounted by half the people who don't like that media organization. Same thing from the left. If you share a clip from a left-leaning media organization, nobody wants to see that. We hate you. We don't even watch your video because we already hate your source. But if you are a neutral source, you're more likely to watch it. Where we take ourselves out of those tribal, angry fights, and just let people focus on what's being said. That it's very important. If people want to share our video, our clips, our TikTok, and say, I hate this or I love this, that's fine. That's great. We fill up with your opinions, not of ours. And we want to foster that kind of debate. But that's why both left and right have found a common home in our social media clips like TikTok to be able to if they want to narrate and illustrate a point they're trying to make, we are a source for that. And again, young people, your followers and others, take this stuff seriously, and that's where we share the common ground.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys are huge on TikTok, and I appreciate that. It's true. Like, you're a neutral source, and again, it's one of those rare spaces where people feel comfortable from both sides. I mean, there are very few of those kind of spaces and moments, and C-SPAN occupies that, and it's not by accident. Obviously, you guys have worked very hard to maintain that, and I applaud that. I think it's remarkable. But I will keep pushing you every time I see you for live chat, because I just think that's how people want to watch stuff nowadays. They want to hang out with community, and that's why people come and they'll watch what some people would say is quite dry material, like a hearing, with me, because they see their friends, they get the joke, and it just makes the experience better. But I understand.
I want your audience to know, when you talked to our executives, when you were up in our suite at the convention, you wowed all of them, and everybody gets it. And what you were saying is so true, and it's the engagement part of it. That's not just what makes us work; it's what makes America work. Of people having those conversations, I will promise you, Guy, and we're now at number 7 of the list of 20 things that you need to tell us what to do better. That I'll bump that up to like top 3 when I report back what Guy says about C-SPAN.
I won't hold you to it, but that's awesome. I know that this stuff means a lot to you, and you want to tap into all this, so I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just,
what are your followers? Because I don't see the feed. What are some of the comments you're getting, and any questions or anything from
somebody said, I'm getting a new job soon. Let's see. They're just kind of talking to each other. I'm trying to see. It's hard to tell what they're responding to. Washington Journal live stream in the morning on YouTube. Yeah, that would be cool to have that playing in the morning on YouTube. Somebody said, can we do Pedro next? How do we get Pedro on here?
That's great.
Well, here's what I'll say to my audience, because we're at the point, we're close to where Howard may have to get out of here. So if you guys have any questions for Howard, I would love to get some from you guys, because you guys are on different things. So let me put that out there, guys, and I'll give them a few minutes to put some questions in the chats. I just have like 1 or 2 more quick questions. I've noticed, and this may be out of your responsibilities, but I've noticed the C-SPAN online store is getting cooler and cooler stuff, man. Like, I got a cool khaki democracy hat, and they've got crop hoodies. Is that what's going on there? I like it. New colors. Like, I think that's cool, man. You guys have bucket hats on there. It's starting to blow up.
Do your followers want to see Howard Mortman in Speedos, by the way? Would you don't want to see him in a Speedo?
Is there a C-SPAN Speedo coming? Is that what you're hinting?
No, we're trying to, we're just trying to mix it up. It's us old people thinking we know what young people want, and probably getting everything wrong, but we're trying. There's I think one of the shirts says C-SPAN and chill is one of the shirts.
I got that sweater, yeah.
Yeah, that's which is as racy as you can get for us. So that took a lot of meetings.
Oh, really? That's
I know how
great.
to
No,
do
I
it.
get a lot of comments. I wear it outside. I've had two. I bought two of them. One faded. I got another one. I get a lot of comments on that sweatshirt when I wear it. C-SPAN and chill. People think it's funny. Yeah. People actually, I'll tell you, Howard, I have a lot of C-SPAN merch. I probably have like, I don't know, 8, 9 shirts and hoodies and stuff I bought over the years. But because I like to promote it on the stream, and when I go out wearing that stuff, I get stopped from time to time. People are like, C-SPAN, awesome. Like young people too. So you're right. Like people love C-SPAN.
You're a guy. It's amazing. I appreciate that. I've number 9 on my to-do list is to make sure we send you free swag. So I need to when this is over, send me your mailing address, and we'll take care. We can't take care of all your followers, but we'll take care of Guy and see who else we could do. But that's very kind of you. Thank you for buying the merch. Thank you.
For sure.
I would, and I say this in all sincerity. We don't take any of this for granted. We don't take the audience for granted. This, like anything else in the media, it could all go away. And we're fighting. I think it would be a big loss for democracy to not be able to see politicians doing what they do for yourself. And that's our commitment. Is democracy unfiltered? Is to show democracy raw and to keep it going. So and that the point is we cannot do. And I'm totally serious, without you and the people you talk with every day on your show and all that. It's all about you. So it's so valuable to hear what you're saying.
I appreciate it. My goal is to make this stuff more accessible, more entertaining. So I like to highlight the drama. Oh, these 2 Congress members are fighting, and wait till you see this moment, and you guys got to tune in. So I just want to make this stuff more accessible. And you guys provide the raw material for me to do that. So it's awesome. I have one question here from Captain America. Said, I'd love to see if C-SPAN sees any value in expanding programming to include anything comedy-based, like how CNN does Have I Got News for You? What do you think? Can we see a comedy show in the future on C-SPAN?
Well, so I take any question from Captain America seriously. Let me thank you, Captain. Can I call you Captain? So here's the answer. We show a lot of comedy. We show the White House Correspondents' Dinner has comedians. We members of Congress, politicians tell jokes, quote unquote jokes. Sometimes they're funny, sometimes they're not. But they think they're funny. So no, we have. If you want to go to the archives, you can find the National Press Club coverage. We showed George Carlin. Speaking of the National Press Club, we've shown Bob Newhart. This is for old for me. Maybe I need to freshen up my references, but the Extreme Mortman podcast, he gets a couple jokes here and there. So no, if what we were showing is a funny venue, we are full of comedians. Comedians testify. Seth Rogen has testified in Congress. We covered him, and he was funny. And then he testified about Alzheimer's disease, serious matter. He wanted more funny, but before that, he told some jokes. So yeah, I know Captain America, who I take very seriously. He's what I consider to be a winter soldier. But he, well, I'll leave it there. Anyways, if you want comedy, we're not going to do our own comedy show, but you can come to us and maybe get a chuckle, leave with a chuckle or two. Before you laugh at how big the national debt is at $40 trillion. So that could be funny too. So,
well, I have a question tailored to your podcast. Said Howard, this is from Jack's Axe. Howard, is there a guest you would like to have on the show to interview that you haven't had on yet? This is for your podcast. Is there someone that you would like to have on?
Someone I like to call Guy. I am really important is what I want to have on. It's funny. I do 2 things. I do one, just a straight clips show. And sometimes then I do interview people, but I'm not part of the whole book tour, I'm making the rounds kind of thing. What I do on my podcast is very topic driven. And then I plug in a person who I think is going to be really good talking about something. There's a presidential historian, Tevi Troy, who I've used. I've used for Congress coverage, Chad Pergram of Fox and Paul Kane of Notice and Carl Hulse of New York Times. So I really appreciate the question. I don't have an immediate answer. I am actually, I'm not interested in necessarily big name people. It's people who have good stories that they can tell, whose stories can be supported by archival clips. Can help me
Ah.
demonstrate a story is what I really want. Uh, I really appreciate the question. I've never thought about that. My goodness, I'm going to stop talking because I got nothing else to say on that other than I appreciate the question.
Fair enough. I have another one here. This is from Mac. Said, Howard, is it still worthwhile to host opposing politicians when they mostly stick to party lines, even when they disagree with them? So I guess the question is, like a lot of these guys are just kind of giving scripted answers. Do you still see value in showing that?
Yeah, I love that question because that actually goes back to our conversation earlier of politicians who want to come on Washington Journal and those who don't. The politicians who can't think beyond the 5-minute scripted answers, who can't go beyond that, are no good. Like, if they can't engage for a 40-minute conversation about policy and take questions, then those are not our people. The people who we put on are those from both sides who are able to have an intelligent civil conversation and have it with callers. So the question is great because no, that will not work well. If you got 5 minutes material and got nothing else to say, no, it does not work very well.
You don't have to name names, but have you guys turned down any guests for ceasefire?
For ceasefire, well, no, I don't think so because our unique angle of what we're trying to do. I know it's like every other media company, we get pitched by a lot of people who are selling books, who think they have something interesting to say, and don't always work for what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if that applies to ceasefire, but I think it's a lot of PR professionals are paid to promote their clients, and not every guest potential works for the people pitching us don't really understand what we do. If you have a cooking segment in mind, if you make a fabulous lasagna, you're probably not the right place for you. You might want to try a different place. So
I hear you're saying it's not about promoting something. It's if people have something to talk about, it's more about the conversation. It's not about promoting something. Yeah,
exactly right. Yes.
You have time for one or two more questions, Howard?
Yeah, all the time in the world. We're only at number 8 on our to-do list. You got 12 more to go, man. I want more ideas for us. That's right.
I have one from Revlin in my Twitch chat. Said, does C-SPAN have plans to do a Washington Journal blooper reel of funny callers and put it on YouTube? I think that would get 1 million views, Howard.
Well, I will answer this truthfully. There are people who have clipped those kind of calls. I'm going to be corporate now. I'm going to give you a very boring corporate answer. Is we don't want to make fun of the callers. Like it's like that would mock them, and we want them to call. Now there are people who do mock the callers. We can't stop them, but no, we are in the business of encouraging public discussion, not squelching it or ridiculing them. Sorry to put a wet blanket on that idea there.
That makes sense. You don't want anybody to be mocked, and you don't want to participate in that. You want everybody to be able to express themselves.
Yeah, it's like you have a dinner party. You don't want to bring in a guest for a dinner party and just make fun of them all night, that kind of thing.
Right. You're the host. Have a question here from David Sears. Is my hero said, ask Howard what the most challenging part of covering politics on C-SPAN in the Trump era has been. I want to add a little bit to this, Howard. A lot of people call in and give the moderators a hard time lately. I've noticed a trend of really attacking the moderators a lot. I won't say who gets it more than others, but boy, as someone who's been watching C-SPAN for years and years, I've noticed an uptick in complaints from one side. I won't say which side, but what's the biggest challenge to stay neutral and do your job during this administration, I guess?
Yeah, that's really good. I would be naive and blind to say that politics now is normal. Like what we're experiencing now is typical. It's not typical, not unprecedented, but neither is it typical. Here, let me approach it this way. We continue to try our best to allow to encourage all voices to participate. The stridency of the discussion obviously is much stronger now than for a while. Clearly, the rhetoric has changed. I will say this: if I if I'm going to be Pollyanna about this, I think there are politicians who see this and want to think that we've gone too far in one direction of rhetoric, both sides that really. I do see a lot of members of Congress who are saying we've got to calm down, we've got to be serious about this, and maybe if we get a whole new batch of members in the new class in the 120th Congress, maybe they will not, maybe they'll take many of this issues seriously. So I think in the end, this all balances out. But yes, no, I mean, you can hear the callers, and the callers are angry. An example. Here's an example. 1992, Ross Perot generated a lot of angry calls, a lot of angry responses, interaction, because he was really challenging the system. He was really going after both parties, and that was an audience you hardly ever hear from. Not the partisan audience, just I don't know what direction our country is going in. Ross Perot at least offers something. He's focused on how much money we're spending. So the point is, like, that created a lot of interest. So a lot of this is just, it's personality based.
I see.
Yeah. So
So you're saying the new crop of leaders may come in and the callers and the viewers and they get it from the top. So if their rhetoric calms down, you think we'll see the things get a little less heated on C-SPAN as well.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I hate hearing people call in and say, "Don't cut me off, Mimi." Okay, it's like, okay, listen, just say what you got to say, man. I hate that people feel they're going to be cut off. It's heartbreaking, and I hear a lot more of that recently. And to Mimi's, not to just make an example of Mimi, because I'm just put her name in there. She's not cutting anybody off. They haven't changed. She just has to keep the things moving, like all the hosts. But I do hear a lot of, "Hey, Pedro, you cut me off last time. Please don't do that this time."
Guy, you're so perceptive and sweet about that. If they get, I never thought of it like it is heartbreaking to say, "Don't cut me off," and it's not. We don't want to hear your voice.
Right.
We're trying to get through 60 calls in an hour, and we want to hear a lot of voices. So it's more of, when we try to move things along, is just to hear from as many people as possible. The beginning of conversation with "Don't cut me off" is, I can see your point. Like that, it breaks your heart that people are trained to think they're not allowed to have an opinion anymore, that they don't count.
Yeah, I feel like C-SPAN probably feels bad every time someone says that. It's like, come on, we want people to feel that they're going to be able to say what they got to say. You guys, to my chats, if you guys have like one more question for Howard, just post it in the chat. But while they're doing that, I had one last question about the hosts. I see a lot of new faces on Washington Journal. This might be outside of your purview as well. I don't know, but what's the process to getting a new host? I mean, do people there's people like Pedro and Mimi that have been there for years and years, and then I see some people come and go, but you have all these new faces like Jasmine, and it's just interesting. Like, what is the process like to get a new host, and what's the goal, I guess?
The goal, I love it. The goal is to try to get new faces on. There's a lot of talented younger people who don't really who are like within the C-SPAN mold of just wanting to engage and have conversations, but don't really have may have. There's nothing wrong with this, but may be driven. They want to be on TV. They want to be doing this, and I don't want to. Like, I think there's no way I could do that. But there are people who do have that gene in them, that they want to be on TV and get interview and talk to callers, talk to members of Congress. So the goal is just to try out, get new faces, get the diversity of approaches. Every host runs their show a little differently. Traffic hopping, they really have command of the program. So they're in charge. Mimi has a different style than John McArdle, and John McArdle's different style than Peter Slin, and Peter Slin, Greta. So, hopefully, hopefully you have a great experience with all of them, but they all have a little different approach to all this.
They do. We have our favorites. I won't say why, but it's some of them like to debate a little more than others, and I could tell some of the hosts are, I'm gonna let people say whatever, but some of the hosts like to debate a little bit, and those are our favorites. I won't say who, but we do have our favorites. I've got one final question here, and it actually deals with this. Is C-SPAN implementing any plans to get younger callers? So the callers tend to be a little older, so are you guys have any way to reach young people to get them to call in, or just young people don't use the phone and they just never will call in? Like, what about a 20-year-old host getting up there fresh out of college? What do you think?
That's interesting. All right, that's number 9 on our list of 20 things. Young people are welcome to call in. They're not forbidden from calling. It's just that's the demo that the retirees, older people, more likely to call, use the phone. So,
well, what if are you familiar with Discord, Howard?
Yes, I know about Discord.
Maybe a Discord, because young people, they don't use the phone. They use like these apps and stuff to call in. So maybe you can call us on Discord. Maybe that would open up the door to some young people calling in. I don't know. So who knows?
You're full of, not only you're full of cheer and loyalty and passion, you're full of great ideas, guy. You're wonderful. How many, I do, before I have to go shortly, but I want to thank you again and your followers and your audience, and just marvelous questions. And I really, truly appreciate what you and your niche, your segment, your sliver of the world is doing and trying to do. It's marvelous. So thank you for everything you're doing, guy, you and your followers. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like I said, I'm just trying to make this stuff more accessible so more people get involved, because I found the more you know about our government, the more you understand, the more optimistic you are in the end, because it's really easy to be negative just looking at headlines. And a lot of the social media reporting is engagement farming. And usually the best way to get engagement is to upset people with something negative. So I try to give people hope. I try to make people feel better about things. And I just found that making C-SPAN more palatable, no offense to you guys, you're doing the Lord's work over there trying to keep it as neutral as possible, but somebody's got to add some spice and some flavor and dress it up to get people a little more interested. So that's just my goal. And I appreciate you guys providing that and not copyright striking me for watching Washington Journal on my stream. So thank you.
We'll just edit that part out of the evidence. Hilarious. Well, the only thing I want to say in closing is that, like, my 2 daughters, what I do for a living may or may not interest them. I want them to be, and I don't care what they think, but I want them to be thinking. I want them to get news sources. I want them to get a diversity of news sources, not be fed by the algorithm, but actually seek out information. And so, like, when I'm talking to you and to your audience, I'm thinking about my kids too. It's like, just to be curious and just to learn to, if you have an opinion, know what the other side, be curious about what the other side is reading. That just makes you a better person, more interesting person, in my opinion. So it's all, what you're doing is a wonderful service. And, the more people learn about issues, I think we are a better country for that.
Absolutely. And I think you see opportunity, and it just makes you more optimistic about the future. Howard, if people want to follow you, what's on social media to keep abreast of what you're up to? What's the best place and what handle and all that?
Yeah, thank you. I'm most active on Twitter and X at Howard Mortman, and I'm on all the platforms personally, but that's probably I'm most active. I do a lot of my archived old gems, old nuggets of historical video. The Extreme Mortman podcast is every Thursday on C-SPAN Radio. That's on YouTube. Episodes like 18, 20 minutes each. This week's episode is about the singing senators, 4 senators who 20 years ago sang in the quartet. So that's fun history. But no, start off on Twitter, and you can find other stuff from there. So, but thank you.
All right. Well, this has been a blast. I appreciate you.
More important than me, follow C-SPAN on social media. More important than me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys are doing something right. You got millions of followers. You know, it's very popular, your account. So I love it. I'm thankful for that. But listen, Howard, thanks for coming on here. I know everybody's been listening and having a blast, and we had hundreds of people coming in through the stream tonight, and many more will watch it. So we appreciate your time and what you guys do at C-SPAN, and just again, it's cool to meet the #1 cheerleader of C-SPAN in the world and hang out with you, because I thought I'm a super fan, but you're #1.
That's you. That's right.
You're the biggest fan of them all, and I love it. It's totally valid. But thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it, Howard.
Thanks, Guy. I appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. Thank you.
No worries. I'll see you soon. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks. All right.
All right. Well, what did you guys think? Howard's a cool dude, right? He's very nice. Yeah, it's just always fun when you can link up with somebody who's as passionate about something as you are. And so what a treat for me and all you guys who love this network and appreciate our politics to talk to the communications director of C-SPAN for 17 years, Howard Mortman. Cool guy. He got me into the C-SPAN skybox at the DNC, and I got to watch Kamala and the final couple of speeches from the skybox, which is like the best place to view at the DNC. There's a section of seats, and then above that are the skyboxes that people pay tons of money for at regular games and stuff. And all the networks have a skybox, including C-SPAN. And I got to go up there courtesy of Howard, and got to meet the CEO, got to meet the outgoing CEO, got to meet Greta, and just to talk to them about my ideas. And I don't think they'd ever heard of somebody doing what I do and what we do. Like, you guys sit around and watch C-SPAN and talk about it and have emotes and all that. And they were really interested. And so it was just cool, man. What a great experience. Like, I'll carry that for forever. It was such a cool experience. But it's just nice to be able to chat with him about, what we want to see happen there too.
Thanks for the content. Keep up the good work. Rock on, gesture emoji.
Rock on. Rion, thank you for the $2. And Yeller, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. And let me see how many you gifted on Twitch. 140 gifted subs towards the beginning of the interview. Yeller, you are a mad lad. Did the box have free beer? They had food and drinks, so probably. I don't know, actually. But they had food. 140. Yeah, Yeller went off. I couldn't say anything, but I was in the middle of the interview, but it's crazy. Did anybody else sub during that? Let me see. Yep. Odomao, thank you for resubbing with your Prime. Appreciate that. And Larky, thank you for the $10 super chat. Said, do you think neutrality is required or civility? Oh, I see. This was more for Howard. Yeah, I think he answered that, though. Like, C-SPAN's goal is to facilitate and stay neutral more than anything else. Their goal is to provide that neutral space that is very rare. We had a level 10 Phantom train. Hell yeah.
Level 10 hype train equals 2 mega musics.
2 mega musics. Hell yeah. Let me update this. 450. Wait, so we had 150. I need to update that. My God. And this is 151. Howard was stoked when I told him that we have that sub goal to go watch vintage C-SPAN, because that's right up his alley. Like, he lives for posting forgotten clips and moments from C-SPAN to show people what happened in the past, these sort of forgotten moments. So he was loving that.
And he voted for Obama.
Howard was cool. You might even say he was pretty fly for a white guy.
Renine, Renine, thank you for the $10 super chat. Yeah, Howard's awesome. It's just nice to know that there's cool people like that at the helm of C-SPAN, a network we all appreciate, we consider a national treasure. It's in good hands, you know what I mean? And I told you guys, you think you're a fan of C-SPAN, Howard's got you beat by a mile. He's the biggest cheerleader for C-SPAN, and he's right. Get on Howard's level. Get on his level. Cool. That was fun. Right.
After this, when is your next Erie Talks to C-SPAN episode? I could see you doing something like this regularly. Also rock on Erie.
I wish. I would love to bring on everybody from C-SPAN and talk to them, all the hosts and cameramen and stuff. Like, I think we're going to get those cameras freed. I don't know. I was looking into it, putting together my questions for Howard to see what Hakeem Jeffries said about it. And he was a mum on it, though, freeing the cameras.
I love C-SPAN. When I was 9, I would turn on C-SPAN 2 every morning before school and see senators give opening statements on the Senate floor. Also Pete.
Damn. Yeah, C-SPAN been around a while. It hasn't changed much, so it's nice to see something consistent like that. Roku, thank you for the $20. And Project, thank you for the resub. That's a big one. I'll talk to anybody at C-SPAN. If I get Sam, the CEO, that'd be cool. I'm just glad I got to pitch all my ideas to him. Like, let's get some more C-SPAN on YouTube. Maybe we get the chat. I don't think that'll happen, but you know, shout out to the merch store. Love what they're doing there. All those little things I think are good. Copy and paste your notes. Get that list written and sent. Yeah. I would love to play some role with C-SPAN, but I don't know what I could do there. I don't think I could be a forward-facing member of C-SPAN. Like, there's too many years of me saying crazy shit. Plus, I'm a streamer, so I run my mouth and say, you know, we talk drama, and it's like, there's all sorts of clips and stuff. So I don't think I could ever be a host or anything like that. But maybe one day there'll be some behind the scenes opportunity or something. I would love to help them out one way or another. Who knows? You never know. You never know. You just did work for C-SPAN. I don't mind. I hope they take all my ideas and use them and implement them. Like I do not need credit or ownership of anything. You know, I enjoy C-SPAN as much as the next guy. So if they implemented anything I suggested, I would be thrilled. You know what I mean? They could take any of my ideas and claim credit for it. I couldn't care less. I just want to see C-SPAN grow and continue to do well. Send some merch. I already have everything I want. I don't know if there's anything left. I buy anything I want on there. So I have like probably 6, 7, maybe 8 C-SPAN pieces of apparel. But I do get stopped for my C-SPAN and Chill shirt. Like, out of all the stuff I wear, that one I tend to get stopped for. My local Krispy Kreme, I haven't been. Now I go every other week, but there was one young man behind the counter who stopped me and said, "I like your hat," when I was wearing the C-SPAN hat. And you know, you never know who watches C-SPAN. But he seemed like just some young, hip, kid, like 18 years old or something, and he was really into C-SPAN. So you'd be surprised what this who's a member of the C-SPAN community out there. I didn't tell him about my stream or anything like that. I was just like, yeah, man, C-SPAN's cool, bro. But I really think that we may be on the verge with this new Congress of getting the C-SPAN cameras freed. And you could see Howard light up about that because he knows, and you guys know, C-SPAN knows how to tell a story. And if they get access to do what they want, they will be able to get a lot more people interested in what they're showing. Because right now, it's just static camera shots and they have no control over it. It's like, what the hell, man? Like, there's so much more going on in the House and in the Senate chambers that they could play up the drama. And like he said, the cameramen would not be good at a baseball game, but they know what they're doing in Congress. They know who the players are. They know who has issues with whom. They know who's still holding out with the votes, with their vote. They know where to point the cameras to tell the story. And they're unable to do that because they don't have access. Imagine a big vote. They're following around the politicians who might flip. Yeah. I mean, we always hear about there's a huddle. We have to listen to the reporters and like, there's a huddle between these three members in the middle. And looks like Mike Johnson is animated right now. And, you know, it's like, okay, can we see that? Because the cameras don't show that. But C-SPAN would be able to sniff that stuff out from a mile away. Their store says democracy never looked this good. Hell yeah. The scoreboard will be peak. Yeah, the scoreboard is like, why do we not get to see that? It's this giant board above the speaker's well where the speaker sits, and it has every member's name and how they voted. And we cannot see that. All we get is like a vote count from C-SPAN on the screen as a graphic, and then you got to go to Twitter to see what reporters are saying. But that would be great to be able to see that. They should have like a digital version of that on their website. Like the House should provide a feed, you know? Joey, what up, buddy? Hopium Howard emote. You guys want a Howard emote? We could do that. I think Howard likes baseball. I checked his background. Nice. Seems like extremely relevant info to keep an eye on your rep. Yeah, exactly. Like these are just things that I think would draw more people in. There's just a lot of missing information.
Did the Dems give C-SPAN free access from 2021 to 2023?
Nope. C-SPAN has never had free access with the cameras. The only time they got to do whatever they wanted was when the speaker's vote in 23 went beyond one ballot, and they were able to go ham and they were having a blast showing everything. That's the only time. There's only a couple occasions that they get to do whatever they want, and that's during the State of the Union and during the speaker vote. That's it. I guess he said when a dignitary, like a foreign dignitary, comes too, but I haven't seen that. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much going on in the chamber to show. And sometimes there's nothing going on, and that's the story too. Like there's nobody in here, man. Where like certain people are missing. That's part of the story. But no, Dems did not. And so while I was putting together my questions for Howard, I looked in to see if Hakeem Jeffries was a sponsor of the Leave the Cameras On Act that Mark Pocan put forward after the 2023 speaker vote with McCarthy and all that drama. There was only like 26 Dems, but Hakeem wasn't one of them. And I read that he's kind of mum on it. He's like, people don't really know what he thinks, but I think we could start a pressure campaign and see if we can finally get over that hump and free the cameras for the 120th Congress that starts on January 3rd. If Hakeem and the Democrats win, which it's looking pretty good right now, but that's something I could see us getting involved in. Let's see what happens in November. But if the Democrats win, then I think this community should put some attention into a pressure campaign on Hakeem. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm sure we can come up with something creative to get his attention and see if we can start getting people talking about that. Because that will probably be one of the last things people are talking about if Democrats win the midterms. Imagine if it happens under Trump. Well, I mean, he's not there much, but yeah. That's why I also asked him, do you have the resources to scale up and do that? And he said, well, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll be all right. Because I wonder about that. I imagine, they don't have people ready to do that all the time. And as far as I know, they don't have an unlimited budget. I think it would change our politics too. And I don't know if for the better or worse, but I think, as Howard said, transparency is what matters. I'd like to think that it would make things better because more people would be tuning in and there'd be more clippable moments going out there, and it would draw more people in, and then more people would understand what's going on and they would be more optimistic. There would be less manipulation from influencers and social media people just trying to get clicks, because there'd be more neutral, organic clips out there from what's going on in Congress. It would probably hopefully lead to more people performing in a better way too. The politicians know where the cameras are. They know how to hide. They know they act a certain way when they're in certain areas, and then probably act a different way in other areas. Whereas if the cameras could catch anything, maybe there'd be better behavior. I don't know. Imagine we see the holdouts on the scoreboard and C-SPAN's cameras covering the conversations around the holdouts. Yeah, imagine a shot of the board zoomed in on like 2 minutes, says they haven't voted yet. And then the camera, it's like B-roll. Then the cameras flip over to those two guys and who's talking to them. And you see a parade of leadership and stuff. Like that's drama, that's the story that nobody sees. That poor C-SPAN can't tell because they have no way to show it beyond just reading tweets from reporters in the gallery, if they're lucky enough to catch a reporter describing what's going on. You'll see like Greta chime in and say, according to Lisa Desjardins of PBS News, Mike Johnson is now having a lengthy conversation with holdout Tim Burchett. We have damn near daily hearings. Yeah, once the new Congress gets sworn in, if the Democrats are in control, it's going to be bonkers. All right, let me use the restroom, and then we'll see if we can check out a couple more videos. We got John Ossoff interview here, and there's probably some other things that have come out since we started the stream. I'm going to put on C-SPAN for a moment. BRB.
And the president did speak about, he showed reporters the helipad, anyway, here's what the president said on Wednesday.
It's very exciting, and I think we'll be here for a long time. This will be here long after we're gone. No matter what happens with the world, this is not moving. This will take any kind of shot. but it's something we really needed badly for the helicopters. But we get a secondary use, and that's we can have some beautiful events here, including the greeting of people from foreign countries. They'll be very impressed. Right now, they're not impressed when they see coming in on asphalt, and they're not impressed. It was never very impressive, but they're going to go the opposite. And one of the reasons, by the way, for the last number of years, no tents have been used, because tents are very dangerous. Tents are made out of plastic or canvas, and they don't stop even the smallest of ammunition or bullets, not even the smallest. Ours will stop. You take AK-47s, you take the most powerful, it laughs at it. It laughs at it. I was saying to one of the military guys, how does it do with an AK-47? He goes, up, meaning it can take a lot, including drones. So I thought this would be a little different kind of a news conference, but I found out the guys were showing me this. We were going to sign this privately and just put it in. I said, this is something I think the press should see, and I hope you liked it.
Albert, Miami, Florida, Republican. Good morning, Albert.
Good morning. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is trying to build a new, trying to remodel the White House. I agree with that. And let me tell you something. Thank God we had Donald Trump as a president, because if we had Kamala Harris, this will not be a country. And I'm always against the Democrats. Anyway, Donald Trump is doing a good job with the commodity and a great job with this country. He's keeping the country safe, and he cares about this country. He loves his country. And the thing, what Donald Trump should do, he should take the power away from the Democrats, because they're using the power for bad things.
So,
and,
Albert, regarding the construction projects, that's part of the issue, is that he did not go to Congress. That's what the court was saying, that in order to demolish the East Wing and build a ballroom, he would need to get that approved by Congress. What do you think of that?
I think it's a good idea, but the project about the White House is such a good. It's amazing. It's amazing because, I agree with everything Donald Trump does, and I always support Donald Trump.
All right.
All right. W press Mimi. We'll see if we can get anybody else from C-SPAN. I think it'd be cool to talk to more people there. All right, let's see what John Ossoff said. He was on MS Now last night. He was on Lawrence O'Donnell's show to discuss his criticism of the Trump administration. So he caused quite a stir by mentioning the name Natalie. Who is Natalie? John Ossoff caused, he ruffled some feathers by bringing up Trump's little binky, as Maggie Haberman of New York Times called her. She described Natalie as Trump's binky. It's his little comfort bear. She brings him comfort. I don't know if that means in more ways than one, but she makes him feel good for whatever reason. She just hypes him up, and he loves to keep her close like a little binky.
In a campaign speech in Atlanta on Sunday, Senator Ossoff turned the corruption focus on his Republican opponent, Mike Collins.
Now remember, Mike's already under federal investigation for illegally funneling tax dollars to his violent staffer's girlfriend for a no-show job. Do you remember that? But Mike Collins also repeatedly broke the law, hiding his crypto trading. Because he's like a scandal piñata.
Scandal piñata.
Every time you shake him, more misdeeds fall out.
Good one.
The Office of Congressional Conduct referred Mike Collins to the House Ethics Committee regarding his use of congressional resources, which he has called a, quote, nothing burger. Mike Collins has denied doing anything illegal with his crypto trades. In that same speech in Atlanta on Sunday, Senator Ossoff, to the outrage of the Trump White House said this.
They've lied nonstop about this war like they lie about everything. And they know they're lying, but they lie and they keep lying anyway because in this White House, they view persistence in deceit as a virtue. You hear me, Atlanta? And there's something uniquely despicable about lying a nation into war. Treating citizens as fools and those who serve as pawns. Aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, they've now been at sea for 240 plus days without a port call. It's a Navy record. And still they serve with excellence. And still they serve with excellence.
The hero shot.
God bless the sailors, Marines, aviators, and all aboard the United States ship Abraham Lincoln.
It's crazy that he gets these big crowds. I mean, that's probably like 500,000 people right there. Just a random Sunday or Saturday night. Hey, let's go to the Ossoff rally. Who's doing stuff like this, you know?
See, they don't expect luxury. They'll endure hardship. But they deserve competent leaders who send them into combat only when necessary and with decisive clarity of purpose, not fools who lie about the purpose and progress of war. And while the sailors on the Lincoln fight his war, while he fruitlessly drains our munitions and oil reserves, the president sleeps through his meetings.
It was so cool to see Ossoff in person while I was still in school. He came to speak and it was my first step into liberalism.
Nice.
And trade stocks. See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
Oh, what a line. He wants to travel with Natalie on their defenseless palace in the sky, man. Wow. John tearing him up. It's just interesting because, you know, there's all this talk about DSA and the excitement is there. And it's true, right? Like that's where a lot of the action is. But then you got John Ossoff, who's just on another level, has nothing to do with DSA, right? Like this is the total opposite side of the party. Not that he's a moderate or anything like that, but it's like it makes you just, I guess people, how can I say this? It's kind of like a reality check, I guess is what I would say. Like, hello, we got someone huge like this who's not going down that road. Like, how can you watch John Ossoff and say, well, DSA is the future and taking over, right? It's like, well, John Ossoff has something to say about that. And I've never even heard him weigh in on DSA. I wonder if they'll ask him about DSA. I'm sure he's been asked. I just don't even recall him ever talking about it.
Joining us now is Senator John Ossoff of Georgia in his campaign for re-election. Senator, of all the things you've said about Donald Trump, and there are many, this is the one that apparently bothers him and everyone at his White House the most. You said, we just heard it, he wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar. Why do you think that's the line that bothers Donald Trump the most?
This is why I continue to make the argument that it is a candidate quality problem that we have. It is not policy. It is not meeting the moment. It is all about the messenger. And John Ossoff, to me, proves that. Like, we do not need to go down some crazy road of policy. Like, people are just looking for fighters. That's why the DSA, I think, is appealing to people. I've said it many, many, many times. They're energetic. They're fighting. They're swinging. And that's what John Ossoff does. And I would argue he's way bigger than anybody DSA or a DS related to DSA.
Lawrence, it's been amazing to watch this White House melt down over this all week. And about Natalie Harp, these White House staffers are adults, public officials paid by the taxpayer with immense power in positions of public trust. And whether it's Natalie Harp printing out Donald Trump's daily dose of delusion and flattery, or Peter Navarro steering taxpayer-funded loans to Trump family investments, or Pete Hegseth deluding the president daily into deepening this quagmire in the Middle East, no one cares about their feelings. The sailors on the Lincoln are fighting his war, a war based on lies, while he plays with his new ballroom, flies around on a jet given to him by a foreign prince, and retreats into this circle of sycophantic aides who tell him every day what he wants to hear, not what he needs to hear. This entire White House is responsible for lying the country into war, and for the rest of their careers, they will be known for having participated in this obscenity.
As I listen to you make this case in these speeches, especially in the full context of the entire speech, there's a flow and a logic to this. But there are people out there who believe that you are deliberately trying to carve out these little bites that will specifically provoke Donald Trump. Is that what you're doing, or are you just trying to communicate to those voters what this is all about?
I'm trying to make sure that folks in Georgia know the truth about this administration. And apparently, in the White House, the truth hurts. They've lied us into war after promising peace. They've driven inflation skyrocketing, thrown people off their health insurance, doubled health insurance premiums for more than 1 million Georgians, after they promised to bring down prices on day one. And the president's done so enabled not just by hangers-on and sycophants in the White House, but also Republicans in Congress who have enabled him at every turn. And one of them is Congressman Mike Collins here in Georgia, the pro-war, pro-tariff, pro-cutting your health care, bigot congressman, Trump puppet who's running for the U.S. Senate. And Lawrence, I want people to understand the following, because I've heard some rosy predictions about this Senate race in Georgia. This is Georgia. This is the most competitive battleground state in the country. The president's allies are right now, as we speak, committing tens of millions of dollars to attacking me. I guarantee that within weeks, the polling will be within the margin of error. And there is no path back to the Senate majority without winning this race in Georgia. So if you are fed up with what's happening to our country and the lies from this White House and the war and the inflation, and you want to take action right now, pick up your phone, pick up your laptop, go to electjon.com, and help empower me and my team to win this crucial Senate race in Georgia.
I would love to see what he has said about the DSA and these candidates. I'm sure he'll just say, well, these people are being elected because they're fighters and we need people to push back on the madness. But it looks like he won his race months ago with the way the polling is now. So I get it, though. Don't take your foot off the gas. Run through the tape. Go to electjon.com. Join us today. We got Angie Nixon on Meet the Press Now. Let's see what happened there.
The stage is set for the Senate race in Florida with Democratic Socialist candidate Angie Nixon.
I wonder if Kristen Welker will ask her about Hassan Piker. So there was a CBS interview yesterday in the morning. We didn't watch it. We watched a different interview with Angie Nixon, but she was asked about campaigning with Hassan Piker. She said, I don't know who that is. I don't know how truthful that is. I have no reason to think she's lying or anything, but she was involved in a rally that Hassan attended for Florida Dem candidates. I believe it was in February of this year. So I I don't know. Her answer seemed a little weird. Didn't seem very interested in campaigning with him, though, so that's good. To be fair, she only joined DSA a couple months ago. Literally weeks ago, she joined DSA. We were kind of joking about it yesterday, but she has accumulated all the buffs. She said she joined DSA. She joined the Working Families Party. She just decided to join everything. Kind of a interesting strat, right? Like, hey, I'm just going to join all the groups. Right now, people are saying, well, if you join DSA, then you support everything they stand for, right? And it's like, so many of these candidates are just joining to latch on to like Medicare for all and the energy and want nothing to do with the actual platform beyond that. It's like, well, I support raising the minimum wage, increasing workers' rights, and Medicare for all. And it's like, okay, what about the other 80% of DSA's platform? No, I disagree with all that. It's okay. Interesting strat. Okay. Yeah, she joined the Dollar Shave Club. She got a Costco membership. She got everything. She signed up for all the buffs, man.
Pulling off a major upset in her primary as she now faces incumbent Senator Ashley Moody in a state that's been trending increasingly red. Angie Nixon today also securing a notable endorsement from progressive Senator Bernie Sanders as she pivots to the general election matchup. And joining me.
So this was part of my criticism of the seriousness of her campaign. Bernie and AOC did not endorse her before she won. Now Bernie endorses her. Why? Why didn't he endorse her before? So I think it goes to my point that nobody was watching this. This was a triumph by her to come out of nowhere and win. Kudos to her. Sounds like she ran a good campaign that nobody was talking about, but just on the ground, putting in the work, and Vindman didn't. I mean, the real story of her win is Vindman's collapse and what he did wrong. Not to take away from her, but the fact that Bernie and AOC did not endorse her just shows you nobody thought it was a competitive race and that nobody was taking her candidacy seriously. Not that they thought she was an amateur, just that Vindman had such an advantage and he's a national figure. So if anybody tries to tell you that like they were behind her the whole time and they knew everything about her, it's nonsense. And yesterday I showed that I searched Hassan's Twitter from the day she announced her campaign, which was January 22nd of this year, through the day before the primary, and he never mentioned her. And I had ChatGPT look through his VODs. I guess there are transcript sites for big Twitch streamers. I don't know how it works, but ChatGPT went to town and I spent a few minutes going through, telling it to look at this, look at that, look at his YouTube, and if it could find no mention of Angie Nixon before Tuesday's primary. Did you see Jared Moskowitz on CNN yesterday? No, I did not. Thank you for reminding me of that. Let me see if I can cue that up. Jared Moskowitz has been on a victory lap. That seems hilarious. See if we can just cue that up so I don't forget. See if he put it on his page. No. There we go.
If Hassan can't cloud it, he won't mention it.
I agree, Meta. I agree. Is there a link to Moskowitz on CNN? This guy seems to think that Keith Boykin schooled him. This is probably it, right?
So, in this clip, we...
Oh, no, this guy is going to put his interpretation on it. Well, if anybody can find it, I'd be curious to see what Jared Moskowitz did on CNN. He was on like a round table.
Now is Florida's Democratic candidate for Senate, State Representative Angie Nixon. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on your primary win.
Thank you for having me.
So let's dive in. Florida, which has been trending increasingly red, as you know, in the last several elections. President Trump won 3 times. Why do you think this state is now ready to vote for a Democratic socialist in the Senate?
So she's got herself into a bit of a pickle here, right? She just joined DSA. She does not own the platform. She actually disagrees with some of the more controversial stuff like defund the police, abolish borders, prisons. She has an answer for that. She's like, well, we should invest in public safety in other ways, and we should abolish private prisons. But she doesn't own the DSA platform. And now she's going to get asked about being a DSA candidate over and over again because she chose to become a member of DSA. So it'll be interesting to see how she navigates this moving forward.
So thank you for having me. And I want to be clear, the state is not red. The state has just not been invested in by Democrats. And so now I am super excited because I am a union organizer, a community organizer, and we know what it takes to win across the state is to actually go and talk to voters and let them know that we deserve better. When we're talking about the issues that Floridians are facing and that Americans are facing in this country, it's all the same across the board when it comes to Republicans, Democrats, independents, any label, right? Folks are fed up with the current status quo and the fact that people like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump are only looking out for their campaign donors and their billionaire and ultra wealthy millionaire friends and family. They want some relief. I am running as a Democrat. I happen to also be a member of DSA, a member of the Working Families Party, a member of the NAACP, a member of countless organizations that want to ensure that we have access to quality health care. And we also want to make sure that we have access to quality housing. We also want to make sure that we have fully funded public schools that provide a quality education. And that is resonating across the board. They are tired of people turning their backs on them, these elected officials who are actually working less and less and less and getting richer. Meanwhile, we're working harder than ever and still struggling to stay afloat.
So it seems her strategy is just to say, I'm a member of all these orgs. She's lobbying in the NAACP with the DSA. She's just collecting all the buffs. I don't know about that strategy. I don't know about saying, look, DSA is no different than an org like NAACP. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is. I don't know. But can she get away with this? I hate to say it like that because I don't mean she's trying to pull a fast one, but it does seem like she's trying to have her cake and eat it too, right? Like, oh, I'm a member of this and that. I joined Costco. I join all sorts of organizations, and being a member of DSA, just one more thing. I also wonder, like, how does DSA feel about that? Like, can I go join DSA? Would they welcome me, even though I disagree with almost everything, right? Like, I was talking to one of my leftist friends about him joining me to a DSA LA meeting because I feel like they'll throw me out. They'll assume I'm a troublemaker and ask me to leave or something. And if I roll with him, because he's well known, I'll be fine. So we'll see. I'm kind of curious to go to a LA DSA meeting and see what happens. But can I join? I mean, obviously that they can't stop me from joining. Maybe they can reject my membership. I don't see why they would. But like, can anybody join? You have to
I was at the
by
local
anything?
D&D group this evening and they didn't say anything about her joining. Interesting. Does she truly care about me and my group?
Wow. Shame on her for not joining the local D&D group. She missed one. What is that, David? Is that the video?
You have a lot to say.
Holy shit, this is pathetic. Oh, it's Pondering's video on it? Okay, that'd be interesting to see what Josiah said about Moskowitz. Is there a non-narrated version that we could watch? No offense to my buddy Pondering, but I'd rather see the raw video. I can add it for now. Rock bottom. Join the DSA, destroy it from within. Yeah, what if I reverse Uno them? They want to get into the Democratic Party and take over. What if I get into DSA and take over DSA? What if we start a liberal campaign to get involved in DSA and we flood the zone and we fill every seat at every DSA meeting with libs who are like, you know what? We're down voting the borders thing. What? Yep. All those in favor? Aye. Next. Okay, we're going to cancel the Cuba statement. We don't like that. Hello? What do you mean we don't like that? That's right. Who here agrees with me? Everybody. That's it. Nope. That's out of here. And we're going to put forward a resolution in support of Hakeem Jeffries as speaker as our local DSA chapter. All those in favor? Aye. All right. That'd be funny if we took it over. We should do that. All you guys should go sign up for your local DSA and take it over. And bring all your liberal friends and take up every seat and then get involved in voting and get them to adopt all the policies you want and downvote all the policies you don't like. And when they start giving you grief, just be like, what do you mean? I'm a democratic socialist. Can I not have a difference of opinion? What do you mean? Look, you can just say, I see democratic socialists on TV all the time saying they don't agree with this and that. So I don't agree. What do you mean? And downvote everything, upvote a bunch of stuff you agree with. Standard joining $10 a month. I'm going to start a campaign. I'm going to start a goddamn campaign, guys. I'm going to lead by example. We are all going to go join our local DSA and vote for things in our favor. We will take it over from within. Who's with me? Who's with me? Can I get a hurrah? Let's go. We get to go to the drinking club. We get to go. We get new comrades. I get to wear my keffiyeh. I've been waiting to wear my keffiyeh. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to go make new friends. This is my DSA now. My chapter. Hooray. There we go.
I want to play some of what your opponent, Senator Ashley Moody,
Let's do it, comrades.
has said about your campaign and get your response on the other side. Take a look.
My opponent will be a self-proclaimed socialist that proudly signed up and joined the Democratic Socialists of America. Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on.
Some strong words there. How do you respond?
What if we fall for the propaganda, become the thing we're fighting for? Well, some of you may fall in this battle. Some of you will not come back. I'll be honest. Some of you guys will become communists and stop showering and maybe even go vegan. I don't know. I that's the risk I'm willing to take, though. You know what I mean? Some of you guys may stop. Some of you ladies may stop shaving your armpits. I don't know. It's a price that we have to accept. Not everybody's going to come back from this mission, guys. Okay? Some of you will be lost. Some of you will fall victim to the propaganda. You will subscribe to Hassan Piker. But it is what it is, man.
You know, when people's voice start getting squeaky and really high pitched, usually they're lying. And Ashley Moody knows that I'm not a socialist. I joined the DSA because I believe in them in regards to fighting for adequate public housing, as well as fighting for quality health care, as well as making sure that we are getting our veterans off the street.
So this answer is really weird to me, and I'm just, it's fascinating to see her workshopping this talking point. So I joined DSA because they're fighting for these things. Okay. You know, I'm not trying to give her a hard time here. I'm actually just kind of like curiously analyzing this talking point. I haven't heard this before. She just joined DSA a couple weeks ago, and she's saying that it's kind of like what Key Shirley said, that he just likes that they're active and that they're doing stuff. And I don't blame people for joining DSA under the guise that it's taking action and fighting. Whereas if you go to your local Democratic Party meeting, it's probably a resident sleeper, there's probably no one under the age of 60 and there's no action at all beyond bingo night or something. So I feel like most of these people going are just seeing some action. That's it. But it's kind of interesting to hear her explain why she joined. Seems like a chameleon. I mean, it definitely is a little weird. I mean, do you have to believe in everything DSA stands for to join? No, I wouldn't say that for any organization. But when you disagree with some of the biggest things that they stand for, and they do seem to have a bit of a antagonistic position towards the Democratic Party as a whole, it's kind of weird. It's a little incongruent. She joined because she was an afterthought in the primary. I mean, I'm assuming she joined simply to get the energy of DSA behind her. Like, I don't even think she's trying to be coy about that, right? Like, it's so obvious she joined. It's not like she was inspired by their ideology and what DSA is doing. She just joined weeks ago. It's gamer theory. If you're losing, you either got to change something or lose anyway. Yeah, I mean, you could give her credit for being smart and tapping into that. Like, that's a scrappy person who knows how to win, right? I'll join DSA. That's where the wave is. That's where the energy is. Why don't I join them? Maybe it'll get me a couple of extra points and it'll get some more energy in my campaign. I mean, you can't knock the hustle. She clout farmed DSA. Kind of, right?
Taking big money out of politics, right? The Democratic Party is a big tent. It is a big tent.
But I think the Democratic Party stands for all those things that she just described. There's this weird idea that like the Democrats are chill with money being pervasive in politics, or Democrats are okay with not everybody having access to our healthcare system, or Democrats are okay with some of the things ICE is doing or something. It's like, no, we're not fine with any of that stuff. It's a little strange that we're barely finding out why they joined only after they won. Well, that's the thing. This is the first time, and it wasn't even asked, but why is nobody asking these DSA candidates, why did you join DSA? Why? What made you join DSA? And none of them have ever had to explain that. It's simply, do you agree with these platform positions? I want these guys to get pressed on why they joined DSA. I don't think it'll change much, but I think it would help the party as a whole to understand that, hey, I joined not because I support socialism, not because I support their position on Cuba or something strange, not because I believe in no borders. I joined because of this one thing. Okay, well, that's fine. I'd rather hear that than just fill in the blanks and come up with my own idea. And I think it would help everybody to understand, hey, man, I'm not really into this thing they're doing over here, but they are doing this one thing well, and I like that. For example, let's say there was a local chess club that was doing stuff in your community. They were feeding the homeless, right? They would go out every Friday night. You have a friend in college who invites you. You don't play chess, but you care about the homeless, and they're the people that are young and out there doing it every week. And it's kind of a cool crew. It's a good experience. So you joined, and everybody's like, so you love chess? No, I don't even play. I don't even know how. And they're like, oh, why did you join the chess club? Because they go feed the homeless on Friday nights. And I like to be a part of that. I've been doing that on my own, and it's cool to be around them. And they're just young, fun people. And there's no one else doing that as far as I know. So, okay. I don't think we would sweat that. Okay. So it's kind of, a little strange, but okay. Maybe you'll fall in love with chess or something. I don't know. Maybe you don't even ever play chess. A year into it, you're just going out for the Friday night homeless feeding thing, But because nobody asked them, everybody assumes they support all the crazy stuff, and then they have to they have to like backtrack and kind of strangely, awkwardly distance themselves from the more extreme positions. Whereas, why not be proactive and say, I didn't join for any of that shit. I'll tell you straight up, the reason I joined is because they are pushing for Medicare for all, and I don't see leadership in the Democratic Party doing that. So I don't care about all those other things. I don't give a damn about. But the only reason I joined was this.
And it's an everybody party. We have folks on the left, on the right, to the middle of the party. And I'm super excited to be on a ticket with someone like David Jolly, with someone like JJR, because we bring different things. And that's what folks, but at the end of the day, what folks want, as I stated earlier, is they are tired of the status quo. Ashley Moody is someone who decided to use $10 million that was supposed to be directed at the most medically needy kids in our state. She allowed that to be diverted to defeat 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives, which would have helped improve our health for Floridians here in the state. She also decided to increase, she voted against the ACA subsidies, which basically knocked off over 300,000 people off the ACA rolls. So our private insurance went up, as well as those folks who lost their insurance. She doesn't care about anyone but looking out for her billionaire friends.
Let me ask you, because you did join the DSA, and I think people and voters have questions about where you stand as it relates to the DSA platform. So let's go through a few of the issues that they stand for. The DSA calls for abolishing the Senate.
I mean, this is what you get. Like, you could tell this woman does not want to talk about DSA. Not that she hates on him, but she just joined it because it's exciting and that's where the energy is, and she wanted that buff. But now she has to answer for everything they do. All right, here we go. The gauntlet.
Office that you are running for. Do you support abolishing the Senate?
No, I don't. Not at this. No, I don't support that.
Not at all. Okay. Well,
so the next question should be, why do you want to be a member of an org that does support that then?
let's go through a couple more. The DSA platform also calls for defunding the...
See, this is so bad journalism to me. Okay, why? Where's the why? Why do you not support abolishing the Senate? Why do you want to be a member of a group that is pushing for abolishing the Senate? Make her explain.
Pentagon and lifting sanctions on Iran. Do you support defunding the Pentagon or lifting sanctions on Iran?
I think we need to make sure that we are looking at the Department of Defense budget with a fine-tooth comb. They are the only agency or department that has failed an audit. And so I want to make sure that we're spending our money wisely. Right now, we are in a very expensive war in Iran, which has caused some of our military men and women to lose their lives. And it has also caused Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, to get richer, and many of their campaign donors who are defense contractors to get richer. People are frustrated at that.
But would you go so far as actually supporting defunding the military?
I think we need to figure out what we're going to use our funding on, right?
So you don't rule that out?
I don't believe in funding. I don't believe in defunding anything. I think we need to make sure that we are scrutinizing them, and we need to make sure we're spending money the right way. What I do want to make sure we're doing, we need to make sure we're fully funding public education. We need to make sure that we are fully funding Medicare and providing universal health care for people, because people shouldn't be going bankrupt simply because they go to the doctor. We also need to make sure that we're providing things like universal child care. And how do we do this? Well, we repeal that big BS bill because it wasn't beautiful, the one that Donald Trump pushed, and we make these billionaires pay what they owe. We also close these corporate tax loopholes. The fact remains that over 88 companies last year made over $105 billion, and they paid absolutely nothing in federal taxes. I've been talking to people, and it was a woman who told me she made $55,000 last year, and she's on a payment plan with the IRS.
So it sounds
Okay, so I'm dying for a reporter to ask, after going through the gauntlet of questions about, do you support this? Do you support that? Why do you join an organization that supports these things that you disagree with?
Like you do want to make big changes to how the military is funded. Would that run the risk of making the United States vulnerable to attacks?
You know who's making us vulnerable to attacks? Donald Trump. Donald Trump is bullying folks. Donald Trump is being disrespectful. He's trying to just, do things that the Congress and Senate has not agreed to do. And so, again, we need to make sure that we are scrutinizing all of our spending with a fine-tooth comb. There are veterans that are living unhoused on the streets. There are active duty military people who are on their families, their spouses who are on food stamps. Clearly something is broken right now. And so we need to make sure that Pete Hegseth isn't allowing combat helicopters to go outside of Kid Rock's home for a cool social media moment. Our taxpayer dollars shouldn't be spent on that. There are literally people rationing their prescription drugs right now. We need to make that stop.
Okay, the DSA platform also calls for drafting a new constitution. Do you
back to the DSA platform? I just don't get it, man. I guess we're at the point where you can just join organizations that you don't agree with the majority of the platform, and it doesn't matter. Like I don't know what to make of it. I really don't know what to make of it.
support that, drafting a new constitution?
I don't support that, but what I do support is making sure that we're fully following the Constitution, which is everything that Donald Trump is against. We need to make sure that we are enforcing the Constitution and enforcing our laws and not allowing someone like Donald Trump, who happens to be a 34-count adjudicated rapist, to actually circumvent those things.
Well, it sounds like you disagree with a number of the DSA policy items, while agreeing with some of them, perhaps.
But the main policy items that I agree with, which unfortunately leadership within the Democratic caucuses don't agree with, is making sure that we have access to universal health care, right? I don't understand what is wrong with me not wanting people to go bankrupt if they go to the doctor. There are literally people who are dying because health insurance companies want to deny their claims. They want.
So okay, here we go. This is what I was saying, that she could say this, but I think this is a failure of Hakeem Jeffries. Again, great leader, but he, when asked about Medicare for All, he says, I don't support that. But he doesn't say what he supports. And I don't think that there's a Democrat out there that doesn't support us getting to a universal coverage, a place of universal comprehensive coverage. I don't get it. That's not the Democratic Party that I know. The Democratic Party that I belong to and support and appreciate is one that's fighting to make health care accessible to everybody in America and affordable and comprehensive. We may have different ideas of how to get there, but I really think Hakeem needs to start talking about how we get there, if not Medicare for All, because he's just getting pounded on. And here she is throwing the Democratic Party under the bus, saying the Democratic Party doesn't support universal health care. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? I would not be a member of a party that its position is, well, if you can afford it, you can have it. I just think that's a wrong position. I've never seen anybody take that position. I just see people say no free health care, right? Like that's the most conservative view I hear within the Democratic Party is, I don't support free health care, or I think I don't support Medicare for All. I think we should hold on to private insurance. But people obviously support making it affordable. Look at the enhanced ACA credits that everyone from Joe Manchin to Bernie Sanders supported. So that should tell you. And we wanted to go even further than that. Angie needs some coaching. Well, Angie's not going to win. Angie's going to get her back blown out by 20 points, unfortunately. So I don't think it matters, but it's just kind of interesting to talk about as an exercise. But yes, I do think she needs a little help. But I just don't like hearing a Democratic candidate say the Democratic Party isn't fighting for this like huge thing everybody cares about. Like, to me, that's untrue. And I don't think she's lying. I think it's just the phrasing
to deny them life-saving health care. Like, that is wrong. Do we
But
not
let me
see
ask
anything
you-
wrong with these companies
But
doing this?
why-
Their own.
Vindman wouldn't have won either. I agree.
Only doing this because they want to make a profit.
Why join the DSA if you disagree with various parts of their platform? Does it not just become a distraction from your own campaign and your own agenda?
You all are the only ones that are distracted. I'm actually going out talking to voters about the things that matter.
Oh, okay. She dodged that like Neo in the Matrix. Bro, finally somebody asked one of them, and all they can say is, "You're obsessed." It's the Hassan answer. You're obsessed. You're obsessed. You're obsessed. No, we're asking why you joined this crazy group that you don't seem to have much in common with. Trying to understand that. Hello. You're obsessed.
Campaign and your own agenda?
You all are the only ones that are distracted. I'm actually going out talking to voters about the things that matter to them. And so we should make sure that we're pivoting to the right conversations. The fact remains that there are people who are dying because they don't have access to quality health care. Meanwhile, Ashley Moody voted to end the ACA subsidies. As I stated, nearly 300,000 people fell off the Affordable Care Act rolls. There are people who are dying because they don't have access to health care. Also, the fact that Ashley Moody is corrupt, right? She's corrupt.
Okay, none of this has anything to do with you joining DSA, ma'am. Please answer the question. I think Kristen will circle back. She's going to say it again. I just know it. Come on, Kristen. Say it again. Pin her.
Allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids to be diverted because they wanted to defeat 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives. The status quo is broken. People are losing their minds right now and taking their lives and even taking their children's lives. And the people at the top want to stoke division and want to like push this hateful rhetoric. At the end of the day, I have always been about the people of Florida, which is why my campaign is Angie for Florida. I want people to no longer just survive. They deserve to thrive and flourish.
Very quickly, because I know that you have to go. Congressman Jolly says he is a capitalist. Would you call yourself a capitalist, or do you reject capitalism?
I live in a capitalistic society.
She's getting all these crazy questions. It's like she can't believe she's getting all these questions after joining DSA. You know, it's like she's almost shocked she's being asked all this stuff. Are you a capitalist? Of course I'm a capitalist. What do you mean? You joined the DSA. What do you mean? She's like annoyed / shocked to be asked this stuff. What does she expect? Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh boy.
I live in a capitalistic society. I'm a small business owner. I like to make money. I don't see what the problem.
I like to make. Oh my God. I don't know if this lady, no offense, but I'm not sure she knew what DSA was when she joined. I think she might have just joined everything. She's like, okay, what haven't I joined? What can I join? This is the kind of lady that signs up every time you go check out at the register. Like, would you like to sign up for the Macy's cards? Yes. Save 5%. Yes, I would. Would you like to join the Frequent Shoppers app? You will get 40% off your next purchase. Sure, why not? Who doesn't like money? Boy, this is my new favorite DSA member, man. I'm going to go to the DSA with this. I'm going to go give her answers. I'm going to go to my local DSA and start mouthing off like this about everything. I'm a capitalist. What's up, guys? I like making money. Who likes making money here? I love capitalism. I'm a small business owner. I can't wait to go to my local DSA meeting and see how they love me. What's up, guys? What's up, fellow capitalists? How you guys doing? GameStop rewards, Sam's Club, everything. Sign me up. Now, eBiker said, listen, we don't agree with everything in the Democratic Party. This is BS. Why should she have to accept everything in the Democratic Socialists of America. And I think that's fair, but that's on her to lay out why she joined. And she doesn't seem to be able to do that. It beyond saying, well, they're the ones advocating for universal health care and the Democratic Party isn't. I don't think that's true. But also, she disagrees with a lot. There's very little most people disagree with the Democratic Party on. Like, what do people disagree with the Democratic Party on? Like, what? I don't think so. I think they'd like to see the Democratic Party go further on some things, but are there things in the Democratic Party that you would say, no, I don't agree with that? I can't think of a single thing within the Democratic Party platform that I'm like, nope, disagree with that. Nope, don't like that one. Nope, not on board for that. I mean, nothing. I can't think of anything. If she came out and said joining all these orgs was just strategic, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that would go over well, but I mean, it's the truth, right? I think if she was being 100% real, she would say, I joined DSA because they are energized and they are focused on Medicare for all, something I deeply care about. And so I roll with them on that. That's it. Everything else, garbage, don't know about it, never heard of it, couldn't care less. But she's not saying that. She's just like, well, I mean, she's not giving like a real reason why she joined, right? So she gave, I'll go back again to what she said. She said that DSA is pushing for universal health care and the Democratic Party's not. That's not even true. That's not true. I mean, you can make the argument that they're pushing harder for universal health care than the Democratic Party as a whole, because we haven't heard a plan to get to universal health care beyond Medicare for all. But there's plenty of people. The majority of Democrats in the House are signed on to Pramila Jayapal's Medicare for all bill. The majority. There's like 114. We looked it up earlier this week. There's 215 Democrats in the House caucus right now. So 114 is more than half of the Democrats. So you could argue that the Democratic Party does support Medicare for all, aka universal health care. So I don't understand what she's even saying, if that's her point. Now, if it's DSA is more energized and more excited, more pushing harder, and I like that, okay, then that's fine. I mean, I guess that would be her answer. It's kind of like my point that the local Democratic Party chapter isn't doing jack shit. It's a bunch of old ladies sitting around crocheting and talking about how many times their cat threw up last night, right? Like, that's it. There's nothing happening there. It's dusty. It's boring. DSA is the one that's getting people riled up and doing stuff. I don't want to throw shade on the Democrats. I've been there. They're in the pocket of the healthcare insurance industry. Everybody's in the pocket of the healthcare insurance industry. They're a stakeholder, and they'll be a stakeholder. They have to be a stakeholder moving forward. Like, you're not going to eliminate $1 trillion industry just like with a snap of the fingers. So the point, everybody's involved with the insurance industry. The only reason we got the ACA is because Barack Obama was able to work with the insurance companies and make it work for them. So, to say the Democrats are in the pocket of the healthcare insurance industry, that's like saying we all breathe air. Like, it's not that they're in the pocket. To say that also implies they're doing the bidding of what the health insurance industry wants. It's accepting the reality that the health insurance industry is a giant and has a big stake in our current system. I don't think that it's fair to say they're in their pocket. It's like, there's all sorts of things that are run by big industry, private industry in this country that the government has to work with them because we turned it over to them like that. In California, the state assembly by majority passed a public option, yet the Democratic Party let it expire right before the pandemic. But why did they let it expire? If you say because they're in the pocket of the healthcare insurance industry, I would find that hard to believe that, well, they're corrupt and enough of them were paid and bought by the health insurance industry. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? I'm sure there are valid reasons why they let something expire. I don't know. I don't know the argument, but you can't just say the Democratic Party let it expire. That's what the tankies and the people super far left say. They're the ones who just point a finger at the Democrats, and they don't provide any reason why. They don't go into the detail. They just say Democrat, man, bad thing happened because Democrat, and then there's just nothing. There's got to be more to it than, oh, Democrats were corrupt and they're bought by the health insurance industry, so they let the public option expire. I mean, come on. We got to be fair here.
So
are you a capitalist?
I'm a capitalist who believes that we need some strong regulation.
Okay.
All right. I'm feeling good about joining my local DSA chapter now. If she can be a member, then I could definitely be a member. I don't see anything different between her positions and mine. I think, guys, it's time we all join our local DSA chapter and become very involved, and we start advocating for all sorts of positions that we support. You're going to start your pro-Israel caucus in the local DSA. All those in favor? Aye. Wait, what? What do you mean? We hate Israel. No, I'm a DSA member. Are you telling me I'm wrong? This woman's giving me hope. Any of us can be DSA. That's awesome. Lib up DSA. Yeah. Hostile takeover of DSA by the libs. I guarantee if we were to show up, like I told Destiny, we'd be running that place within weeks, guaranteed. I guarantee. You go to your local DSA. Have you seen some of the memes around this? Like, these people are frail, man. Like, I'm talking physically, emotionally, mentally, in some cases. I'm sure there's decent people there, but I'm just saying, like, if you are halfway competent and functioning in this world as a liberal, you could probably go be the man or the woman at your local DSA chapter. I'm telling you.
Say it with me. We are Erie's DSA faction.
We are DSA. We are the new face of DSA. TPDSA. Wow. I wonder, man. I'm saying this all as a joke, but I really wonder how much impact we could have. Like, I kind of want to do it as an experiment, but I'm terrified. I'm not terrified, but I don't know. I wonder if I can pull it off. All hail Grand Comrade. IRI, yeah. Tell Destiny to go and I'll show up. Got to lead by example, man. I wonder what would happen if Destiny and I rolled up to a DSA meeting. If we went to a DSA meeting and, like, ooh, he would struggle to not get recognized. That's for sure. I wonder about myself too. When I go to very hardcore politics stuff, I do get recognized, whether it's Jubilee, streaming, even the Occupy Democrat stuff. I mean, you name it. If they let you in the college Dems, well, Destiny announced he was going in advance, so Hassan cried to the people at the front. So if Destiny didn't say anything in advance, I bet you he could have got in. They probably don't recognize him. Your journey joining DSA would make an incredible YouTube series, probably. Here's how I infiltrated my local DSA and turned it into a lib organization. That'd be funny.
These jokers get exposed when forced to give an actual answer, like the dude who went on CNN and was pressed about why the DS appraised Fidel Castro. Right?
And I'm not trying to give this woman a hard time. I really am impressed by what she did, and it's kind of sad to see all the attention get put on her affiliation with DSA, because we know she just joined to be part of it, which I'm not hating on that. Like, I don't fault her for doing that. Why not? You know, I mean, what does it mean to be a member of DSA? Do you have to own all their positions? No, I don't think so. I think even if you agree with one thing, you can join DSA, but I'd like people to be honest about that and She was honest, but she didn't really explain why she joined. She kind of brought it on herself. Absolutely, she brought it on herself. You have to be a democratic socialist. No, you do not. You don't have to believe in that. Fascinating stuff, man.
All right. And will you campaign with David Jolly? Are you planning to campaign with him?
I don't have a problem campaigning with anyone on the Democratic ticket that is for actually having quality health care, that's for actually expanding access to universal child care. I want people who want to improve the quality of life for all Floridians. I'm sorry, I am still operating on a minimum amount of sleep, but I am out here just, talking to people. I'm super excited. Look, y'all, it doesn't have to be this way. I believe that hardworking, everyday people should get to shape what our communities look like and what our economies look like instead of this billionaire class that is actually running the show. I'm ready to put the power back in the hands of the people.
I'm genuinely curious what would happen if I went to my local DSA chapter and I said, I'm here to sign up. Of course, they would say, that's great, man. Why did you choose to join DSA? And I go, well, I saw Angie Nixon, who won the Democratic the Democratic Party's nomination to run for Senate in Florida, and she did an interview where she said she's a capitalist. I'm a capitalist, and I'm a small business owner, and she said she's a small business owner. She said she likes that you guys are advocating for universal healthcare. I believe in Medicare for all, and she also said she doesn't believe in abolishing ICE, defunding the police, or the borders. I don't know about ICE, but whatever. I just listed off all these things. I'm like, so I thought if she could join, then that's great. I want to be a part of that too, and just see the look on their face, and they're like, and I'm a capitalist. I don't believe in socialism though, because why would they reject me? Slowly nudge them into free market policy. Yeah, and then I just start talking to everybody about how base capitalism is and how I'm thrilled to be a business owner, and they'll be like, just see. I wonder what would happen basically if I took her positions and went to my local DSA chapter and joined. I'm here to begin changing DSA into a liberal org. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say I'm here to talk to people about what I believe, which is capitalism is amazing, and that I want to talk people out of defunding the police and abolishing the borders and all that. I think that stuff is nonsense, just like Angie Nixon said. I was saying that last night. I think both benefit. She gets more of a base behind her, and DSA gets more level-headed takes nationally. Well, I like that second part. I don't know if that's what DSA's looking for, though. Like, is DSA looking to open up their tent to people who don't believe in some of their core ideas, including socialism? Right? Like, as far as I know, democratic socialism is stepping into socialism. It is one step beyond capitalism. So, like, if you want to still appreciate and love capitalism, then you stay a soc dem. But as soon as you want to go the next level, you dip into DSA, right? Like, I don't think these people like Mike from PA and all these leftists would join DSA if they felt that it helps enable capitalism and keep the system going in any way. So, to my understanding, democratic socialism is socialism. It's a variety. It's a form of it, but you have left capitalism behind now. So this woman is saying, I'm a proud capitalist and I'm joining DSA. So it'd be funny if I went to DSA and was like, I want to convince people that capitalism is good. Can a Republican run as DSA? I guess so. You can become a member and then claim it. I don't know what you would use it for. I wonder how much of them are LARPing soc dems. LARPing is a mean way to describe it. I would say 99% of people that are claiming to be a democratic socialist are just looking for cheaper health insurance and life to be more affordable. That's it. They're not looking to seize the means of production. They're not looking to abandon capitalism. They're looking for stronger guardrails to shore up the safety nets so people don't fall through the cracks. That's it. Like, they are not looking for socialism. 99% guaranteed. Are there people that are comrades that have been DSA for years? Absolutely. Are there leftists in DSA? Absolutely. But I believe 99% of people that are saying they're a democratic socialist, they're just Democrats who want to be a part of something that seems to be taking more action and doesn't have the stink of the establishment or whatever. That's it. They're not looking for big change. We do know that more than 50% of their paying members voted on their platform. I don't think they read it. I think, you know how when you sign up on a website, like click here to agree to the terms? I think they just scroll through it. Like, you know, I guarantee they didn't read half that shit. They're like, yeah, I agree. Where do I sign? Yep. Guaranteed. But also the paying members would not be the group I'm talking about. If you're a dues paying member of DSA, you're probably a leftist. I would argue the majority of people, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Let me see. I'm curious. If I Google how many people joined DSA since Zoran Mamdani got popular. At least 70,000 people have joined the Democratic Socialists of America nationally, more than doubling its size from roughly 50,000 members when Zoran launched his New York City mayoral campaign. Okay, so I would argue that 90%, 95 to 99% of those 70,000 people that have joined since Zoran got popular are libs like you and I who don't want anything to do with the boring Democratic Party and just want cheaper healthcare and life to be a little easier. That's it. The 50,000 that were a member before Zoran Mamdani are probably leftists who believed in that stuff. So I would argue the majority of members of DSA, again, 70,000 people joined. There were 50,000 before, so that's more than double. The majority of DSA members probably don't give a shit about socialism. To join your local chapter, you have to be a national dues paying member. At least my local chapter. I don't see why that wouldn't carry over. I don't know what you mean. I heard about them in 2020. Well, a lot of people heard about them in 2020 because Bernie talked about it. He gave a whole speech about what democratic socialism means. I heard about them going back to like 2018 when I started meeting people on Twitch. The first I think I ever heard about democratic socialism was when I was friends with Amy C3. She is a leftist streamer, or was. I don't know if she still is. She also claims that somebody was stalking her online and had a camera in her house and stuff. I think she's a little cuckoo. But we were friends before Biden got elected and all the leftists dropped me because I supported our president and democracy. But she was a member of DSA with some other like mods in her channel or something. I think they were just dudes trying to sleep with her. But they would go to like DSA meetings and they described it as young people just drinking and throwing darts and talking about leftist ideas. That was the first I heard about democratic socialism. It basically just a drinking club. Fake ass friends. Yep. Fake ass friends. Does she still stream? I wonder. I have no idea. I haven't heard a peep about her, man. I don't know. Fake ass friends. I'm a monster to those people now. Like, I might as well be Jack the Ripper to some of those people. They see me in their nightmares. Sundays. Wow. Okay. 1 day a week. Listen, everybody's going to stop streaming at some point. All your favorite streamers will quit. All your favorite YouTubers, everybody will quit one day. It's just a matter of when. We only win if we elect Ken Martin as the head of DSA. Amazing. Don't leave us. I will leave one day. I promise you guys. One day, I will leave. It's like TikTok. I just quit one day. I told people I was going to do it, but I haven't streamed on TikTok since May. I did not stream the month of June. I remember starting in June, July, now almost August, almost been 3 months. I just quit, like just disappeared. I haven't even been on there. I don't even look at it or anything. You will move to DC, end up getting a job on C-SPAN, and you will leave. Maybe. I've applied for some jobs like, you know, I want to do things that are fulfilling. I really enjoy doing this. I think it's a lot of fun. And it's doesn't feel like work to me to come hang out with you guys and just talk about this stuff. But there's other things I could do. I've told you guys about applying at a job at the DNC to be a new media coordinator. I thought that would be a very fulfilling job to help connect influencers with electeds and through the DNC. So if I see something that I feel would be valuable and to you know, things I care about and would be interesting, then I'll definitely leave to go do that. But it's got to be something pretty damn big. I like what I do. I got a good thing going here. Those debates started to dry up. Yeah, that's the only reason I stopped debating is because I just was sitting there for 45 minutes with nobody requesting. So I didn't want to do that. But maybe something will come along, you know, if I don't think C-SPAN would ever hire me, but if something was dangled in front of me to work at the DNC or C-SPAN or even like CNN, I've thought a dream job would be to host CNN's YouTube channel. So instead of just putting up clips, there's a guy or a couple of people that introduce the clips and comment on them, like my buddy Pondering Politics, for example, and just says, "What's up, CNN family? We got an amazing clip for you right now. Scott Jennings shit his pants. I kid you not, live on air. Watch this clip from Abby's show last night." Like just somebody to set up the clips and, you know, narrate it, comment on it. Because it seems kind of stupid what they do now. They just upload clips and expect you to figure it out. They narrate through a thumbnail and title if they even bother to do anything exciting there, right? But I wonder why the big networks haven't done anything for their YouTubes yet, their YouTube channels. They just kind of playing the same game since 2012, you know. Oh, let's upload a clip, 10 minutes. Blah. I haven't watched Parker and Dean in a while because those started getting really dry and repetitive. Well, it's anecdotal, but I've had a few people tell me that they're struggling to get debates too. It's just all trolls and waiting around, nobody coming online. So I don't think it was a me problem. I think it was a sign of the times site-wide problem to not be able to get any debate partners, really. I do feel a bit rusty on debating though, so if I get signed up for a Jubilee or some sort of IRL event, then I will go back on there and practice a bit. That's the only thing that would get me back on TikTok. Because I want to hear the talking points. I don't want to be surprised by what people on the right are saying. And TikTok's great for that. If you can get debate partners, you'll hear a lot of the talking points, and then you'll be able to anticipate them and have a good response in the moment. And you could just dunk on right wingers if you know what their talking points are. Oh my God, because they don't know the follow up. They got no rebuttal if you were able to push back at all. I did pretty well debating the fellas on Live and Learn. I appreciate it. I feel my arguments are a bit clumsy on there, but that's okay. Like when I watch other people watching Live and Learn, I'm like, oh God, why did I say that? But I think I did okay on the last one. I had a few moments where I was like, oh man, I could have said that more eloquently. But I think I've improved a lot on Live and Learn. I've never been a part of a podcast on a weekly basis, so it's a new experience for me how to share the stage and how to get my arguments in and finding my voice but I think I've gotten a lot better. That's interesting. So debating, if you don't continue, if you start to lose it, like any skill, right? It's not about like, well, part of it is also crafting my own arguments, right? Like the only way I get those punchy, concise one-liners is if I practice and I have a bunch of people I'm debating and I get to try out different things, you know. Like John Ossoff, him saying, you know, Trump, he just wants to travel with his binky Natalie in his unprotected flying palace as he falls asleep. Like you don't, you know, you could write that stuff out, but I think if you're out there saying things like that, you start to realize, okay, this works. This is kind of catchy, and this flows well. You know, you just kind of discover things like that. Couldn't you just get the talking points from watching Jesse Waters? No. I mean, you can, but you can't get them all, right? Like, you really got to engage with the people on the front line, the MAGA faithful, because they're like an aggregate of the talking points, and you see what is resonating too. That's why trying to think of a debate I did where I anticipated talking about. I mean, for Ben Shapiro, when I debated him, I was not on TikTok, and I did fine, I think, against him, but I had been doing a lot of research on the latest talking points, so I can do it. I can be well prepped and come up with stuff before without debating, but it's just good practice. Do you know it's going to be Ben? Nope. Nowadays they tell you, though. I heard Mason say they didn't tell them it was Tim Pool recently, but my understanding is nowadays, I don't know if they tell you actually, but I think what they do is they give you the prompts now a couple days before. I'm not sure if they tell you though. But no, I did not know it was Ben. I didn't know it was Cenk Uygur when I went. You find out when you get there. But I guessed it was Ben, to the point where I was listening to some of his YouTube videos on the drive up there, because it took me like an hour to get there. And I was convinced it was Ben Shapiro. And I guessed right. All right, we'll watch Jared Moskowitz on CNN in a moment. I got his restroom though. BRB.
And Kenny is a Republican in Sticka, Kentucky. Good morning, Kenny.
Morning. I'm just happy to see everything being built pretty up there. You know, it should be a nice White House to stand out for all the other countries come and look at it. But the Democrats and you all want to just everything that poor Trump does. Just like, what was your all's topic yesterday about Trump? I mean, it was just a little bit of everything every day on C-SPAN. Y'all got to have Trump every day.
Well, Trump is the president of the United States, Kenny.
I know, but you all just trying to make fun of the poor man. I mean, y'all have these topics on here as projects. I mean, come on. I mean, really. I mean, y'all.
You think talking about the projects is making fun of him? Tell me why.
Because, I mean, the way you all do it, I mean, then the Democrats call in and they whine just like over something it's just making the White House more beautiful.
What they were saying, the previous callers were saying that it's a waste of money. So that's one of the major criticisms of, we're 40 trillion in debt and we have trouble with gas prices and groceries and healthcare and housing. This is too much money to be spending. So what do you make of that?
It's just the growing times. I mean, you all think that everything's going to just stay cheap? We're not living in the 60s anymore. I mean, everything's high. I mean, anything you do in this world, it costs money. And it's just it's a shame.
All right.
And you had that Adam Sandler.
Adam Schiff?
Yeah, I mean, that man is a fraud all the way through his body. You can just look at him. He's just a bad person.
All right, Kenny, let's talk to Kayleen in Montana, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm really, really hoping that
Adam Sandler. I love this guy saying, now that Trump's in office, hey man, prices go up. This is in the 60s, like things get things get more expensive. Meanwhile, under Biden, he was like, this is the end of the world. This should have never happened. This is a disaster. But now that Trump's in charge, it's like, this is how the world works, man. What do you mean? Maybe a better link. What is this? Is this the whole thing? I'm just scrubbing through it. I don't even see Jared Moskowitz talking. It seems like it's just Abby, the host, and Scott Jennings. All right.
You have a lot to say about Jon Ossoff and very little.
Hold on. Does he even have Jared Moskowitz? You got very little with Jared Moskowitz in here too. This is about Ossoff. I'm really looking for Jared Moskowitz on CNN last night. Let me try again. The Yahoo link has more Moskowitz. I didn't see him at all in there as I scrubbed through it. Maybe there's more video in there or something. Let me see. I'll put it up here. It's like this video has been taken off the internet. Nobody's got it. Jared Moskowitz on CNN. See, look, it's at the Abby yelling at Scott Jennings. Where do you even see Jared Moskowitz? Four minutes. All right. Okay, there he is. Finally. Okay, let's see.
Travel with her. You should be mad about the president calling a reporter doing her job piggy.
Be consistent, Scott.
That's a pretty simple thing.
Consistent.
Not controversial. It's pretty simple.
Scott.
We gotta.
It's what it takes to be a Democrat. Drag defenseless women through the mud.
You're not the victim here, Scott.
Drag defenseless women through the mud.
You are not the victim here. You are the perpetrator of Donald Trump's fraud on the American people. So
all right. I don't know. I don't know why we
yes, you are,
have to insist on
defend him every.
I cannot stand this show. I don't watch it. I'm happy to watch a clip of it or whatever, but I just find this programming so obnoxious. I don't know who watches this crap, man. It's god awful. Absolutely awful content. I don't know. To me, it's equivalent to Morning Joe with 27 people on the screen. It's just so grating to me to watch people yell at each other like this, you know? It's just like nastiness all around the table. I don't get it.
I don't know why we have to insist on describing Natalie.
Like, it's the worst people. They found all the worst people and bring them on, you know? It's so annoying. Oh, shit. We got Destiny Raid on YouTube. Hell yeah. Thank you, Destiny. Let me take off my sub mode over there.
I'd love to set up a GoFundMe to fund my quest as I find the witch to undo the spell and set Abby free from this fuckassery with Scott. Go us off.
Here, here. Yeah, poor Abby, man. Welcome in, guys. What was Destiny up to, man? What's going on? I don't know if you guys got the memo, but we are all going to join DSA, guys. Get ready. We're going to infiltrate our local DSA. That woman, Angie Nixon, who won the Democratic Party's nomination in Florida for Senate, said she's a capitalist. She's a small business owner. She doesn't believe in abolishing borders and defunding the police. She just believes in universal health care, which I think most of us support something like that too. So we are all going to join DSA, guys, and take over and have votes on things that are liberal and we care about. We're going to change all of their positions on everything. You're going to start the Capitalism is Based caucus within your local DSA chapter. Think about it. We could actually take over DSA. They think they're going to come over into the Democratic Party and take over. We're going to reverse Uno and go take over their organization. And, you know, you guys actually can function in society. You have emotional intelligence. You are smart people. Imagine the comrades that are there now. They're barely functioning, man. Like, you've seen the memes. Those people run out of spoons by 9 a.m. You can go in there and just take over probably within weeks if you'd show up and just start pushing your weight around. You'll turn them into a liberal organization in no time. So I think it's time. I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to talk to Destiny about it. I already mentioned it in my previous conversation with him, but it's time we take over DSA, guys. We're going to push the crazies out, and it's going to be our organization. And when people say, why did you join DSA? You don't sound like you agree with anything. We like, I agree in the pursuit of universal health care in America. That's it. That's the only thing. And that's the only thing that woman agrees with, Angie Nixon, who got the nomination, and she's a member of DSA. So that means all of us can be DSA. You can be a capitalist and be a member of DSA, according to Angie Nixon. So who's with me? Who's with me? My lib army will join me and take over all of our local DSA chapters. They can't stop us. What are they going to do? Throw us all out? Maybe one or two of us. And now, by the way, some of you will not come back. I'm telling you right now, some of you will meet a hottie who convinces you that communism is based. Not all of you will be coming back from this mission. I warn you. Some of you, look around. The guy next to you may not be coming back. Okay? But that's the price I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to pay that price. Yeah, some of you might develop BPD if you go. I'm just warning you. I'm warning you. Some of you might start hearing voices in your head and catch whatever the people there have. I'm warning you. But we have to do it. This is your patriotic duty. Patriotic duty. I'm not falling for a commie plant. Yeah. Good luck. You say that now, but not all of you are as strong as you need to be, and it's okay. Oh, did I get rated on Kick as well? Awesome.
Dress up like Mao or Castro in your takeover try.
Everybody go buy a Chinese suit like Darius. All right. Everybody go find one of those Chinese suits. According to Hassan, it's just a Chinese suit. And we all roll up to our local DSA. I think it costs like $10 a year, man. You know, they got to be careful. They can't fleece their members. So it's probably like $10 a year to join DSA, and you're in, dude. They can't throw you out. What are they going to do? And then just start talking about how base capitalism is and how you don't support abolished borders and then demand that they vote to change the position of the local chapter to match what you believe. And boy, I'm telling you, man, this might actually work. We're just watching Jared Moskowitz, hero of the stream, who defeated Oliver Larpin, his DSA challenger, who never had a snowball's chance in hell of winning, as I proudly proclaimed on Live and Learn on Monday. This guy was a total clown, and he was not running to represent the people of Florida's 25th congressional district. He was running to create an internet presence and get on Hassan's stream so he could go on and do something else. And I read an article yesterday that said he is being considered as national spokesman for DSA. Like, why would you reward a guy? Why would you give a guy a promotion who lost his race by 20, almost 30 points? Only in DSA would they reward a guy who lost by 30 points to be their speaker. Like, that's the last guy I would make speaker of my organization. Are you kidding me? He be LARPing. Yeah, Oliver Larpin. He made out like a bandit. He got $70,000 raised for him. Now, that pisses me off, by the way. Think about all the people in Hassan's community that donated $5. I bet you there's people that skipped a meal to donate because Hassan said this guy's good.
Obama.
Hi, I'm Ten Hauser. Anti-communist, pro-capitalist, anti-Hassan, pro-Biden Harris, pro-us military. I'm glad to be here at my first DSA meeting.
There it is. And when they ask you, why are you here? Say, I support universal health care. That's it. You don't have to say anything else. That's what that woman, Angie Nixon, said in an interview we just watched on Meet the Press Now on NBC News. That's it. I think that woman joined at DSA to collect buffs. She joined Working Families Party. She said she joined a couple weeks ago. I think she signed up at Sam's Club. She signed up for every rewards program she could find, just collecting all the buffs before the election, man. So you too can be a member of DSA, guys. But little Oliver Larpin made out like a bandit. And I'm kind of pissed about that too. That's why I was so angry on Live and Learn about that guy. And my co-host asked me, it sounds personal about this guy. Like, why this guy? Why are you so angry about this guy? And in the moment I said, it's because he's going after my boy, Jared Moskowitz. And I don't like that. And it's the whole Israel thing, right? Like, the only reason Hassan gave a damn about that race was Israel. Notice how Hassan wasn't involved in Angie Nixon's race. Again, the woman who won the Democratic Party's nomination for Senate in Florida. She's DSA. He didn't give a shit about her. I actually searched his Twitter to see if he ever mentioned her between January 22nd, when she declared her candidacy, and the day before the primary, and no results came up. If you guys can find something to prove otherwise, I'd love to see it. I also went on ChatGPT and asked them to search. I asked ChatGPT to search his VODs, because there are transcripts for big streamers. And I went on his YouTube and searched. No mention of the word Angie or Nixon between January 22nd and August 17th, because the primary was 18th. And guess what? That's, in my opinion, the only reason Hassan gives a shit about any race is because Israel boogeyman, and Jared Moskowitz happens to be pro-Israel. He's not like John Fetterman pro-Israel, but he's pro-Israel enough to make Hassan host and attend a virtual rally twice for Oliver Larpin and his friends. But shame on Hassan for telling his audience to donate to a campaign that had no chance of winning. I find that awful, man. Like, when you ask your audience to donate to something, there are people that will make tough decisions to contribute because they believe in the cause, because you believe in the cause. And he knew all along that guy didn't have a chance in hell of winning. And his cope on election night was to say, well, 2 years ago, Oliver Larpin and the DSA wouldn't have gotten 36% in this district. So this is a huge improvement. It's like, give me a break, dude. Get out of here. You know, they're not going to keep fighting to improve their odds in that district. They're going to give up right away. So come on, man. Hassan is a fraud. Well, I just find it shameful to tell your audience to donate to a cause that you know isn't going to work.
It's like $70 for a local DSA membership in my city. What's the best approach? Play dumb and say things like free healthcare but keep prisons.
I don't think, I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, everybody interviewed about DSA that's a member that has won a nomination says, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that. So why can't you do that? So far, the only thing I've heard anyone agree with is Medicare for all. So you can proudly, with your chest, go to your local DSA meeting and join and say, I'm only here for universal health care. I don't support any of those other things, because we've heard people on TV say it over and over again. Soon as DSA becomes the man, they'll fall apart. I agree. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. I don't think Hassan knew. He probably gullibly believed that. Is that even a word? I don't think Hassan is that dumb. Come on. I have my questions about Hassan's intelligence, but I don't think Hassan is that clueless that he thought Oliver could actually win. And by the way, Bernie and AOC did not endorse Oliver Larpin either. So that should tell you something, right? That should tell you. He did not have AOC or Bernie's endorsements, and they've endorsed plenty of House candidates like Melat Kiros, you name it. I think Hassan is like a dog, just sort of does things arbitrarily. No. We know exactly why Hassan does things. At least, why does he get involved in certain races? Usually there's Israel as the boogeyman. If AIPAC or Israel's not involved, he doesn't care. That's why he didn't really give a shit about Hong in Wisconsin. That's why he didn't care about Angie Nixon statewide in Florida. If Israel isn't there, he doesn't care. And we know why he cares about Israel, too.
Again, a 35-year-old woman. She's a government employee. As a defenseless
She has no microphone.
woman.
Nor did Ruby Freeman or Shane Moss.
She, like everybody else, who
By the way, doesn't she run
is doing their job,
She
doesn't deserve
That's
to
a
be
pretty
attacked.
big microphone. If I got a list, Jared, of every female who worked in your office and read their first names and said, gee whiz, Jared, why are you spending so much time with that lady? You'd be pissed right now.
Scott, hold on.
You'd be pissed.
Your involvement in Pretty Fly has people doing more Israel conspiracy stuff. I think I saw this. Remember the song from back in the day, Pretty Fly for a White Guy? Did you know the white guy was played by Israeli-born actor? Hey, what does that have to do with anything? 2 million views. This account, Unity News Net, has 115,000 followers. What does it matter that I was born in Israel? I have no control over that. I have no say in that. Why does that even matter? Why would they bring that up? What is this account? Is this like what is this account? I've never heard of this. Officially UNN Twitter, the UK's only fully live, fully interactive news channel. Is this like a leftist news channel or something? I think they're trying to imply Jewish people aren't white or something. Anti-Zionist. Yeah, this is definitely has to deal with anti-Zionism, not Judaism. Left-wing dog whistle. Well, somebody's got to know this account. Let's see what else they say. Is this you talking shit on Richard Branson? 2 Afghan migrants raped and assaulted a 14-year-old. This seems like a right-wing account. Environmentalist activist Chris Packham says in an interview with The Telegraph, I like a multicultural world. This seems like a far right. Yeah, this seems like an anti-immigrant Groyper account or something. That seems pretty stupid, though, to point out that somebody was born in Israel. Like, it's even if you're a right-wing freak who hates Jews, like, somebody being born somewhere doesn't mean anything. Like, I can understand if I lived there and I was, if that's like part of more a part of my life than just born there. Strange.
Hold on. Do I think what happened with the Natalie thing, is that how we should talk? No, I don't think that's how politics should be. But what you should understand is we talk like that now because of Trump.
Donald Trump. Thank you. Case closed. End of story.
Do you disagree with that?
Ooh.
Look,
no, and the American people know it.
I believe you shouldn't demean women, and I don't think defenseless
Unless
women
Donald
in
Trump
politics
does
should be
it.
drugged through the mud.
Unless
That's
Donald
what I
Trump
believe.
does
Okay.
it. Be consistent, Scott Jennings. The American people see your inconsistency.
What a fun show. They just yell at each other all day long. When is Scott Jennings going to be promoted to press secretary? We know what's her name is leaving.
It's gotten to the point where you don't know if the freaks attacking are far right or left. Crying face emoji.
Right? Isn't that just a sign of the times? I genuinely, just looking at that X post saying I'm Israeli, do not know if it's a leftist or some freak right account. That's sad. And it's pretty sad. Caroline Leavitt is out at the end of the month. So is Scott Jennings the guy? I haven't heard anything since the announcement was made that his name was being floated. I hope they pick him. That'd be awesome.
All right. Listen, I mean, President Trump, I think...
Not a negative word for us off. What do you think?
Why are you trying to change the subject?
Listen, I'm curious.
I guess honestly, Scott, I think that if your position is that he was making an innuendo, I don't think it's good to make innuendo. But I also think it is worse to actually use insults to call women stupid, to call them piggy, to say that they are fat, whatever it is. Those things, actual, straight up, direct insults at professional women doing their jobs, I think most people think that's actually worse.
I think it's, look, I said I don't believe in demeaning women. I don't know what your problem is. Didn't you work for Bill Clinton? I mean, my God, we know how Democrats treat women in the workplace.
And do I defend Bill Clinton?
Honestly.
I have not defended him. You sit up. Scott Jennings is the master of deflection, the American people. He changed the subject here from Donald Trump to Bill Clinton because he doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. He doesn't want to. It
was pretty bad.
He doesn't want to criticize his boss.
It's how Democrats think of women in politics.
Clinton, he's so good at changing the subject.
How they view women in politics.
But he will not criticize.
They're only there.
Yeah, I don't know how people watch this show. I can't stand it. Before you guys got here with the raid, I was talking about how just obnoxious this show is. No offense to the people that go on there, but wow. Just how do people watch that crap, man? I could have sworn Jared did an interview somewhere, though, but I'm not seeing it. Didn't he talk about Hassan somewhere?
Would you say this primary season has been more heated than previous ones? I've only started paying attention to primaries this year.
I wouldn't even say this is a heated primary season. I would say the only heated primary was really Abdul El Sayed versus Haley Stevens. Every other primary has been pretty chill. It's just that was a nasty primary. I mean, like, look at Francesca Hong versus David Crowley. It was quite chill. There wasn't a lot of attacks or anything like that. I think DSA is shaking things up a bit because people are disappointed in the Democratic Party for unfair reasons, but it is what it is. They are suffering under Trump. Trump has really made things worse, and people are pissed, and they want to see the Democrats do something, but elections have consequences. You can't do much, and these DSA people are energized and fired up, and they're fighting, and they're saying, to hell with that. We could do everything. It's like, all right, good luck. There's nothing you can do. But they are telling voters that they will get in there and make their lives better, which is nonsense. But they're taking advantage of the moment, and people want to see fighters, and so they're rising to the occasion, and they are going after kind of mostly tired, boring, moderate Democrats that have been there a while, and popping a couple of them for the most part. People are also still fuming about what happened with the Democrats in 2024 with Biden shitting the bed in that debate and falling apart, and Kamala failing to beat Trump, and the Gaza stuff. And so people are pissed and unhappy with the Democrats. And so it leaves opportunity for agitators to come in and say, I'll fix everything. I'm anti-establishment. The thing is, though, I think it's a temporary thing, whereas once the midterms come around, which we're like 76 days away from, Democrats should do very well. And then once they take over on January 3rd, I think people will be I don't think they'll be satisfied, but they'll be happy to see the Democrats putting up a fight and a new face to the Democratic Party. And I think that DSA won't have much bandwidth at that point, because everybody will be talking about the investigations and what the Democrats are about to do. And once you have power, people treat you a lot differently. So I just think this is a moment in time where there's nothing else to talk about, and Democrats are weak right now due to being out of power, and the Kamala stink still on them. But that's about to change. Tallarico was heated. Yeah, that's true. The Tallarico-Crockett primary was pretty heated. I thought Jared did an interview where he had mentioned Hassan, but I could be wrong. I guess nothing's coming up here, so. 2 months ago. I want to take a quick look around and see what else is out there since I started my stream. It was on Fox? Oh, it was, huh? Maybe they didn't put it up. Let's see what's on Fox. What do we got? Trump threatens tremendous consequences. Eric Swalwell. Well, if anybody has a link to the Jared Moskowitz Fox News interview, I'd love to see it. Looks like we have a child in the Twitch chat, guys. Please take note if you believe you may have lost your child. They might be in the Twitch chat right now. Paging all parents. I think your child has wandered into my Twitch chat. Is they're wearing one of those monkey backpacks with the long tail to hold on. Search Jared Moskowitz CNN. I tried that. I'm a sub. I couldn't care less. You could be a mod and I would treat you the same. I have thousands of gifted subs around these parts. We don't care. Let's see here. GOP senator slams DSA opponent. This is Angie Nixon's opponent, but she's pretty useless. She's going to sail to victory, probably by 20 points. She was going to win with Vindman as the nominee as well. Anyways, oh, Darlene Graham. Did you guys see this numbnut? She's in a lot of trouble right now, guys. Darlene Graham is in a lot of trouble. She participated in a debate earlier this week and gave the stupidest answer in the world to the Taiwan question. And she also said that there's 50 million people in the state of South Carolina. And I think there's a good chance she loses. The runoff election is on Tuesday. Thank you guys for the links to the Jared thing. We'll talk about that after this. Where's my cursor? The hell? Okay. Allow ads. Sure. Go ahead. Make 2 cents off me. Go ahead. Let's see. Where is it here? Scroll down. Okay. Show more. Oh, here we go. Hello? What's going on here? Oh, there it is. My bad.
Brilliant.
An ad here. Are you telling me nepotism isn't the best way to find talent? No. DEI hire Darlene Graham is totally useless. By the Republican and Trump's definition, she is pure DEI. It's so funny to see the hypocrites try to defend Darlene Graham as to get a full term. It would be one thing if she just served out the remainder of her brother's term, kind of a nice gesture. Still totally reckless and DEI useless. But it would have been, nobody would have really said much. But the fact that she's going for a full 6-year term and doesn't know shit about one of our biggest national security concerns or international security concerns is crazy. Like, I don't expect everybody to be an expert on Taiwan, but if you're trying to become a U.S. senator, you should probably have a position on that.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz sent Hassan Piker his condolences after defeating DSA-backed Oliver Larkin. However, Piker says the results were unbelievably promising.
Unbelievably promising? Has Hassan explained that comment? What does he mean? She's going to get beat by like 20%, man. What's he talking about? This is unbelievable. And again, Hassan never mentioned Angie Nixon, the woman who won statewide in Florida for the Senate nomination. He never mentioned her before election night. Her entire campaign, I couldn't find a single mention of Angie Nixon. And now Hassan, all of a sudden, super fan over here. This is unbelievably promising. We have our work cut out. What do you mean we? You didn't do this. He's trying to claim this victory like we did this. The closest I could find to Hassan helping her in any way was Hassan attended a virtual rally, I believe in February of this year, and she was one of the attendees. And I don't even think he interacted with her anyway or anything. Hassan, yeah. You read my comment about ICE? What? No idea what you're talking about, man. You take your medicine today, Kizzer? Or make sure you read the label. You might need to take it with food or something. Something's off, buddy. Just want you to make sure you're getting what you need there.
For the socialist movement. Fortunately, Congressman Moskowitz joins me here in New York. Would you like to tell us your response to Piker, sir?
Well, I mean, I subscribe to the Talladega Nights rules of elections. If you're not first, you're last. I mean, they lost. The election is over. So I don't know what's promising about that. Look, I represent folks that...
Dude, I'm here for the shit-talking tour, man. I'm here for this. I think Jared deserves to do a victory lap. And I am thrilled that he tweeted at Hassan. Hassan claims it was the first thing he did. Well, first of all, Jared won this from the comfort of his couch because he won by 30 points. He didn't have to do shit. He probably was chilling like a regular Tuesday night with his family, just enjoying some TV and turned it on, saw he won, and then talked his shit, So I don't blame him. Like, people want to see fight. They want to see somebody who knows how to navigate the internet. And I think it was brilliant for that, but also because people need to push back on Hassan. We need to show that the Democratic Party is not Hassan Piker's party. And everybody is so nervous to condemn Hassan or to distance themselves from him, right? Like Abdul El Sayed is terrified of abandoning this guy for some reason. And I think it's great that Jared stood up and said, fuck that guy, man. He doesn't represent the Democratic Party. He's a clown. That's basically what he did with this tweet. So I think that's awesome.
You know, like my grandparents escaped the Holocaust. This country, you know, saved their lives. I got people who live in the community that have, you know, escaped Cuba and escaped Venezuela, have escaped socialism. They love this country. And they see, you know, things on the DSA platform like abolish the Senate and abolish prisons and open borders. And they hear them talking about celebrating 100 years of Fidel Castro. And they just don't know what's going on with some of these folks in the party.
Does the DSA members, or Piker, do they belong inside the big tent Democrat Party? Can you coexist with them?
Well, I mean, we're going to see if we can coexist with them. I mean, they can't coexist with me. They targeted me months ago to try to take me out in a district that Trump won by 9. So that was clear there. They weren't interested in winning the general election in my seat. They were interested in just taking out a Democrat. And so, you know, look, they're making.
And they weren't even interested in that. They were just interested in getting internet points and attention. This was never a winnable race for a DSA candidate. This is an R+3 district. This is a district that Trump won by like 9 points. Give me a break. The DSA strategy hasn't worked in D+4 districts, like in Arizona's 4th congressional district, where this guy named Kai Newkirk tried to run on the DSA platform. The only place they're winning is D+30. Now, this woman won in Florida statewide, which you would say that's a very red state. So that totally goes against what you're saying. And you're right. But the reason why she won isn't because of her campaign. It's mostly because Vindman, the moderate, shit the bed. That guy did not do a good job, and she was out there hustling, and she was able to get people activated. And by the way, she joined DSA a couple of weeks ago, and like I said, she says it. She doesn't hide it. She also joined the Working Families Party. She joined every club she could find. She joined the Hair Club for Men. She joined Sam's Club. She signed up at Costco. She joined everything she could to try to get support. And when asked, does she support this and that, she said she doesn't support any of the bullshit that DSA is on about. The only reason she became a member of DSA, according to her, was universal health care. That's it. She claimed the Democratic Party isn't advocating for universal health care. I disagree. And I fault Hakeem Jeffries for failing on the messaging there, because my Democratic Party is interested in everyone having coverage, comprehensive coverage that is affordable. Now, we may have different ideas on how to get there, whether it's Medicare for all or whatever, but the Democratic Party believes in universal health care one way or another. I'm sorry. Either you get Medicaid or you get credits to buy it, whatever. I'm not saying all the ideas are great. I support Medicare for all. I just don't see a path to get there right now. That being said, this woman, Angie Nixon, who is a DSA member, rejected everything DSA stands for. She even said she's a capitalist. She's not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. But as far as I know, democratic socialism means you're a socialist. And she said she's a capitalist. So I don't think DSA won the nomination in Florida for U.S. Senate. I think Vindman lost it, and she joined every club she could find. That's it. But my point is that the race against Jared Moskowitz was never serious. It was all about, I'm going to go after this pro-Israel guy. He represents one of the most Jewish districts in the nation, and Oliver Larpin ran on a campaign of Israel's committing a genocide. That's not a great message in a highly Jewish district. That's not a winning message in one of the most Jewish districts in the nation. I'm sorry. Do a lot of Jewish people think Israel is in the wrong and doing some bad things and Netanyahu sucks? Absolutely. Absolutely. But calling it a genocide is not exactly the most popular thing among Jewish people in general. And I know somebody will dig up some poll or something like that, but come on, this is just facts. So I don't think Oliver was ever running a serious campaign to win the district, to represent the people of Florida's 25th congressional district. He was running a campaign to get on Hassan's stream, to get donations, to raise his public profile, to get followers so that he could do something with that. And we found out what it is because he's now being considered to be the national spokesman for DSA. Only DSA would reward a guy who lost by almost 30 points with a promotion. Only DSA would think that's the guy we want to put into a prominent position in our organization.
Making blue seats cobalt blue, but we got to win the general election. That should be the goal, and everyone needs to be rowing in that direction, but instead they're too busy doing these fights and trying to take out Democrats.
But I know you're Jewish. Do Jewish voters feel politically homeless because so many Democrats call Israel a genocidal state? Let's get to that issue.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, I talked to my Jewish friend.
We don't stand for shit talking of Biden or Democrats around here, guys. I don't know if people got the memo. That's part of the rules. Be normal, please. That's all I ask. But if you're here to run your mouth about Democrats or Biden or anything like that, you're going to get banned because you clearly are having a mental health episode and can't remove yourself and for whatever reason. So just fair warning, I don't stand for that shit. I'm here to have a good time, hang with my friends who live in reality and support the only party that is actually trying to improve people's lives. We don't care about your gripes with Biden or any of that bullshit. Nobody cares. Don't need to stand for it. Yes, this is an echo chamber. Couldn't care less. Every channel's an echo chamber. Go try to run your mouth about DSA or leftists in Hassan's channel and watch how long you last. So nobody gives a shit. Go away. Go eat your animal crackers and drink your juice box for dinner. Nobody cares.
Jewish voters in my district, outside of my district, across the country. And what's going on?
I got to back this up. I need to hear all this again.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz sent Hassan Piker his condolences after defeat.
You shouldn't use mental health in this context. I think it's hilarious, and you're a snowflake, so you're out of here.
DSA-backed Oliver Larkin. However, Piker says the results were unbelievably promising for the socialist.
I will ban you for being a pussy, too. I'll tell you that right now. I will ban you for being a pussy. No problemo. That's part of being normal. Don't be a pussy.
Movement. Fortunately, Congressman Moskowitz joins me here in New York. Would you like to tell us your response to Piker, sir?
Well, I mean, I subscribe to the Talladega Nights rules of elections. If you're not first, you're last. I mean, they lost. The election is over. So I don't know what's promising about that. Look, I represent folks that, like my grandparents escaped the Holocaust. This country, saved their lives. I got people who live in the community that have, escaped Cuba and escaped Venezuela, have escaped socialism. They love this country. And they see, things on the DSA platform like abolish the Senate and abolish prisons and open borders. And they hear them talking about celebrating 100 years of Fidel Castro. And they just don't know what's going on with some of these folks in the party.
Just the DSA members.
I don't like the ableist language. Dude, to say was, hey, I'm a pussy. Please ban me. I mean, you don't have to go. You don't have to write all that. What are you doing? You don't have to write all that. Come on. Waste my time. Just put your hand. If you're a pussy, put your hand up. Right here. Please ban me. And we'll do it. We'll get you out of here. You don't have the spoons to click the X on the upper right-hand corner and move on with your life. That's fine. We'll take care of you. We're not going to wipe your ass like mom and dad and allow you to sleep in the basement until you're 30, but we will remove you. Happy to do it. I mean, I guess. I think it's kind of sad, but I know you can run out of spoons sometimes and you're unable to click that X, but.
Or Piker, do they belong inside the big tent Democrat Party? Can you coexist with them?
Well, I mean, we're going to see if we can coexist with them. I mean, they can't coexist with me. They targeted me months ago to try to take me out in a district that Trump won by 9. So that was clear there. They weren't interested in winning the general election in my seat. They were interested in just taking out a Democrat. And so, look, they're making blue seats cobalt blue. But we got to win the general election. That should be the goal.
Mark Kelly, astronaut emoji.
Hell yeah. Astronaut emoji. Thank you, Hot Sauce, for the $20. Let's freaking go. He was joking? Well, if he was joking, you can, if you think he was joking, you can unban him, Jax, if you want. I don't care.
And everyone needs to be rowing in that direction, but instead they're too busy doing these fights and trying to take out Democrats.
But I know you're Jewish. Do Jewish voters feel politically homeless because so many Democrats call Israel a genocidal state? Let's get to that issue.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, I talk to my Jewish friends, Jewish voters in my district, outside of my district, across the country. And I have never heard the anxiety from Jewish parents. Again, my grandmother was part of the Kindertransport out of Berlin as a child. Her parents were killed in Auschwitz. My grandfather's whole family was killed in Poland from the pogroms. And the anxiety that I'm hearing from Jewish families, it's not just about Israel. The anti-Semitism that they're seeing within America. Yeah. Every single solitary day, they're worried about their future. You know, we assimilated here. And, you know, we've had problems around the world, generations, thousands of years. Jews have had these issues. And this country is now starting to embrace some of those things. And people are really scared.
But it's a bitter divide within the Democrat Party.
Well, listen, if we're being honest, it's a bitter divide on the Democratic Party. It's also a bitter divide in the Republican Party, where, you know, Dan Bilzerian just ran against Randy Fine, running Nazi commercials. James Fishback ran against Byron Donalds, maybe the most racist anti-Semitic campaign I've ever seen.
I appreciate Jared pointing this out. These guys try to act like the Democratic Party's the one dealing with this. This is a problem all around. Anti-Semitism is popping off right now, and nobody gives a shit. People are just shrugging at it like, oh, well. I gave a whole speech about this, how nobody thinks we have to change our language or behavior or anything. It's just like, well, them's the breaks. And it's like, oh, so what? I can't criticize Israel? It's like, there's a way to go about it. But it's been so nasty with the anti-Zionism. There's 10 million people in Israel, man. Like, when people hate on Israel, you're hating on 10 million people, right? When you say, fuck Israel, Israel's doing this, Israel's doing that. It's like, no, nobody's saying the government of Israel. Nobody's saying this far-right, authoritarian, corrupt government is doing this. It's just fuck Israel, fuck Israel, fuck Israel, fuck Israel. And what do you think's going to happen when you do that, right? Like, you are generalizing. You are throwing a huge net. And it's, what is the end result? Anti-Semitism popping off. And nobody cares. It's like, well, why should I have to change my language? Can I not criticize Israel? Of course you can criticize Israel. But it's like saying America shouldn't exist because of the Trump administration. That's insane. Doesn't mean you have to like Israel or be a fan of it. I'm just saying, when you see anti-Semitism is so high, why is it that nobody cares? People are like, oh, I love Jewish people. I appreciate Jewish people. But there's no action. Like, you need to couple it with proactive things and language to offset the bigotry. Because right now, Jews are getting all the blowback, man. And like in New York City, the #1 hate crime, the majority of hate crimes, you can look this up, the majority of hate crimes in the last year are involving anti-Semitism, yet Jews make up only 10% of the population. So why is that? Is it because Israel's doing things, or is it the rhetoric and the language that's being used around it, right? Like, obviously that's a problem. You can't just say, well, Israel should stop doing bad things and then there won't be anti-Semitism. That's not right. I just think that's crazy that you're just like, well, Jews just going to have to deal with that until Israel stops doing bad things. What? We would never say that about anything. It's like, you know, imagine if Asian Americans were being discriminated against in America and everybody was talking about how shitty China is or something like that. And it's like, well, China should stop being shitty and doing shitty stuff then. No, nobody would accept that.
Run by anyone running for governor. And so the fringes are all of a sudden embracing this sort of hatred. But I can tell you, you talk to Jewish families, they're recapturing and remembering the stories their grandparents told them in the run-up to thing in Europe, where, you know, Jewish businesses, you know, were abandoned. You know, people felt that they could, you know, go protest outside houses of worship. They felt ostracized. And that's how Jews right now are starting to feel in this country.
What do you think about Mayor Mandami in New York? What should he do? Because we do have a divided city, and I don't think that's very good, and I don't like the atmosphere on the street. What do you think Mandami should do?
Look, I think the mayor talks out of both sides of his mouth, right? It seems like almost every day now he has to condemn some anti-Semitic attack that happened in New York. But at the same time, right, he is feeding the red meat to those anti-Semites every day in New York. And I think he's got to recognize that as long as he's feeding that red meat, then every single day he's going to have to be condemning another anti-Semitic attack.
And people will say, what do you mean? He's just criticizing Israel. Well, it's leading to anti-Semitism. What does it matter? It doesn't matter what he's doing. The end result is anti-Semitism is on the rise and is dominating in New York City when it comes to hate crimes. So something's got to change, right? Right? What? He can't criticize Israel? No, obviously find a better way to do it, because I don't think it's a coincidence that New York City is seeing a huge uptick in anti-Semitism. And Mamdani's out here saying arrest, you know, Netanyahu, and Israel's doing this and that. Like, come on. It just seems very simple to me, man. The only Jews are the ones that get screwed when it comes to this. Like, nobody cares when it's Jews. It's like, oh, well, sucks for them. That's why I appreciate Moskowitz going out here and saying this stuff, man. It doesn't mean you can't criticize Israel. It just means, obviously, the way people are going about it right now is leading to these anti-Semitic attacks. So do we do nothing? And those hate crimes are against American Jews, not Israeli. Yeah, those Jewish people have nothing to do with it at all. I don't know, man.
That last one for you. Angie Nixon won.
Is there an example of Mamdani criticizing Israel in the wrong way? I have no idea. I'm just saying that what he's saying is not leading to a good result. So it's either what he's saying or what he's not saying. So take your pick. Something's not working. And the only thing we can point to right now is the rhetoric from Mamdani and other leaders in New York City. What else could be inspiring this? Putting no Jews on that 18-lawyer board. I don't know. I think he could be doing more to push back on the anti-Semitism, right? He'll come out once in a while and say, I am disgusted by the anti-Semitism, and there's no room for this, and this isn't right. And people say, see there, he said it. He did it. It's like Hassan bringing his one Jewish friend on stream who thinks Israel sucks. Like, see, look, Hassan loves Jewish people. He's got a Jewish guy there who says it. Obviously, he needs to do a lot more, because the results speak for themselves.
Her Senate Democrat primary, and she has some extreme.
Let me hear this.
Recognize that as long as he's feeding that red meat, then every single day he's going to have to be condemning another anti-Semitic attack.
That last one for you. Angie Nixon won her Senate Democrat primary, and she has some extreme ideas. I'm going to run something on our screen just to show you what she's up to. Abolish the prisons. She's got a long list of radical policies. Can you explain to me?
Well, she said she doesn't support any of these things. We just watched an interview. She said she doesn't support abolishing prisons. She doesn't support abolishing borders. She doesn't support defunding the police. She doesn't support any of this.
How it is that she won. I mean, look at that list of ideas that she's got. Medicare for all, abolish ICE, path to citizenship, cancelling student debt, free childcare, etc., etc. How come she won?
Well,
so Jared Moskowitz is a co-sponsor of Medicare for all. I looked it up this week to see. He is a co-sponsor of Medicare for all. So if anybody out there tells you that Jared Moskowitz is some conservative schmuck who they were just trying to push the district to the left to get Medicare for all. You can say Jared Moskowitz is a co-sponsor of the current Medicare for all bill authored by Pramila Jayapal. Go look it up.
Look, I know Angie. I think she won because she outworked her opponent. In politics, work still.
All right, guys, we have some mentally unwell people hearing auditory hallucinations in their head and for some reason typing in my YouTube chat. So we're going to have to go back to subscriber only mode for 5 minutes. These people don't have the attention span to sit around for 5 minutes to troll. So, you know, they can't afford their Adderall or whatever ADHD medicine they need to function. So going to have to put that back on sub only mode for 5 minutes. All right. Sorry about that. Just make sure you subscribe. They don't have enough spoons to sit around for 5 minutes and get distracted.
Matters. People want to see you on the ground. They want to see you working. And she just dramatically outworked her opponent who wasn't from Florida. And
I like this answer from Jared. Listen to what he said here in response to all the crazy policy. He's like, look, this lady just outworked her more moderate opponent.
Canceling student debt, free childcare, et cetera, how come she won?
Well, look, I know Angie. I think she won because she outworked her opponent. In politics, work still matters. People want to see you on the ground. They want to see you working. And she just dramatically outworked her opponent who wasn't from Florida. Angie's from Florida. She's a current representative. People know her. She tapped into, obviously, the African-American community. She tapped into women voters. And she tapped into low-income voters who are suffering in this economy. And so, look, I don't support abolishing prisons. I think she talks more about private for-profit prisons, which I think a lot of Americans don't understand why those exist. But I'm not for getting rid of prisons. I'm not for getting rid of the Senate like the DSA has in their agenda. You know, just get rid of Article 1 of the Constitution.
You're going to have to deal with it if she wins and gets in the Senate.
Oh, well, listen, right now, 5% of the people who are going to go to the 120th Congress are DSA members on the Democratic side. It's 5%.
And he voted
it's not
for
the whole party.
Obama.
The lib Chad Maxing at 2 based, please. I can't take it.
Bozzy Vic, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. This is just another Thursday night over on this channel, man. Nothing special here. This is most people. I feel like I'm pretty normal, man. I've got my issues, right? But I feel like I'm pretty damn normal. Did the 2 times dono get fixed? Yeah. The double alerts got fixed. Somebody asked if Vindman was a carpetbagger. They said the wrong word, but yeah, he moved to Florida like 2 years ago, and he was a national figure. He wasn't known in Florida. It just wasn't a good pick, man. I don't want to take away from this woman, Angie Nixon. I think she probably ran a great campaign, as good as possible, but the real reason she won is because her moderate opponent, Vindman, screwed up royally. Same thing, why Hong got so close in Wisconsin, right? Like most of these DSA victories this election cycle are due to the moderate candidates screwing up. Same thing in New York City. If we had a halfway decent moderate candidate, Mamdani would not be the mayor. Turned out to be a decent guy, and actually I support him being mayor because it allows those further left people to have representation and someone to rally behind. He's a member of the Democratic Party. He shows them that you can work with moderates like Kathy Hochul, so it brings the temperature down. But let's not act like these DSA people are performing a miracle here, you know what I mean?
But yes, we're going to have to deal with that come January.
Congressman, it's a real pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Moskowitz on Fox and Friends. Amazing. Republican, Democratic fraud, Republican Jared Moskowitz going on all the Fox shows. All right. Let's see what he said over there. Okay, Fox. I'll let you make your 2 cents off me, dude. Go ahead.
Safe like repair, safe like repair.
I don't know if it brings the temperature down. They give Hochul no credit. They just say Mamdani did it all on his own. Yeah, I get annoyed by that too. But it is what it is. Like the child care thing. Everybody's like, Mamdani got universal child care. No, he didn't. That shit goes back to the de Blasio administration. It's been in the works for years. Did he get the final 10, 15%? Maybe, I guess you could say he did. And you got to give him credit for energizing people around the issue to get it over the final hump. Sure, why not? But let's not give Mamdani credit for something a ton of work was done before he even got there. Same thing with bringing crime down. I saw the other day he was claiming that violent crime is down in New York City. It's like, first of all, it's been trending down for years. And what have you done? You kept the same police commissioner.
Would you like to buy some gold?
Hell yeah. Didn't gold go up a little bit recently? Like this week it went up a bit? Now, again, I'm not trying to shit on Mamdani. I think he's a good elected official, and I, for the reasons I stated earlier, he's very charismatic and he knows how to use social media, and he's showing how to get people fired up, and I like that he's stopped accepting money after a while due to the public financing system in New York City and start telling people to sign up. So I have way more good things to say about Mamdani than bad things, but it's important to be honest and realistic about this stuff. What's going on here?
Florida in some places. DSA member Angie Nixon. All right, a warning sign for established Democrats. After a big win for Democratic Socialists in Florida in some places, DSA member Angie Nixon toppled Alexander Vindman by 12 points despite being massively outspent in the Florida Senate race. She raised under $1 million. Now her past anti-Israel comments are back in the spotlight.
Many of my colleagues have stated that folks are fearful of another massacre occurring to the Jewish people. Well, guess what? A massacre is occurring now. My love for people is being questioned.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Listen, I'd have to look at the date of that and all that. I don't know. That's not great. When people are saying they're worried about something and you're like, I don't care, there's something else going on. That's not a great answer. Yeah, I'm convinced this woman's going to lose by 20. I mean, it's Florida. Vindman was going to lose too, but it is what it is. She's the meme.
Because I want to stand against the unjust killings of innocent people.
They wanted to call all Palestinians anti-Semites. I am upset that the hostages got taken and everything, but I am also upset that we are continually seeing people lose their lives.
All right.
Not the most articulate answer there. I'm upset about the hostages and everything, but that is a terrible thing to say. I'm upset about those hostages, but okay, not a good answer. 5-second Fox clips can be disregarded. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great look, but that's the way our media works. This is, it is what it is.
Joining us right now is Florida Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz, who defeated DSA-backed challenger in a primary relatively easily. Congressman, great to see you. Congratulations on the victory. I know it's going to be a tough fight. You're going against Scott Singer. He was the former mayor of Boca Raton. They say, Cook Report says it's the only toss-up. But one thing that was just really struck everybody.
Dude, how can you lose a toss-up race? I'm sorry. In this political environment, I think any Republican that represents an R+10 or less district is in trouble right now. Look at that special election on Tuesday in Pennsylvania where a Democrat flipped it and Trump had won it by 18 points. I mean, Pennsylvania of all places. This is just a nightmare for Republicans right now. Also, a couple of Trump-backed candidates lost. Jared is winning easily. I hope so.
Is how you were running against somebody who was a DSA member and didn't get close to you, and you didn't really engage that much. But I know you vehemently are not a socialist. Why? What was your strategy?
Well, I mean, look, I'm from this area. I grew up there, right? I went to elementary school, middle school, high school. Like, this is where my kids are being raised. I know my neighbors. I know these people. And I said to myself, you know what? Let them hear from the folks at DSA National on how they're celebrating Fidel Castro. Let them hear that they want the only Jewish state in the world to disappear. And I thought to myself, the more my voters hear those positions from DSA, from my opponent, I think the more they'll actually turn out for me, and that's what happened.
So you have two who won in New York City. You have Chris Rabb, who won in Philadelphia. You have El Said, who won in Michigan for the Senate seat. And you have somebody who just won over for the Senate seat to run against Ashley Mooney for the Senate seat in Florida. Does it disturb you, the direction of the party right now?
Well, I mean, here's what I would say. If you look at the amount of members that are coming to the House that are DSA, it's 5%. They're not the Democratic Party. But I think the Democratic Party needs to step up, and speak out. I mean, look, you know, Democrats are upset about what happened in the last election. They have every right, and they're upset what happened over the last 18 months. But that doesn't mean we should start embracing things or a movement that in their platform says, you know, no prisons, no borders. Oh, we're going to get rid of the Senate, by the way, just Article 1 of the Constitution. You know, there are people going on.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound crazy just saying it?
Well, you got people going on the campaign trail saying, you know, the Soviet Union, wish they won the Cold War, dressing up as Mao. He only killed 50 million people. That is not how we're going to win the House. It's not how we're going to win the Senate.
So how did Nixon win in your state?
This is an interesting moment of pushing back on these DSA people. We've seen a little bit of it, but nobody charismatic or well-known has decided to lean into this. And Jared is taking a leadership role. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Can you guys think of anyone else who has like forcefully pushed back on DSA, talking shit like this?
He's feeding into their delusions about socialism at the same time. It deserves more nuance.
I don't know though, Madikul. Like, is there room for nuance? Or you know, a lot of people have been convinced socialism man bad, and like trying to argue that it's not that, it's this, it's tough. I think it's kind of a losing battle right now. You know, most people are trying to like avoid talking about it for the most part, saying, well, I don't believe in this or that. It's like they're afraid to upset the DSA people. Jared doesn't give a shit. I mean, he's also running in a slightly red district, so it's to his advantage to do that. But he is a charismatic guy. He's media savvy, and I haven't seen anybody like him go down this road. So kind of interesting. I feel like AOC's comments about woke one were kind of like that. That's true. That is true. But that was more about canceling Thanksgiving. It wasn't like attacking DSA, right? Swazi made a mini coalition within the party. He's been annoying. Yeah, but Swazi is like Josh Gottheimer type of guy where he's like really in the middle. Jared, I wouldn't say Jared is a centrist Democrat. Again, he signed on to Medicare for All. I doubt Tom Swazi signed on to Medicare for All. Tom Swazi seems more like a conservative Democrat. But is he punching left? It's a good question. I mean, I kind of think like we need to punch a little left. I hate to say it, but some of these lunatics are getting away with crazy things. And it's not punching left. It's more, hey, that's not who we are. We don't support that. And that's a very small element within our party, which people are free to have more extreme opinions. But just know that the vast majority of the Democratic Party doesn't have those positions. And we need people forcefully saying that. People are terrified that these socialists are going to take over or something. Stardust, thank you for the host on YouTube. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
It's suppression of ideas, which is why people are against that.
You mean attacking DSA or something else? Not super straightforward, not DSA, but the far left in general. Adam Smith talked about it. That was most of the point with going on breaking points. Yeah, I guess Adam Smith did. He was talking about like the issue of Israel specifically, I think, for most of that. I don't know. I just kind of feel like this is an interesting moment for pushing back on DSA. I don't see a lot of value in attacking DSA, but I do see value in differentiating the majority of the Democratic Party from DSA and basically saying that this is a small group of people and they're with us for most things, but even they don't claim to support most of the things that people are pointing out, like abolishing borders and prisons. It's just the DSA co-chairs that keep going around on Fox and networks. But every time one of these DSA candidates gets elected, they say they don't support this, they don't support that. I have yet to hear somebody who won a nomination with the DSA label claim any of the crazy things that DSA's platform describes. So I don't see the harm in pointing that out to the people.
Well, look, Angie Nixon outworked Vindman. I mean, she should get credit. I mean, she really worked hard. She earned those votes. She put a coalition together of African Americans, women, low-income voters. And so, look, you know, working hard in this business still matters. That's how she won.
But if she shows up and says, I want to freeze rents nationwide, and I would like to, I would also like to stop all aid to Israel. If you work hard but are saying these things, you wouldn't think it's going to be successful if Democrats weren't leaning towards the socialist way in a red state.
Well, look, if you look statewide, there were a lot of people that were rejected on Tuesday. My opponent was rejected for his positions. You had Dan Bilzerian, who ran against Randy Fine. He was rejected. You had James Fishback, who ran, in my opinion, the most racist campaign we have seen in the modern era against Byron Donalds. And so all of these folks were rejected. You know, Angie, won her election. Like I said, she worked hard. She beat Vindman. But Florida is not where there's fertile ground for the DSA.
But do you think...
I love that he's using this opportunity to blast Republicans, and he's absolutely right to do so. There are some lunatics that are running on the Republican ticket, and it's great that he gets to point that out.
You can win a statewide election anywhere in this country with that platform.
Not in Florida. I don't think.
What about around the country?
Well, I mean, in New York, obviously, it's been successful. In New York, you have a mayor.
Do you give El Sayed any chance in Michigan?
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at the polls. Obviously, he's behind. But look, prices are not affordable. People are struggling out there. And so this idea that someone can't win, at the end of the day, between gas prices and grocery prices and rent and home insurance and health care, I mean, I think right now, people want to hear what your message is on affordability.
Right. So here is Rick Scott talking about you and what you bring to the table.
Moskowitz has been in there. He was in the House before. I assume he's going to win. But just remember, whoever wins that seat, they're going to vote the way Piker tells them to vote. That's how they're running. They're all running. They all support, the platform of the Democrat Socialists because they're scared to death of them.
Is that true?
Well, look, I obviously know the senator. He was a governor when I was a state rep, signed a bunch of my bills. And so, look, I think the governor should stick to talking about jobs. He was very good on that when he spoke about that in Florida.
Are you afraid of Hassan Piker?
No, I'm not afraid. Hassan hates me. He talks about me on his stream. I mean, Rick doesn't know what he's talking about there. Nobody in my district believes that I'm a Hassan Piker guy. Hassan would want nothing to do with me. I want nothing to do with Hassan. And so at the end of the day, Rick just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I believe.
Base department. Hello? I love Hassan getting dragged, man. Amazing. We got a certified Hassan hater. Everybody's so terrified of Hassan, right? Like, everybody's been so walking on pins and needles, I don't agree with those comments. I denounce that. I think that's...
Sometimes being pro-liberalism calls for swinging left also. People gotta deal with it.
Sometimes you gotta call people out, man. It is what it is. He apologized for that. AOC had the audacity to say he apologized. I think she's just confused because a lot of people think Hassan has apologized, and I've seen no evidence of that. I've seen at best him say I should have used different language or something. That's it. everybody trying to make excuses for Hassan. Like he's that little kid in the Twilight Zone movie that can do bad things. Do you guys remember that? It's kind of old school, but there was a Twilight Zone movie where this little kid his whole family was terrified of him because he had magical powers and he would make stuff blow up, and he made his grandpa's mouth closed or something. I don't know. That's Hassan. He's just he says crazy things sometimes. I don't know. You know, Hassan is a energetic guy. He says some things I disagree with. Yeah, but he's got the young people all fired up. So, you know, don't want to upset Hassan. But here's Jared just talking his shit. I don't like that guy. That guy hates me. Send him into the cornfield. That's one of the best Twilight Zone episodes. The Bill Mummy episode? I don't know. The Bad Seed. Is that what it's called? The Bad Seed. Yeah, he's like this little boy who has magical powers, but he's evil, and his whole family's terrified of him.
That you are nothing like him, but would you love to see Hakeem Jeffries just say, look, there's no room for socialists in our party?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Democratic leadership needs to speak out against the DSA agenda. Okay, again, no Senate. We're just going to get rid of the Senate. You know, no prisons, no borders, you know, this idea of embracing Fidel Castro. I think the Democratic leadership needs to speak out against it because, yes, you know, primary stuff is we're in the general election now. And this is not what general election voters want. But I will tell you, there is a economic populist movement to the DSA, and we got to recognize that we got to talk about how people are struggling to afford the American way of life.
Right. Just don't tap into the Soviet Union in order to get it.
Let's leave that alone.
Thank you. Yeah. Great to see.
I like how Jared's navigating this, giving credit to DSA for tapping into economic concerns, and people are struggling, man. Trump has really fucked some shit up, man. People are not doing well, and they are wondering why the Democrats aren't doing more. People just don't understand how this system works, that elections have consequences, and when you're out of power, there's very little you can do in our democracy. But it doesn't mean that you just stay quiet, you know? That's why these DSA people are winning, because they're screaming, saying this is bullshit, and we shouldn't live like this, and we can do better, and they're right. I mean, there's no reason the Democrats, the moderates, and the establishment Democrats can't take that tone as well. And we've done that a few times, like with the expiring enhanced ACA subsidies. We shut down the whole government over those expiring subsidies because we knew 12 million people would be negatively impacted. More than that, 20 million people. And we said, to hell with that. It's not right. But there's more we can do. There was a remake of The Bad Seed called The Good Son with the kid who played Kevin in Home Alone. Oh, I remember that. Based Dems. The boy's name was Anthony. I don't know. Everyone tried to say they caved on the shutdown, but I feel like it was some strategic genius by the Dems. They took it as far as they could. And, you know, the Senate is different from the House. The House never wavered. Everybody in the Democratic caucus in the House stuck to the plan. There were 8 Democratic senators who folded in the end. And they did it for different reasons. But, you know, some of these guys had a lot of government employees. They were seeing their constituents getting hurt after 2 months. You know, it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't, they didn't think they were going to get any more. There's also Angus King, who's an independent. And so I think they took it as far as they could. And I thought it was a great fight because it brought the issue of how expensive healthcare was to the forefront. Nobody was talking about how expensive health insurance and healthcare was before the Democrats picked that fight. And they showed the American people that they're the party that's fighting for $4 billion. Honestly, the affordability conversation started to shift around that time too. So people don't really understand this stuff, but that solidified the Democrats as fighting for affordability. They rode that wave. And yeah, I mean, it would have been great to get Trump to buck and renew the enhanced ACA subsidies, but Democrats were able to have a discharge petition in the House go through, which is rare. And they got like 18 Republicans to vote for extending the enhanced ACA subsidies, which is pretty damn impressive in this environment. They waiting until the premium skyrocketed. Yeah, well, it was towards the end of the year. So people start getting their notices that, hey, here's how much your health insurance is going to cost. Oh, I don't know. There's very little you can do in the minority, man. Very little. That's the way our system is. Okay, what time is it? It's almost 8. I don't want to be on here too late, so
Congratulations on the victory.
do one more check here. Boy, leftist mafia. Calorico. Was he on MS Now?
As the
75 days to go. Okay, this will be the last thing, and then we'll do our prizes, okay? We got 152 subs. Yeller with 150 subs for the night. What a god. We got a few prizes to go through. I fear we won't have a place in the Democratic Party in 10 years at this rate. Nah. Here's what I predict's going to happen. The midterms are going to be awesome for the Democrats, and all of the attention is going to shift to what they're going to do when they get in power in January. And then they're going to start investigations, and the media is going to talk about how Trump's in trouble and subpoenas are going out, and there's going to be a primetime hearing for the Epstein victims, and everything's going to get focused on now the Democrats are about to make Trump pay. And nobody's going to talk about the DSA. There's going to be no bandwidth to be like, okay, but there's 5 people in the 225 Democrats that are pissed and are trying to make noise. Also, I think that Hakeem is going to work with them, and they want to be on committees. They want to have bills introduced. They want to get stuff done. I don't think they're rabble rousers who just want to cause problems. So I say, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's it. That's all I can say. I mean, you're already seeing some moderate Democrats shift and take on this sort of like anti-establishment tone. Haley Stevens did a pretty good job with that and almost won against a guy who was totally anti-establishment. So I'm not concerned about the DSA threat. And also, look at the morons at the top of DSA. They're complete clowns. You really think those people are going to take over? Really? Come on. I understand the concern. And like, I know like Destiny disagrees with me and sees them as an existential threat that needs to be put down. But I say, let's see what happens in January. I have a feeling everybody's going to show up on January 3rd in lockstep, and it's going to be kumbaya. It's going to be all focused on going after Trump and the Republicans. And there's just not going to be a lot of room left to talk about DSA. And I'm telling you, I think they're taking advantage of a moment right now where it's just a lull in our politics where people are angry the Democrats aren't doing more, and they're still upset about Joe Biden and Kamala. That's it. ESA membership spiked last time Trump was elected. It fell again. I think we'll be fine. Destiny thinks they will fade away if there's a substantial pushback as well. Sure, I just don't think there's a reason to really push back. I'm curious at what Moskowitz is doing here and how it works out. But he's running an interesting race, you know. He's running in a R+3 district where Trump won by like 9 points. So he's got to kind of appeal to more conservative people. So it may just be a one-off, but it'll be interesting to see if it starts to catch on, because he is a charismatic and witty guy. He's a creative guy. You don't just become popular and well-known when you're in the minority in the House by being a nobody. Like, you got to actually have some juice. So to get attention from the minority is pretty good. And he's been in the minority the whole time. But anyways, let's see what happens. I mean, let's see if I'm right. I have a feeling I'll be proven right, but we'll see.
Texas Democrat James Tallarico continues to poll neck and neck against Republican.
I'll be right back. I'm still listening, though.
Ken Paxton in that state's Senate contest. Republicans are preparing to flood the race with cash from the pro-Trump billionaire Elon Musk. Wired is reporting that according to Trump officials, Musk is expected to spend around $100 million to $200 million in the midterms, with a focus on voter turnout in key races, including Texas. Musk's planned cash injection could be a boon for the scandal-ridden Paxton, who's been vastly outraised by Tallarico. According to the latest FEC filings, Tallarico has raised $69 million compared to Paxton's $9 million. A spokesperson for Musk's America PAC declined to comment when Wired asked about the group's spending plans. The Texas State Representative James Tallarico is the Democratic nominee for Senate in Texas. He joins me now. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you for being on the show tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start with this whole idea that the richest man in the world is funneling money against you in your race. He has specific interests in Texas, business interests, and reasons why he doesn't care to have you as Texas's representative in the Senate. But how do you feel about that, and how do you plan to campaign around a massive injection of money that's about to show up in your state?
Well, billionaire mega donors like Elon Musk are terrified of the movement that we're building in Texas, because we are bringing working people together across all the divides in our politics, across party, across race, across gender and religion and culture, because the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. All of us are getting screwed, whether we're a little more conservative or a little more progressive. None of us can afford groceries, none of us can afford gas or utilities or health insurance, because billionaires like Elon Musk have rigged this economy against us, have rigged this political system against us. And he sees the momentum that we're building on the ground. We have 59,000 people signed up to volunteer. We have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. And I think Elon Musk has taken note. He sees that we are building something truly special. And so the way we're going to overcome this is regular people chipping in $5, $10, $15 at a time. And anyone watching can go to jamestallarico.com and sign up to volunteer or sign up to donate so that we can overcome this big money. Big money is powerful, but it's nothing compared to people power.
I heard you saying the other day that when Beto O'Rourke came real close against Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz was a rough candidate. Ted Cruz doesn't hold a candle to Ken Paxton. I mean, I got to say, in all of my reporting, and this is not a bias here. I love Texas and I love all sorts of Texans. That guy's something else.
Ken Paxton makes Ted Cruz look like a statesman. This is truly the most corrupt politician in Texas, one of the most corrupt in the country. And I think in this election, we have the opportunity to bring people together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Texans, to defeat the most corrupt politician in our state. And if we can do that in Texas, then we have a model for how to bring Americans together to defeat this entire corrupt system.
So I've been having conversations with people.
Cook Political Report changed their rating for this race today and put it as a toss-up. Isn't that crazy? This Texas Senate race is a freaking toss-up right now. Fox News has Tallarico ahead, and this is looking like a flip right now. They had 5 flips in a Fox News poll last week, and this was one of them. So I've been saying there's a path to victory even without Michigan right now. I want to make sure people know that. There was an article saying Chuck Schumer agrees there is a path to victory even without Michigan. I think we win Michigan. El Sayed is doing his best to help us lose, but I think he still ekes out a victory there unless something changes here. He could make it easier for himself by throwing Hassan under the bus, but he wants to hold on to him for some weird reason. That being said, even if we lose Michigan, we could still win. Can you imagine? Texas, Maine, North Carolina, Iowa. That's 4 right there. What was the 5th one? Texas, Maine, North Carolina, Iowa, Ohio. That's the 5th one, Ohio. And the Alaska is looking really good. They had their primary on Tuesday night as well. Mary Patola came in first. Alaska has a jungle primary, and then they do ranked choice voting for the general. But the jungle primary, the top 4 advance, and Mary Patola got like 48% of the vote, and the fake Dan Sullivan, who's a ruse, got 2%. So those votes are going to go to Mary for sure. That means she's at 50% right now. She was like, and I think Dan Sullivan, the real Republican incumbent senator, got 43%, if I'm not mistaken. So she's basically 7 points ahead of him right now in the primary. Things are looking real good. I think Iowa could flip. I think so too. Especially the same Cook Political Report update shifted the governor's race in Iowa to lean Dem. Can you believe it? That's a state Trump won by double digits, and Cook Political Report is now saying that the governor's race with this guy named Rob Sand is lean Democrat. So I think that guy, he's quite popular for some reason. He could help get Turek, who's running for Senate, over the finish line, but they're also saying that race is a toss-up anyways for Senate. So I'm starting to get real excited. Are we also going to start looking at South Carolina soon? Well, let's see the results tomorrow. I think Ralph Norman might actually win. I think Darlene Graham might be going down on Tuesday in the runoff. That would be wild. But if Darlene wins, I think that's better for us. But we'll see.
Like you, Democrats who have a good chance of winning in states that have traditionally been Republican, or in recent years at least have voted for Donald Trump. And I've had the conversation with Roy Cooper, and last night I had it with David Jolly. And there is some indication that when things are going badly for Republicans, particularly as they are now because of the cost of living and this war that we were told we weren't going to get involved in wars like this, Democrats have a few go-tos, and they're enjoying one of them with you. They talk a lot about transgender stuff, and they lean into that. I don't know what effect that has, because I think for regular people, as I just spoke to Sherrod Brown about, they're worried about the cost of their lives, the cost of their diesel, the cost of their fertilizer if they're farmers, the cost of their gas. Most people are not losing sleep over transgender kids in sports, but they seem to just be stuck on this one with you.
Well, this is Ken Paxton's playbook: distraction and division. That's the way he's held on to power. It's the way every crooked politician holds on to power. They get us looking left and right at our neighbors instead of looking up at them, looking up at their billionaire mega donors, their corporate special interests, because that's who owns Ken Paxton. He doesn't work for us. He doesn't serve the people. He serves himself, and he serves his donors. And that is the rot at the core of this broken system. It's why Texans can't get ahead, no matter how hard they work, no matter how much they save and stretch and sacrifice.
When I first they can't make those. Elon only had 6 kids. Now he has 14.
That's awesome. Brian, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Ends meet. They can't fulfill their God-given potential because the system is rigged against them by crooked politicians like Ken Paxton. So that's what this whole race is about. This really isn't about party. It's not about the red team or the blue team. It's about all of us coming together to take on the people at the top who have been screwing us over for far too long now.
When Tallarico won the nomination months ago, some interviewers came right at him with the Republican talking points that God is non-binary, there's 5 genders, and he decimated those talking points one by one. I put out a YouTube video about it at the time. I don't remember what he said, but he was able, because he's a religious guy, so he was able to quote the Bible and stuff, and they never asked him those things again. They moved on, and he basically wrote the playbook on how to deal with the culture war bullshit. And he's right to say, look, people care about the economy right now. I really don't think the culture war stuff is going to rise above the economy. Trump has screwed things up so royally. People are so pissed at him that I don't think the culture war stuff can trump that.
When you won your race in March, we were all together around this table, and I remember Rachel saying, "Gosh, I just wish Texas could send 2 people to the Senate contest, because you had two such highly qualified, high-profile people, you and Jasmine Crockett." Since then, you had what I call your John McCain moment, right? Somebody said something derogatory about Jasmine Crockett at a public meeting, and you very kindly said, "That's not going to happen on my watch." You were very complimentary toward Jasmine Crockett, and you implied that she's been helping, certainly in down-ballot races, which is critical in Texas. What do you need from Jasmine Crockett? Because in a tight race like this, you're going to need more than just help on down-ballot races.
Well, I was so grateful that Congresswoman Crockett turned around the very next day after that primary and endorsed me and the entire Democratic ticket. That's not easy to do. You know, primaries are tough. They're fights within the family, within the coalition. But the Congresswoman always puts the work ahead of herself. And the fact that she endorsed me the morning after the primary says a lot about her character and about her commitment to this cause of winning Texas. And as you said, she is shining her star power onto these down ballot races that don't get the attention they deserve. They don't get to go on MS Now and do interviews on national television. But those down ballot candidates that are running all over the state, I think about Dr. Letitia Plummer, who's running for county judge in Harris County. Those are going to be the candidates who are getting out the vote for the candidates at the top of the ticket, me and Representative Hinojosa, who's running for governor. So this is a true team effort, and the Congresswoman is such a critical part of that team, and I'm honored to have her support in this race.
A recent poll showed Gina Hinojosa within striking distance of Ken Paxton, who's doesn't seem to be paying much attention to his own race. He seems to talk about you a lot more. It's a poll with a large margin of error, but it's a poll nonetheless. I mean, the fact that we're talking about close races in Texas is quite something. You had an event today, earlier today, with the Austin Humane Society, in which people brought their dogs and puppies. What was that about?
Well, Ken Paxton is anti-puppy, and I wish I was joking when I said that, but reports just came out revealing that as Attorney General, Ken Paxton protected a research lab that was notorious for torturing and killing hundreds of puppies. And then as a state lawmaker in the Texas legislature, Ken Paxton was one of the only votes against a bill to hold animal abusers accountable. So Ken Paxton never misses an opportunity to do the wrong thing, and he won't fight for the little guy, even when the little guy is literally a puppy. And so this is a clear contrast in this race. I have 4 terms in the Texas House where I brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass 60 bipartisan bills. One of those bills I authored after a fire at a pet resort in my district killed 75 dogs. And that bill requires kennels and pet resorts to have either 24/7 staffing or automatic sprinkler systems. And that bill is going to save the lives of pets across Texas in the years to come. That's the kind of action we need. I'm going to be a senator for all Texans, including our four-legged Texans.
It's just great messaging. He also has a story of Ken Paxton getting some child abuser out of prison after 30 days who continuously abused a child for like 3 years. So he just harps on that and then harp on the puppy story. It's working, man. A lot of people unhappy with Ken. Ken is corrupt as shit. We couldn't have gotten a better candidate to run against. What a blessing. Thank you, Trump, for endorsing Ken Paxton.
Pup Cup Talarico.
Pup Cup Talarico. This is all Trump's doing. We are on the verge of winning a Senate seat in Texas because of Trump's dumbass endorsing Tallarico. There is very little chance that Tallarico defeats John Cornyn. I mean, it is still a chance, but the odds go way down with John Cornyn. He was a prolific fundraiser. He was well liked. He would have got a lot of support. Like, Ken Paxton is struggling to raise money, partly because John Cornyn is running a vendetta against him. Trump endorsed Tallarico? No, Trump endorsed Ken Paxton, and he defeated John Cornyn, the current Republican senator who was running for re-election. He lost his primary thanks to Trump. Oh, I said Tallarico? My bad. Listen, it's been 5.5 hours. I've been starving for an hour and a half, so not going to put out the best material here. I'm from Arkansas. The governorship and Tom Cotton seats are looking competitive. I did hear there was some poll that came out showing the Democratic candidate like 2 points ahead of Tom Cotton. I think that's one of those crazy polls, though, if that's the case. Come on. Are we winning Arkansas? I don't know. I don't know about that. Is it even Tom Cotton that's up for re-election? One of those Hong polls? You think so? Was it done by Media Strategies or whatever that company was called? Starving streamer. I could eat something, but it's like, we probably got 45 minutes left here. I'll be fine. You need a sandwich. I have like Factor meals that I could heat up. We're almost done. We're gonna do our unbanned requests if we have any, and we do not. So we're gonna do vintage C-SPAN, and we're gonna do some current C-SPAN.
James Tallarico, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. This is going to be an interesting race. We're going to be watching the whole country on November 3rd, but all eyes are going to be on Texas. It's come close for Democrats a few times, but it's been a long time since Texas has elected statewide representatives. You may have the opportunity to elect 3 of them on November 3rd. So we'll be watching that very closely.
Damn. Cook Political Report shifted the governor's race from solid R to lean R. So might be some action there too. I guess El Sayed was on MS Now tonight. Probably watch that tomorrow. It's not uploaded yet. Okay. Big Yeller is saying 1996. Nice assailant. Let's do this. Let's go back in time, guys. So when I hit double my daily sub goal, which is 150, we go check out some vintage C-SPAN, and I let the daily top gifter pick a year. We can go back to 1996. That's when the videos are consistent. It's just kind of fun to see what they were talking about on this day in 1996. So August 20th, 1996. The hell was going on? See here. All right. Videos. August 20th was a Tuesday. We've got one video. Let's see who's ready to go back in time. The 90s were a wonderful time. Same theme music.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, August 20th. Welcome to the Washington Journal. On your screen, the sights of Chicago as it prepares for the Democratic National Convention beginning next week.
The Democratic National Convention. Leanne, thank you for the $5 sticker on YouTube. I appreciate it.
Be the 25th convention that Chicago is hosting, and we're going to continue our coverage of that a little bit later in our program. Here's what we have scheduled for our 3 hours of our program today. Joining us in our daybook section is Carolyn Lockhead. She's the Washington correspondent for the San Francisco Chronicle. Then after that, our newspaper roundtable. We asked two people with differing views to come to our table, read the papers, and share with us their views. Michael Kazin joins us this morning. He's a history professor at American University, and Walter Williams is a columnist, and he is the economics department chairman at George Mason University. Our features this morning, 3 features dealing with politics and the conventions. The first one will be about the Democratic National Convention website. Dick Bell will join us. He's the DNC Internet Director.
Wow, look at that position. Internet Director. Never heard that title in my life. Dick Bell. Great name. Internet Director. That's a hell of a title. He's going to talk about the Democratic Convention website. 2 words, website. Nice.
Excuse me. Then we'll have we will talk by phone with Diana Carlin, who is on the Commission on Presidential Debates. And then finally, in our last half hour, we'll take you live to Chicago and have a half-hour call-in program with Deborah DeLee, who is the CEO of the Democratic National Convention. Joining us at our table this morning, Carolyn Lockhead.
Oh, my 90s. This blows my mind because this shit looks like the 80s to me. What is going on? Like, this is 1996? That's crazy. I was like a sophomore in high school, man. What the hell? It looks like 80s. These ladies behind the times or something. I don't know.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's dive into the debate issue because this is one that has come up on the front page of the Washington Times this morning. Don Lambro has this piece in which he quotes Don Fowler, the head of the Democratic National Committee, as saying that Ross Perot should be excluded from this fall's presidential debates if his poll numbers fall below 5%. The Dole campaign said it's too soon to comment on the structure of the presidential campaigns, but they did say they were intrigued by Fowler's statement that he does not believe that Perot should be in the debate.
I'll bet they're intrigued. It's true, though. I think Perot's credibility as a candidate has fallen considerably since the last election, and if he is a strictly marginal operator at that point, it would make sense. I can see why they're thinking along those lines.
What would be Mr. Perot's reaction to that?
Well, of course, he's going to cry outrage.
This story says that Mr. Fowler is the first senior Democratic Party official to say Mr. Perot's poll numbers should determine whether he's in the presidential debates. We'll be talking with Diana Carlin.
Look at that. No newspaper. No newspaper. It's a shit ton of newspapers. No computer on the desk.
A little bit later in the program. Also want to show you in the front page of... Oh, but before I show you the front page of the New York Times, I also wanted to mention that there are no less than 6 newspapers that have top editorials about Ross Perot today. I counted them. The Wall Street Journal's lead editorial, Washington Times, Washington Post, New York Times, Philadelphia Inquirer, and LA Times. And that's just the ones we get here in Washington.
Well,
this lady's hair is amazing. Bring this back. You know how the 90s are like back now? Why is this hairstyle not back? Looks fucking beautiful right there.
Obviously, he's still a factor. He's of concern to both parties. He could draw from both candidates.
We're going to open up, our phone lines this morning and invite you to join us. In order to get in on this program, this portion of the program, rather, we ask you to bring a newspaper article with you, something that we can learn from. And we'll start taking your calls in just a few moments. I want to show you side by side the covers of the New York Times and the Washington Post, the same picture of former Governor Jim Guy Tucker of Arkansas, and after being sentenced yesterday in Little Rock. Your reaction?
Well, Whitewater continues to percolate along. We don't seem to go much more than a few weeks at most without Whitewater suddenly hitting the front page, big splash, over the fold, major legal action going on. So while the public might not be paying a lot of attention to the details of all these cases, which get fairly complex, clearly it's an issue. And as we saw at the Republican convention, the Republicans are going to make character the number issue. And they might not refer directly to Whitewater, but that's obviously what's in the background there.
Yeah, is this before Monica? Let me see. When did the Monica Lewinsky scandal? When did Monica Lewinsky scandal break? Monica Lewinsky scandal broke on January 17, 1998. Yeah, this is way before Monica. Wow. Whitewater. That's crazy, man.
If you're interested in the character issue, you can go out and get the Wall Street Journal today. On the op-ed page is a full half page. They went around and they asked different people what they thought of the character issue, people that you see as analysts and writers from across the country, and they give quite a few different opinions on that.
I want to see the internet guy. Where is he? I want to hear from the internet director. Let's see if we can find him. Tell us about www.democrats.org. There he is. This guy, of course, he's the internet guy. This guy busy downloading foreign still images on his 56K dial-up. Oh, beautiful website. Amazing. This guy playing Trade Wars on his BBS. Was this before or after? This is before Monica Lewinsky. Oh my God, that's a gorgeous website.
Coming up, our newspaper roundtable with Michael Kazin, history professor at American University, and Walter Williams, economics department chairman at George Mason University. But first,
America chooses its president is the month for conventions. And beginning Monday the 26th, we'll bring you coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Join us live from Chicago next Monday through Thursday, with special preview programs all this week through Saturday beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight, a look ahead to the upcoming Democratic Convention in Chicago. And
I'm just fascinated by the graphics that were acceptable in 1996. It's funny.
Look at past Democratic conventions with historical footage of acceptance speeches, keynote
look at all the black, all the empty space here.
Addresses, and newsreel stories.
Give me your help and your hand and your voice.
Join us tonight at 8 Eastern Time on C-SPAN, the political network of record.
If you have a computer and a modem, then you can access C-SPAN's World Wide Web page at www.cspan.org. This month, access live convention coverage featuring real-time audio and...
Holy Netscape Navigator. Yes. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Look at it. Take it in. It's all its glory. Look how big those buttons are, man. Beautiful. Wow.
Accompanying images. Gavel-to-gavel convention proceedings online at www.cspan.org.
As plans for the Democratic National Convention continue beginning next week in Chicago.
Look at the DNC, proud of their new website. Beautiful. Ready to show it off. Look at that. I like the logo. It looks pretty cool.
The Democrats have unveiled a convention website, and you can see it on your screen right now. Joining us in our studio this morning is Dick Bell. He is the Internet Director for the Democratic National Convention. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Of course, this guy's the Internet Director. Look at this nerd.
Fine, thank you. What can people see if they go to the website?
Well,
in general,
basically, this will allow people to participate in the convention in a way that they've never been able to participate before.
It's like, this guy's like a 90s nerd character, man. There's every stereotype possible. The way he talks, the way he looks. This guy is hilarious.
Unlike watching in prime time, you'll have access around the clock to audio and video files of things that have happened during the day. We'll have live coverage of key speeches, live both audio and video, and very quickly transcripts of everything that goes on. You'll be able to see delegates. You'll be able to check your state delegation. There's some games to play, have a little fun for people who want to do that. There's an emphasis on the accomplishments of this administration and why we're all going to vote to re-elect President Clinton. So basically, it's a...
Look at that beautiful map. Gorgeous. This guy probably bought $5,000 worth of Apple shares in 1996 is loaded. Yeah, he got it. He got Google for $60 in 2006. This guy's probably balling, man.
Unprecedented opportunity for people to participate in what's
Oh, look at that. Uh-oh, there's an image missing. Couple images missing. Still made it through on the broadcast. Oh, imagine that. Come on, guys. Got some broken picture links there, man. Pull it together. Also doxed.
going on at the convention.
2 weeks ago, we covered the RNC chairman, Haley Barbour, as he announced the Republican National Convention website. What are the changes? Is this the first time that both political parties have done this kind of work?
Yes, it is. This is the first time either political party has had a website for their convention.
Wow, look at that. The first DNC website in 1996.
In 1992, the internet was still evolving. The World Wide Web didn't really exist in some sense. This time, both parties have made a commitment to sharing what their information with the public. One thing that we'll have that will be very interesting, I think, is a number of chat rooms where we will be inviting Democratic members of Congress and elected officials of other governors, some people from the administration who are in Chicago to come and talk about the election and the issues that are facing the public.
Let's take a look at some of the sites you have. And first, we would tell our viewers that the website address is...
You know, this guy's playing 3 hours of Quake at night when he gets home. Can you imagine chat rooms nowadays? Like, all right, guys. Imagine what went down in those chat rooms.
www.democrats.org. However, we also have hyperlinked it to the C-SPAN place, so if you know how to get that and you can see that on your screen, you can just go there today, and we've hyperlinked in order so that you would be able to find it easily.
Just search on America Online, C-SPAN.
First of all, let's take a look at one of the things that people are interested in a lot is who's at the conventions, and you have information on the website about some of the delegates.
Right. Every state will have a delegate page. On that page will be information about all the Democratic federal elected officials from the state. You click on this map. I guess they're clicking on Texas.
There we go. Texas.
The state of Texas comes up. At the top of the page is a list of the state Democratic Party officials. Then there's a list of the congressional officials, people with a blue underline. You can email to them directly. Some of them have websites, and you can click on those and go straight to the website. The official list of delegates has not been certified yet, so that's not on the page today, but those will be added as soon as they're available.
Did I see addresses and phone numbers there?
Those are the Washington addresses and phone numbers for all the Democratic elected officials.
Do you expect people to be able to, who want to contact them, to be able to?
We do. And of course, you can also email directly from the webpage. If you have something you want to say to one of your officials in your state, you can just click on the name and go straight there.
This is the 25th, I think, convention that's going to be held in Chicago of both of the parties.
Right.
But another part of your website is about the history.
Yes.
What's it about?
Well, we have history of a number of different pieces of information about prior Democratic conventions. We have a list of all the cities that have held Democratic conventions, so you can...
A slideshow. Boy, that is nice. That is fun. Just click on the big-ass arrows and you get the next pick. That is beautiful. This is an official DNC website. That's crazy, man. This shit is garbage now. Imagine you made this now. That is just crazy. All right, let's see a little bit more. Let's jump ahead here.
Have another game that we can show.
Game?
Yes, we do. What's this? Newt Pong.
Oh, you have a game on the website. Newt Pong. Don't let Newt Gingrich past you. In order to stop him, move your paddle underneath his picture. Your paddle must completely hit his picture from corner to corner. Stop Newt. Newt Pong.
This is a very early computer game You use the bottom cursor. This was like an Atari game way back when these games were first appearing in video arcades around the country. Obviously, this is something that would keep a 3
hours of fun right there, man. Who needs Factorio when you've got Newt Pong? Amazing. That's something right there. Pong. I can't believe they're even talking about Pong. They had another game?
Run a project like this.
And after the convention is over, will this website continue?
Yes, we're going to convention 6 party website.
He asked if the website's coming down after the convention.
Which will get you there. PNC now. Yes.
I think we can show our viewers some of the games. I'm not sure. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, there's a couple of games. Tic-tac-toe, Chicago crossword puzzle, Othello. Wow. These are great games, man. Hours of fun.
Well, these are for people who just want to have a little bit of fun. They are obviously not serious in the way that some of the issue material is serious. This is a tic-tac-toe game that you play with the computer. You click on a square and...
Damn, they couldn't even get the picture to fully take up the box, dude. Holy shit, man. Couldn't even be bothered to get pictures that fill the whole box. This is garbage, man. Somebody probably made bank. Somebody probably getting paid 6 figures back in 1996 to make this garbage. Billing for 1,000 hours, please. Snapshot from December 96.
Case we created a...
All right, I just want to see what else is going on in the news. Let me see. History professor.
It really depends. For a long time, the Democrats were the majority party.
Zackleby, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate that, man. Hell yeah.
They also control both houses of Congress, and the same for the Republicans earlier in the 20th century. In the late 19th century, there were a lot of divided governments. And then that was a real problem, too, because the party discipline was stronger. And it was very difficult to get anything passed.
Minneapolis, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been reading the Star Tribune, and I live in Minneapolis, and I've been looking at the ballooning deficit and the future of the entitlement programs, and I must say that it's very disheartening for me because I'm 21 years old, and I'm just looking at this massive debt that's going to have to be paid off by me and my generation.
Massive debt. The debt. You see, that's what I was saying to Howard. I mentioned to Howard because Howard, who I interviewed earlier, if you guys missed it, he's the communications director of C-SPAN, and he runs a weekly podcast where he goes deep into the vaults of C-SPAN to show people moments that happened in our history. And I told him about our dip into history, like we're doing right now, if I hit a certain sub goal. And the one thing I mentioned to him was that, like, history repeats itself, and it's wild how every time we go back in time, they're talking about the same stuff that we're talking about now. So here you go. Just like yesterday, or even I might have been this morning, I think it was yesterday, we hit $40 trillion in debt. Now here's this kid calling in asking what the debt was. And yeah, I was curious, what was the debt in 1996? Let's see, U.S. debt 1996. At the end of fiscal year 1996, the total U.S. national debt was approximately $5.22 trillion. What? Yeah. Public debt, $5.22 trillion. $5 trillion. And now it's $40 trillion. And this kid's like, I don't know how we're ever going to pay this shit off. Hold your beer. Hold my beer, buddy.
And I get very angry when I don't hear the two major parties talk the truth. I mean, you have to cut into Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security and the other big social entitlement programs if you want to balance the deficit, and nobody's saying it except for the Reform Party. I voted Republican in '94. I don't really trust them. I think it's just a lot of rhetoric and same business as usual from both parties.
You know what's interesting too is Bill Clinton balanced the budget in the 90s for 4 years in a row. We had a surplus for 4 years. And I read an article recently that talked about our debt, and they had a chance to do something with extra revenue in the late 90s because of the technology boom and the internet starting to come to fruition. And that's, from the article I read, I don't know if it's true, that's what led to the surplus. Is we had a lot of money coming in, and instead of paying down debt, the Republicans chose to cut taxes. And so now we're going to have to do something about our debt. Otherwise, we're just going to get creamed by these interest payments. We've already paid $1.2 trillion this year in interest payments. And so here we are on the verge of another big technological breakthrough with AI that could lead to a lot more money and productivity. And we'll have a decision to make. What do we do with that money? Do we cut taxes? Do we invest? Do we pay off the debt? So just kind of interesting how in the late 90s, we were kind of in a similar moment with technology popping off and a lot of revenue coming in. And now we're in that moment again. Didn't Clinton balance without cutting into those programs? No, they cut some programs. He had to work with the Republicans. I think the Republicans took control of the House in 1996. Let me see. When did Republicans take control of the House in the 90s? January 3rd, 1995, when the 104th Congress convened. So in 1995, they took over. They had a sweep in the midterm elections in 1994. So he had to work with them, and they did make some cuts to like welfare programs and stuff. Did you vote in 96? No, I was not 18. Keep in mind, this was after the end of the Cold War. Yeah, I also read in that same article that because military spending went down after the end of the Cold War, that also led to some problems. A lot of people were depending on that work. Like, I think specifically in Los Angeles, there was a huge drop in producing stuff related to the military. Led to a lot of problems. Back when you could still buy a house for a nickel. Yep.
Well, I mean, obviously, people think the deficit's a serious problem. I'm kind of old-fashioned in this way. I don't think the deficit we have now is a serious problem. Certainly the accumulated debt is a problem, but a deficit of $150 billion in an economy the size of our economy, I don't think is a serious problem. European economies have a much larger debt problem than we do right now. Even Japan has a larger debt problem than we do.
Like the movie Falling Down. Yeah, wasn't Michael Douglas a defense contractor in that movie?
And so I think that I would like to see a situation where we decide as a nation that there are certain programs that we believe are entitlements, should be entitlements, that people should be able to expect Social Security to be there when they retire. People should be able to expect health care, I believe, when they get sick. And we're willing to spend the amount of money we need to spend. We want it to be efficiently spent. We don't want to waste that money. We want to make sure that those programs are evaluated on a regular basis and evaluated locally as well as nationally. But I'm out of step with a lot of Americans, I guess, because I don't believe that the budget deficit we have now is as serious a problem as a lot of people do.
Bowling Green, Kentucky. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, sir and ma'am.
Good morning.
I would like to comment on the Clintons and Gores using both race and religion to try and win the re-election. As a Christian, I don't think that churches should be built by political figures, especially people such as the Clintons and Gores who support abortion. And also, as an American Indian, I just despise it takes a village to raise anyone, especially since my people, hey, our villages are gone thanks to you-know-who.
Ooh.
Mr. Kazin?
Well,
Any response?
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, I think for a campaign gimmick, I'd rather have someone build a church than kiss a baby. It's mildly more constructive.
Pennsylvania, you're next.
All right, one more call.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you calling from?
Ben Salem, right outside of Philadelphia.
Welcome.
How you doing?
Oh, look at that. You could email C-SPAN at cspanguest@aol.com, or you could send in a fax. You could fax something in if you wanted.
Fine, thanks.
I'd like to ask the gentleman if he thinks, what his opinion is of, are the Americans in this country so naive because they're perhaps so uninformed or so shallow to believe that Dole can actually cut their taxes by 15%, plus throw in a capital gains tax cut to boot? Are the American, do they actually, what is your opinion about that? Are they that naive that they could actually believe that? There was a lady that called in last week who accused Kate O'Byrne of being a liberal.
Whoa.
Now, I don't know whether she sits and listens to Rush Limbaugh all day and just swoons there, listening to misinformation and half-truths and his attacks on the Clintons. But to call Kate O'Byrne a liberal, it makes me wonder, are the American public, are they that naive because they're so shallow? Thank you. I'll hang up and listen to your
Dr.
comments.
Kazin?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, that guy sounded using language that people use today, right? This 30 years ago. That's crazy.
Kate O'Byrne's politics, but
She appears as a conservative commentator, and she also writes quite frequently, and she's involved with she is National Review. Oh, that's what she's with.
Yeah,
the magazine.
Probably not a liberal.
Yes.
At least not in the 20th century definition. I think that some people are excited by the 15% tax cut proposal by Dole and Kemp, and really, in some ways, more in the spirit of Kemp than of Dole, at least traditionally, because they don't believe the government is doing very much for them. And that's a problem that Democrats and liberals have, certainly, is that we do have a large federal budget, but often people are unsure exactly where that money goes, except to defense. And, of course, people want that to stay, and Social Security. But other programs, people aren't quite sure where it goes. And so when Dole and Kemp say, well, let's give the money back, they're using, in some ways, a populist tactic by saying that, the government is this greedy elite of people who just help themselves, and they are taking the money from you. They are tax eaters, as William Jennings Bryan used to say, not taxpayers. And they're taking money from the taxpayers and giving it to the tax eaters. What people who disagree with Dole and Kemp's proposal need to do, I think, is to articulate a positive role for government, that showing that government really can help people and does help people in many ways, to talk about government in a positive way, because after all, government is all of us together. We might quarrel about it like we quarrel about any community, but government is the only collective institution that all of us are part of in this country, for better or worse.
Wow. Quite profound. Still dealing with this shit now, right? Big promises being made by people, and this will happen again in the future. Okay, 1996, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive. I miss the 90s. Wonderful time. Let's jump back to today and do about 15 minutes of this to the top of the hour, and then we'll get out of here. Let's see what our fellow Americans have to say about what's going on right now.
That I'm trapped in a National Lampoon movie. Otherwise, I think I might lose my mind with the insanity that's been going on for the past 2 years. I cannot believe he'd tear down the East Wing, spending $1 billion, spending millions to put gold leaf on bronze statues, and oh my God, he couldn't even fix whatever fixing it needed, the reflection pool. Spent $16 million to turn that into a swamp. Now, God knows how much is being spent this time with people who don't even know how to do the work in the first place, not to mention all the kickbacks involved in all of this. But really, I'm just really hoping there's some strange movie I'm watching. Thank you.
And this...
Wow, this lady must not know about the reflecting pool slasher, the vandals who destroyed this beautiful project.
Is
Get educated, lady.
Concerned about
more information about that
Here's Gary, Delray Beach, Florida, Independent Line. Hi, Gary.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm concerned about the time that our president is spending talking about these projects. I think there isn't a day that goes by where he shouldn't be talking about reducing our debt. It's reached $40 trillion, and guess what? He is responsible for a third of that debt. I mean, that's just unimaginable that he wouldn't be spending more time trying to reduce that debt. He promised us in the first administration, his campaigning was all about reducing debt. And it's gotten to be $40 trillion. Shortly, our money is going to become worthless because of this. So why are we talking about projects when something is so critical, along with the Iran war? So it's just a matter of priority.
All right. And here's Pat, a Republican, Newport Richey, Florida. Good morning.
Trump dicking around with beautification projects and construction projects in D.C. Should have ran for mayor of D.C. if he wanted to do all that bullshit. Meanwhile, we got our economy struggling, a war never ending in Iran. And this guy has the audacity to sit around showing people the progress he's made on the helipad and other stupid shit. This is why Republicans going to get those cheeks clapped in about 75 days.
Good morning. I just want to say one thing. I had the understanding that these projects were, the money that was funded for it was coming privately from a lot of donations from his, his people that he knows. I thought
that was going to happen too, ma'am.
But that we weren't paying for this, that people were paying, private people were paying for this. I don't know if I'm right, but I think we should be updating the White House. It's really true. You know, our president goes to other countries, and they have beautiful, beautiful places where they entertain, and we don't. So I think, and a lot's going on in the world, so I think he's got to do a lot. He's doing a lot with the war. He's doing a lot with this. He's doing a lot with fixing streets and roads, and so that's my comment for the day here.
Pat,
I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, so Pat, regarding that, there has been corporate donations, but according to the Hill.com, it says that this is around $900 million on White House construction projects, fueled in part by taxpayer dollars. So how do you feel if it is, if it's coming from taxpayers, at least part of it?
Okay. How I feel, I guess, listen, I don't know where our taxes go. We're little people down here. I don't really know where my taxes, and if it's going to be a nice thing for the rest of the world to see eventually, why not put it there too? I understand that we need other things. I understand the gas is high, this is high, the food is high, but there's a lot going on. This is not the only thing. And I have to say one more thing if I can, and you're going to laugh, but 1 second, if I may.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think President Trump should not wear a red tie. He only looks handsome in other colors. I hope you have a good day.
All right, Pat.
Got a chuckle out of Mimi.
Michael in New Jersey, Independent Line. What do you think of President Trump's construction projects?
Well, I do agree with the judge that he should have gone to Congress to get approved. He started something that was not right, and he did it illegally.
He has to go to Congress. This is considered a federal park that the White House is on, and any major construction needs Congress's approval. Little things he can do on his own, like tennis court, helipad, not ballrooms.
But the construction is too far in to block it at this point. It it would really look ugly. I don't know what the Democrats are trying to prove at this point. They should have done it in the first place. So I think the Supreme Court should allow it to go ahead and complete the project.
All right. And Barbara in Wisconsin, a Democrat. Hi, Barbara.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome. Go right ahead.
I just don't think that our monies should be put towards all of this redoing the White House. today seeing that we're $40 trillion in debt, and he's talking about all of the gold, all of the updoing. I just think that our monies, the taxpayers' monies, should be going towards schools, everything that they should be taking care of. So I'm totally against all of the.
And Barbara, how do you respond to the argument that, look, other countries have nice ballrooms, and why shouldn't we?
Great argument.
I think that's just silly. I'm more of a person that would be more from the inside out. I think that we should be taking care of our people more. I don't think people come here looking at if we have chips out of our, the pillars or whatever he's saying. And yesterday when I watched him on your station, and he was just excited. I've never seen him so excited about anything that he's had to deal with, as for how the granite is and all of it. I just find it ugly. I think it's a let them eat cake moment. So that's all I'm going to say. I just wish our money was going towards our country and taking better care of our people. And as for all of the people that are donating to him, that's just a cash out. They're all looking for something back from him on all of the millions of dollars that they're donating. So anyway, you guys have a great day. I
You
appreciate
too, Barbara. And
thank you, Barbara. Yeah, quite tone deaf to be focused on the ballroom while people struggle to pay the bills out there.
DOJ pulled
in and out since the
Department of Justice or attorneys within the.
All right, let's skip ahead here.
Involved, so there's some time.
A little bit.
Roy in Wake Forest, North Carolina, Republican. Good morning.
Hey, me. Like the other guy says, you again. Anyway, I want to say this about Donald Trump working on the White House there. At least he's improving America and American citizens. And yeah, most of that money was donated. I imagine military's working with them because they wanted to go deeper and do some military stuff there. So yeah, our military's involved. So there's some taxpayer money. Anyway, have you ever heard of Natalie G. Winters, Mimi?
No, Roy. What's that about?
Okay, that's pretty pathetic if you haven't. She's an excellent reporter. She's
gonna hang up on him. Maybe doesn't tolerate you running your mouth. How dare you disrespect Mimi like that?
She is an expert on the CCP. That would be the Chinese Communist Party. And she does stories. I haven't been able to read them yet, but I've just heard them. They came up last week and maybe this week about the U.S. presses, the press being...
What was that noise? Hold on, I've never... Bloop! What was that?
She does stories. I haven't been able to read them yet, but I've just heard them. They came Communist Party. And she does
This
stories.
man's brain is barely hanging on here. Someone get the doctor.
Yep, I agree.
I haven't been able to read them yet, but I've just heard them. They came up last week and maybe this week about the U.S. presses, the press.
Where's that noise come from? It couldn't have come from his phone.
Press being
Does Mimi have a soundboard? I hope. That'd be based.
tied in with the CCP, and the CCP doing favors for them, like flying them maybe over there. I'm not sure what, and money and things. You know how the money gets distributed in all the ways that it does. But it makes perfect sense because all you guys and gals that are in the press are left or just don't give a damn about America, and you'll do anything, and you'll report anything, and you'll defend anything.
So you think that
against the
we're
president
taking
of the
money
United
from the Chinese government? Is that what you're
Yeah,
alleging,
Roy?
Roy?
Look it up. Why don't you look up a story
Is
from
that what
Natalie
you're
G.
alleging?
Winters. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, I can assure you C-SPAN does not take any funding from the Chinese government. Robert.
Prove it, Mimi.
Texas, line for Democrats. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Source? Trust me, bro. Mimi He's a fighter, man. Mimi's not been taking anyone's shit lately. She should have hung up on him when he said, "That's pathetic." He's lucky she allowed him to run his mouth for another minute.
When President Trump come into office, national debt was $36.2 trillion. Now it's over $40 trillion. And he's done this in less than a year and a half. And I really wonder what the expect it's going to be when he leave out there, if he leave out in 28. And I personally, I don't believe that he's not doing all this renovation for some other president to come in and reap his benefits. This man is not coming out in 2028.
I was kind of thinking about this today. I'm like, this guy's really putting a lot of work, man. Like, new helipad, like a lot of work for 2.5 years, but I don't think Trump has that much time left on this earth.
It'll be another insurrection. You're going to get these same people that he's going to pay. He's going to eventually wiggle that money from somewhere so he can pay them to make sure that they keep him in office. So if you think he's coming out of there, I got a bridge to sell you. He's doing everything for himself, and he's also enriching himself and his family, just like Putin done when he was able to stay in. So just keep on believing that President Trump is coming out. He's not.
Okay, and Robert, about the debt. So it looks like it was almost $20 trillion when President Trump first took office in January of 2017. And here is John in Granada Hills, California, Independent Line. Good morning.
Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, America.
Good morning.
Trump has given the United States a black eye, and you got to blame the Republicans in Congress, both the senators and the congressmen that have no spines whatsoever, that stand by idly and have abrogated their constitutional oath to protect and serve America's Constitution. Now,
I think that President Gavin Newsom should rename the ballroom to repurpose the ballroom to be a homeless transgender shelter. I look forward to that. The Donald J. Trump Homeless Transgender Surgery, Gender Affirming Surgery Center.
a singular person. It is disgusting. The Republicans are allowing this criminal, inhumane persecution of illegal immigrants. ICE is out of control. Trump and the Heritage Foundation, they want to be dictators of the Western Hemisphere. Trump is in love with Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping. These are murderous dictators that have been in power for decades. There's no elections that go on.
Love the content.
Hell yeah. Stranger with 1,000 kicks. Let's freaking go. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Shout out to our kick crew.
Those countries, and he wants to model America after those people. Wake up, Republicans, and wake up the nation. The Trumpists and the Republicans have got to go because they lack the spine to follow America's Constitution, Mimi.
Wow.
And John.
Thank you, John.
Since you brought up North Korea, here is.
Well said, John. All right, let's see if we get one more Republican here. Give it to us, please.
Massachusetts Republican. Good morning, Mike.
Yes. Mike, Republican.
Good morning. I was calling today because I noticed in the press that they were talking about Caroline Leavitt and how she is going to be stepping down. I believe that I am perfectly qualified for the role of press secretary.
Oh. Well, I vote for this guy. I mean, can't be worse than what we got right now.
And having gone to a sister school, if you will, that does polling for Fox News, but also, being in the city of Boston around the time after and in between the World Series, the Super Bowl, it really was quite the place to be, during college. And all of the people at that time period that were on the Hill from all over the world, from the Middle East, to Latin America and Europe and in this country. And I just feel that I am perfectly qualified to just help our country and to really mediate with the press and to kind of end the era, but not in a way like not end of the era, but almost like Camelot,
So, Mike, do you have any experience with being a press secretary?
Oh, Mimi, really? Now Mimi is farming content. She knows when she's got a loose cannon here. Risky question, Mimi.
I think that the problem now is we seem to get so caught up in.
Look at that rock on Mimi's finger. Somebody lock that down. Jesus, Mimi.
Experience, and I think that some people just need to, bite the bullet and just go in the ring.
Okay. Have you reached out to the White House telling them you're interested in that position?
I have not reached out. I was gonna stop in D.C. At the time that I was in D.C., I ran into the former Boston commissioner. He was down there for after the marathon bombings. It was kind of like during the Biden administration, they kind of had a congressional hearing.
Okay, but Mike, you can't stop by the White House. They're not going to let you in.
I figured, but I do think that however I can connect the dots. I think that whether it's the role, the opportunity, or whether it's just to speak with me, and because I really do believe that no one knows what I know in terms of going to school with royals from Saudi Arabia to.
Mike, we'll wish you good luck on your career and your future career. Regarding that, here's Fox News.
I would bet $1,000 Mike becomes the next press secretary. That is a qualified man right there. He went to school with Saudis. So that's press secretary material right there if I've ever seen it. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch. Good luck, Mike. We'll be seeing you real soon, I bet. Mimi. I think Mimi felt sorry for him. Thought, you know what? People probably move away quickly when Mike comes in the room. So I'm gonna pretend like I give a damn and make his day. A little charity work from Mimi. Doing the Lord's work. Just drop it off in person, Mike. He's a special boy. Yeah. Mimi the therapist. Yeah. She's taking my role for the day. Helping this young, troubled man. He knows who took the cookie from the cookie jar. Yeah. And he's got chocolate all over his face. He knows who the culprit is. If he's good, he'll get an ice cream at dinner. It did sound like a public anxiety exercise. You mean this guy is like challenging himself to get over his nerves or something like that? Did you ever see this? What is that? A 65-year-old woman calls in, nearly breaks C-SPAN host by telling her she's slowly starving to death. How long is that? 2 minutes? No. Can't say I ever saw that. I don't know if I want to watch that. Leave my community depressed on the way out. Come on. I think we're going to skip that one. Well, I think we've come to the end of tonight's programming, guys. We laughed, we cried, we overcame, we learned. We did a lot together tonight. It was quite the day. Quite the evening was spent with the greatest people on earth. We saw puppies. We did. Now remember, guys, we are going to infiltrate DSA and take over. You can be a capitalist, according to Angie Nixon, who won the Democratic Party's nomination in Florida to be in the U.S. Senate. She is a proud capitalist, business owner, doesn't believe in abolishing the borders, defunding ICE. She is just in DSA for universal health care. She didn't even say Medicare for all. She just said universal health care. She's also a proud Costco, Sam's Club, Hair Club for Men member. You name it, she's a member of it. She signed up for everything. Lib takeover. I'm going to start thinking about that more and more. Can we just take over DSA? If we're going to be stuck with them, we might as well mold them into something more palatable, right? Might as well get in there and force them to vote on a bunch of things like, hear ye, I nominate Joe Biden as the greatest president. I'd like to nominate my resolution to have DSA's official position be Joe Biden was the greatest president our nation has ever seen. Remember to infiltrate local DSA. Yeah, just get them to vote on a bunch of base stuff like, help them. Think of it as helping guide them in the right direction. You have to call into C-SPAN to get that position. No, I don't think you get into DSA through C-SPAN phone calls. You could try, though. Personal point of privilege. I mean, it would be so funny to show up and start being all weird like that. Excuse me, personal point of privilege. I'd like to offer a resolution that Burger King is greater than McDonald's. Sir, we're not entertaining resolutions right now. Excuse me, it's a personal point of privilege. Burger King is clearly the superior fast food restaurant. No clapping. Yes. I think she's fine. What's his face? Binman or whatever. Wasn't all that. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Well then. Shout out to Destiny for the raid and everybody who stuck through. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you're following on Kick and subscribed on YouTube if you're not. I'll be back tomorrow. We got a big Friday night. I don't know what we'll do, but who knows. Pisco will be stopping by to debate anti-Semitism with me, so you don't want to miss that. That's going to be awesome. Soy Pill and Wick will also be coming on to, wait, let me think. What did Soy Pill get in trouble for? I don't remember. Hold on. Let me save my joke here. Soy Pill do. Oh, Soy Pill will be coming on to defend Oliver Larkin. Isn't that what he was doing? He was fighting with people over something with Oliver. I forgot. How do you feel about Pisco denouncing Destiny? I don't care. All these people will be friends again in like a year, man. Come on, let's be real. This is like high school, right? Like everybody's going to be friends again eventually. I've seen so many cycles of these friend breakups and fights, and some of them they won't, some of them they will, but nothing ever stays like this. People find ways to become friends again, and it is what it is. I cannot control who's mad at who. I can't even keep up with who's mad at whom. I have no idea, honestly, because I can't watch 8 hours of people talking to each other about stuff. I don't even know where to begin. So I try to like go to Destiny subreddit and then I'll ask you guys, but most of you guys get the information wrong every time. I'm more interested in what's going on with his court case. And I did watch the hour VOD he did last night with Mooten. So that was good. That was informative. I'm just trying to figure out what to do myself. But I'm rooting for him, and I'm hoping this all gets resolved soon. But I don't know what my co-hosts are up to. All I know is they're all fighting with each other, and people are mad at each other. But it is what it is. What's the over/under on J-Stock and Destiny Friends again? I have no idea. I just wait for Hutch to tell me what to think. Based. You think they will land with a big, good one? I don't know. I have no idea. Status is the judge hates the F out of the plaintiff and gave them 1 day to submit literally any evidence. Worst case, trial mid next year. Yeah. I have to decide what to do with my living situation. I'd like to go to DC. This is kind of pushing me, but I haven't been there since 2010, or I think it was 2010. So I really would need to go out there first and just kind of check out some neighborhoods. Like, that would be a big move. So I don't think it would even happen for like 6 months anyways. And I don't necessarily need to live out there, but boy, it would be a lot of fun and exciting to be a part of this next 2 years with the Democrats in control, hopefully, of at least the House. I mean, I just think I would be motivated to go out and network and go to hearings and meet people. I have no motivation to do anything here in LA. But that would be me in the heart of it all. Would be cool. I don't even know how much I would go to Capitol Hill. Probably very little, but even just going to one thing a month would be better than being in LA and doing nothing. But I got a good thing going here, and moving is a big pain in the ass. So, but I would never do it based on somebody else doing it, or possibly, right? Like, because other people can cancel, and so I would just do it for myself. But yeah, I've always thought I should go to DC. I would do well there. It's just a much smaller city than you think. I moved here 2 months ago. It's been an adjustment. Well, I don't even know where to go. Like, can I live within 30 minutes of the city and not pay $8,000 a month for a 1-bedroom? Like, where do people even live? Can I live within 15 minutes of the the Capitol building? I don't know. I have no clue. People might live like 45 minutes out or something and pay $3,000 or something. I have no, I'd have to do so much research. Political streamer house. I don't know about that. Try an Airbnb. Yeah. That's the thing. I'd have to go out there for like a week, check some stuff out, then probably go again. I mean, maybe I could do it in one trip if I went for a couple weeks, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Stay on Capitol Hill next to Penn Station at the Hyatt. Well, there's, hotels tend to have shitty internet, so Airbnb sounds better, but I don't know. It's like, do I really want to put that much work into it? I don't know. I'm like just barely settled in this place after almost a year, but who knows? I'm just thinking about it, thinking out loud. I don't even know if Destiny will end up moving there, or, it shouldn't really factor into my thinking, because he may decide to do something else. He may decide to stay in Florida. He may decide to go to New York City. Who knows? So I'd have to do it for myself. But he doesn't even know what's going on with his life, so it is what it is. Moving sucks. Yeah. I mean, I just moved for the first time in 10 years here, so that was kind of annoying, but I feel like now that I've done it once, it's not as hard. Got to take DSA first. True. When's the last time I took a vacation? I never take. Well, I went to Europe in 2022 for 6 weeks and just kind of did whatever. You don't need to go there just because other streamers are. No, it's just kind of like this could be an interesting opportunity. I think it would do him a world of good to be out in DC as well, you know? That was for TwitchCon. Yeah, that was a small part of it, but. I can imagine it'd be much easier to network. Yeah, I just think I would be like a fish in water out in DC because I live for this shit, so it would be great networking for me. Whereas here, I'm not around anybody involved in politics. There are no politics to be involved in here. I wouldn't even want to be involved in the politics around here. I don't give a shit about California politics or Los Angeles politics. So like there's really no reason to be here except the beautiful weather and people and great culture and some family nearby. Should do it? Well, maybe. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. I just think it would be super cool to be in DC for the next 2 years that the Democrats are in control of the House, and there's going to be a lot of action. It's going to be exciting. And then there's the big presidential election. So who knows? But I don't think I could move out there in less than like 4 or 5 months anyways, just trying to figure it all out. But who knows? We'll see. All right. I am out of here. Guys, thank you for all the subs and the gift subs and the super chats and the kicks even. We had a little bit of everything today. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching the interview with Howard. You guys were awesome. And that was a lot of fun. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, guys. Bye-bye.